There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. After 3 teleportations, the flying sword's color had turned pale blue. Both the light it emitted and the sounds it made clearly indicated its extreme weakness. Before long, the flying sword could no longer teleport. It was forced back by 2 beams of light. Wang Lin stared intently at the flying sword, once again exhaling a breath of spiritual energy. Due to its weakened state, the flying sword was unable to avoid being enveloped by the spiritual energy. 2 golden beams of light, like 2 intertwined coils, circled around the spiritual energy. Upon detecting the flying sword's attempt to escape, they immediately closed in, threatening it and preventing it from breaking free. As time passed, although the flying sword's struggles were futile, it showed no sign of stopping, instead becoming increasingly violent. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly dissipated. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and once again exhaled spiritual energy, forming hand seals, continuing the refining process. A quiet night passed, and the flying sword finally showed signs of stillness. Wang Lin's face was now pale. Throughout the night, he had continuously exhaled 10 streams of spiritual energy. Although it was difficult to maintain this with his cultivation level of the 15th stage of the Cha condensation realm, he still had the help of the spiritual liquid, allowing him to barely sustain his spirit and body. The bright morning light streamed in through the window. Wang Lin continued his refining process. The flying sword no longer struggled, hovering in midair. A wisp of spiritual energy carrying Wang Lin's consciousness slowly entered the flying sword. Just then, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed slightly. Not long after, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Wang Lin, do you want to come with me to the artifact shop in Tang Family City? Wang Lin took a deep breath and said loudly, Zhang Hu, my cultivation has reached a crucial stage. You go alone. Zhang Hu stood outside the room, slightly stunned. He pondered for a moment, then sat down cross-legged outside Wang Lin's room without saying a word. Wang Lin ignored Zhang Hu and continued his refining. Time slowly passed, and night fell once again. He had drunk 3 gourds of spiritual liquid, but still couldn't refine the flying sword. Helplessly, Wang Lin could only ask Sichunan for advice. Kid, so you finally have to come to me. Humph, I've been waiting for you. If you agree to go into seclusion for 10 years and use a large amount of spiritual liquid, you might be able to successfully refine this flying sword. I'm saying this assuming things go smoothly, but in reality, Sichunan said neither quickly nor slowly. That long, Wang Lin asked, raising his eyebrows. Of course, this is a treasure. Moreover, it's a top-grade treasure, likely forged by a deranged late-stage core formation cultivator who, while preparing to transform into a nascent soul, disregarded his own safety and even gambled with the process. He used the moment of the nascent soul's instantaneous fusion of heaven and earth to create this weapon, expending a large amount of his own spiritual energy. He was truly insane. Back then, I also wanted to do the same, but ultimately hesitated and lacked the courage. One must know that failing to transform into a nascent soul is one thing, but a mistake could lead to the dissipation of one's consciousness, resulting in a death without a burial place. Baizan must have been aided by the person who crafted the flying sword, which is why he successfully refined it into a self-defense weapon. If I still had a physical body, I could easily refine it, but now I have no other choice. However, Sichuan said slowly. Wang Lin now clearly understood Sichuan's character. This old man particularly enjoyed arousing people's curiosity. He didn't get impatient, calmly waiting for the other party to finish speaking. After a moment, Sichuan sighed and said softly, "Forget it. I'll tell you, using the normal method to refine this flying sword will take a great deal of time. I'll teach you another method called blood refining technique. The advantage is that it makes the flying sword instantly yours. The drawback is that if the flying sword is damaged, it will affect your life. This refining method is several times more serious than others." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then said, "Tell me, how is this blood refining technique performed?" Sichuan was trying to pique Wang Lin's interest, but the young man paid no attention to him. Therefore, he straightforwardly stated the method, but ultimately added a condition. "It's been many years since I've touched a woman. Find a way to satisfy my craving, even just looking at her would be fine." Wang Lin declined to comment. Following Sichuan's method, he made strange hand gestures, then bit his tongue, spitting out a little fresh blood, and enveloped it with spiritual power. He changed the hand gestures, and immediately a strange type of talisman appeared in the air. As soon as the talisman appeared, it immediately rushed towards the blood mist hovering in the air. The blood mist in midair swirled continuously, being absorbed into the talisman. Gradually, the talisman turned blood red, becoming darker and darker. Wang Lin's eyes flashed slightly, and with his left hand, he struck the air. The red talisman instantly pressed against the flying sword. The flying sword, touched by the talisman, immediately trembled, and a faint white mist emanated from its blade. Wang Lin spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes showing weariness, yet his gaze became even more resolute. His right hand continued to make hand gestures, strange runes constantly appearing, absorbing the fresh blood and merging it into the flying sword. This process continued for several hours until early morning on the third day, when a sword's ringing sound emanated from Wang Lin's room. Immediately afterwards, it dissipated, and Zhang Hu, who had been sitting motionless outside the door, jumped up. Wang Lin opened the door, smiling at Zhang Hu, his mood extremely joyful, and said, "Zhang Hu." "Thank you." Zhang Hu looked at Wang Lin with a strange expression and said, "What cultivation technique are you practicing that I can hear the sword's ringing sound?" Wang Lin opened his mouth, and a small, emerald green sword flew out, radiating an astonishingly cold aura. As soon as the sword appeared, the surroundings were filled with a blood-like breath. Zhang Hu was stunned, exclaiming, Is this really my master's flying sword? You've successfully refined it. How come it's emitting such a strong smell of fresh blood?" Wang Lin nodded slightly, waved his right hand, and the flying sword returned to his side, swallowed into his mouth. Wang Lin felt a little angry at this bloodthirsty aura. After the successful blood refinement process, Sichuan had told him that any magical artifact undergoing blood refinement would have a strong smell of blood, and the more people it killed, the stronger the smell would become. Zhang Hu stared blankly at the disappearing flying sword, and after a long time, said, "Wang Lin, I'm truly impressed. With this flying sword, very few people can harm you. The best ability of this flying sword is its ability to teleport. Depending on the owner's ability, the teleportation distance will increase. Moreover, under unexpected circumstances, it would absolutely be a weapon capable of instant murder." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Hu bid farewell, telling Wang Lin that the trading fair would begin in 3 days, so he could prepare accordingly. After Zhang Hu left, Wang Lin took out the scabbard from his storage bag. Even Sichuan found this scabbard strange, unsure of its type. Wang Lin had previously thought the scabbard and the flying sword were one and the same, but after refining the flying sword, he discovered they were two different things. The scabbard looked ancient, and a murderous aura emanated from within it. The more closely he looked, the stronger the murderous intent became. Gradually, Wang Lin fell into a strange world. His mind was completely blank except for the scabbard. This was an ancient sword of unimaginable power. A strange, demonic aura permeated the sword, making it impossible to become engrossed in its presence. After a long while, Wang Lin gradually awoke, his eyes flickering as if he had understood something. 3 days later, the bustling Tangjia city was filled with many cultivators, creating a lively scene. Zhang Hu and Wang Lin had already left there and were strolling around the city. Zhang Hu, wanting to sell ginseng, negotiated with Wang Lin for a while before leaving alone. Wang Lin wandered through the city, admiring one stall after another. He coveted some magical artifacts, but the prices were too high, and Wang Lin didn't have much in his purse, so he reluctantly left. As he walked along, he suddenly stopped. Ahead was a stall belonging to a cultivator, displaying numerous jade talismans and flying swords, as well as a scroll. The scroll bore the inscription, "Precious Research on Formation Arrays." Formation arrays, Wang Lin rubbed his chin, picking up the scroll. It was quite thick, about 50 or 60 pages, filled with writing, mostly small characters, and explanatory diagrams. 10 mid-grade spirit stones. If you're not buying, don't bother. The stall owner, a young man in his 30s, raised his eyebrows and spoke slowly. His entire fortune now only amounted to 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, flipping through the pages several times. Seeing the other party's impatience, he took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones. On the ground, he picked up the formation book, turned around, and left. He wandered around the stalls again, finding quite a few materials with wood attributes, but they were all very expensive. And there was also a block of ironwood that was incredibly valuable. A day quickly passed, and night fell. Wang Lin returned to the inn. He was about to enter when his eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he stopped abruptly. Normally, the inn was very crowded, but today it was unusually quiet. Wang Lin quickly released his divine consciousness, and his expression immediately changed slightly. The entire inn was enveloped in a mysterious aura, like a fog, blocking Wang Lin's divine consciousness. Wang Lin immediately retreated, using his force-gathering technique to envelop his entire body. Like an arrow released from a bow, he instantly flew more than 10 meters away. A very quick reaction, a surprised, calm voice rang out, and then a person emerged from the inn. This person was about 25 or 26 years old, with sharp eyes and eyebrows, dressed in snow-white clothes. A black branch is embroidered on the sleeve. He watched Wang Lin rapidly retreat and sneered, "Tang Jie, you to wait for Zhang Hu to return, cripple his cultivation, and throw him into prison. I will capture this clever young man and bring him back." With that, two illusory figures suddenly appeared before him, gradually solidifying into two old men. One said in a low voice, "Young master, these two are still in Tang Family City. Doing this will break the rules established by the Grand Patriarch." If the Grand Patriarch asks, the white-gloved young man raised his eyebrows, staring intently in the direction Wang Lin was fleeing, and said, "If the Grand Patriarch asks, just say that Zhang Hu colluded with outsiders to kill his own master. How can I let two people who committed such heinous acts get away?" Having said that, his figure quickly soared into the air, chasing after Wang Lin in the direction he had fled. Seeing him leave, the two old men transformed into two illusory figures and vanished from the spot. Wang Lin pushed his speed to the limit, flying swiftly. In an instant, he was almost outside Tang Family City. Just as he was about to leave the city gate, several figures suddenly appeared on the city wall, shouting loudly, "Flying is strictly prohibited inside Tang Family City." "Fellow Taoist, please stop." With danger lurking, Wang Lin disregarded the risk of revealing his spiritual energy spring water. With a flick of his right hand, he produced a gourd containing spiritual energy spring water and took a sip. His spiritual power instantly increased. He took a deep breath, and his body immediately sped forward at double the previous speed. The Tang family disciples blocking his way changed color, but Wang Lin waved his hand, spreading his gravitational force. He threw the disciples aside. With unstoppable momentum, Wang Lin escaped the city. Because of his previous actions, more than 100 Tang family disciples chased after him on their magic artifacts. Wang Lin felt a pang of bitterness. Even now, he was still bewildered, not knowing what had happened in the hotel. But when he returned to his lodging, the other party was already waiting for him. If he hadn't made a quick decision, things would have been much worse. As for Zhang Hu, Wang Lin himself was in a difficult situation, so he didn't think too much about it and hoped he would be lucky. Leaving Tang Family City, Wang Lin sped south, with many Tang family disciples chasing after him. Just then, a rainbow-colored beam of light shot through the air from Tang Family City, carrying an aura that surpassed the pursuing Tang family disciples. Wang Lin unleashed a sword strike. A seemingly tangible flying sword condensed, carrying a strong killing intent, and flashed down from the sky. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and countless purple lightning balls condensed in the air, descending with the flying sword. Wang Lin's scalp tingled. Sichu Nan shouted, "This is the primordial treasure, Wang Lin, calm your mind. I will teleport you away." "Let's fight to the death." The blue crystal rapidly expanded from Wang Lin's chest, enveloping his entire body. At this moment, the giant sword flashed down, the ground rumbled, and numerous cracks appeared. Following the appearance of the purple lightning ball, a wave of lightning formed within a radius of about 100 meters. As soon as the giant sword slashed down, Wang Lin's body disappeared, reappearing 300 meters away. Upon reappearing, Wang Lin immediately fled forward. Sichu Nan's voice was slightly weak as he angrily cursed. "This wretched brat, so young yet already at the late foundation establishment stage. If you had reached the foundation establishment stage, I could have used your body to unleash some powerful techniques, but with your current condensation stage cultivation, even with my assistance, you could at most only unleash the cultivation of the mid-foundation establishment stage." Deng Li raised his eyebrows, but then immediately relaxed into a smile, saying, "You're the first person below the golden core stage to be able to dodge my sword without any damage. If I hadn't promised senior brother Mo, I wouldn't have wanted to kill you." Wang Lin didn't dare turn around, quickly fleeing. His spiritual power was greatly depleted, so he took out his gourd and drank a large gulp, increasing his speed several times. A cold glint flashed in Deng Li's eyes as he said ominously, "Let's see how many times you can teleport." Having said that, he pointed his right hand, and a giant dark sword appeared in the air. The sword's shadow danced in the air. All the fireballs immediately moved, each one exploding with a loud bang, then suddenly slashing down. Sichu Nan didn't wait for Wang Lin to argue or scold him. Then he took Wang Lin and disappeared, reappearing in a very distant place. Teng Li frowned and shouted coldly, pointing his right hand at the flying sword. The flying sword quickly turned around and fell at his feet. He picked it up and immediately chased after them. Like two lightning bolts, they sped through the air. More than 100 disciples of the Tang family immediately chased after them, but they couldn't catch up to the two in front, so they had to stop helplessly and watch them disappear. The more Teng Li chased, the more terrified he became. Although the speed of a foundation establishment cultivator was incredibly fast, every time he was about to catch up to the person in front, they would immediately escape. The more such an opponent was, the heavier the killing intent in Teng Li's heart became. Instantaneous teleportation was a unique technique of the nascent soul stage, and his opponent was a foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he could teleport instantly, he hadn't yet reached the highest level. In Teng Li's mind, his opponent must possess some kind of magical artifact. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, his mind heavy with the thought of killing the person and stealing the artifact. He and Shenjiang, the senior disciple of old man Shimo, were close friends. A few days ago, he received a message from his opponent via flying sword, asking for his help in eliminating two people, one of whom was named Zhang Hu, a disciple of Chen Zhang. This Zhang Hu had conspired with outsiders to kill his master, and while his fifth disciple was dead, old man Shimo immediately sensed it. However, Zhang Hu didn't know that besides being poisoned, his fifth disciple's body also contained a secret technique that old man Shimo used to control his disciples. Through this technique, old man Shimo could know everything clearly. In his anger, he used this technique to locate his opponent in Tenjia City and immediately dispatched Chen Zhang down the mountain to capture Zhang Hu. Chen Zhang was quite far away, so he used a flying sword to send a message to Teng Li, asking Teng Li to prevent this from happening on his behalf. When Teng Li checked, he discovered that Zhang Hu was indeed in Tang Family City, and the person accompanying him was definitely an accomplice. He then made up his mind to kill Wang Lin no matter what, and seized the treasure that allowed him to teleport. Thinking this, he accelerated his pursuit. Wang Lin took a gulp of spiritual energy, his face flashing, and he spat out a stream of green light. The green light immediately emitted a strong, pungent smell of blood. He then launched a green beam behind him. Wang Lin didn't stop, continuing to fly forward. Teng Li, watching from behind, saw everything clearly. Ignoring the green light, he smiled faintly, flicked his right index finger, and a fireball appeared, hurtling straight towards the green light. The moment the fireball and the green light collided, a tremendous explosion resounded. Deng Lei disdainfully ignored him, but at that moment, 10 meters ahead of him, a blue light flashed, instantly piercing him. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing the golden armor underneath. The blue light, upon contact, was blocked by the armor, bouncing back and vanishing. Wang Lin let out a soft cry of regret, raising his right hand, and a green sword appeared between his fingers. Deng Lei's forehead was drenched in sweat. The scene just now was extremely dangerous. Even a foundation establishment cultivator, no matter how much they practiced, would surely be severely injured if struck by a flying sword. And this flying sword was no ordinary sword. If he himself were struck by it, he would die on the spot. Deng Lei touched the armor his grandfather had left him, feeling fortunate, but his desire to hunt down Wang Lin grew stronger. His eyes were cold, and he muttered, besides the treasure that allows instantaneous teleportation, there's also that magnificent flying sword. This brat, everything on your person will be mine. 3 days later, in a place in the desert, Wang Lin's face was covered in dust. He tilted his head back and drained all the spiritual energy from his gourd, muttering sorrowfully, the miraculous spiritual energy is running out. At this rate, it will soon be completely depleted. I need to replenish it quickly. Kid, I can't go any further. I've teleported too much in the past 3 days, and my nascent soul is severely damaged. Sichunan's voice was extremely weak. Wang Lin turned his head and looked into the distance, a murderous glint in his eyes. He coldly uttered, he's already caught up. Having said that, he patted his treasure pouch, and a green sword suddenly appeared. The green sword's light was slightly dim, and there were several scratches on its surface. Over the past 3 days, Wang Lin had drawn the sword many times, but Tang Li had become vigilant, making sneak attacks even more difficult, especially since his protective armor had immense resistance. Even the sharpest green sword couldn't pierce him. After wiping the flying sword, he looked around and suddenly noticed an endless forest stretching to the west. Above the forest was a thick mist, obscuring the view inside. He seemed pensive, not saying a word, and immediately changed direction, flying westward. In an instant, he reached the edge of the forest, landed on the ground, and walked straight into the woods. Wang Lin knew that his miraculous liquid had run out, and Sichunan's teleportation ability was obviously gone. If he continued flying, he would sooner or later be caught by the other party. It was better to walk through the forest. The forest, though he didn't know why it was shrouded in a thick mist, had previously felt like a quagmire. When he looked into it, his movement reduced to just a few dozen meters. Not long after Wang Lin entered the forest, a streak of rainbow light shot towards him, circling above the forest a few times before slowly descending to the ground, revealing Tang Li in his dazzling golden armor. Tang Li's face showed exhaustion. 3 days of relentless pursuit had severely depleted his vital energy. If he hadn't had the elixirs in his pouch, he would have probably given up and returned long ago. But the treasure in his opponent's hands tormented him, making him want to immediately chase after Wang Lin, kill him, and steal his treasure. When he began pursuing Wang Lin, he hadn't imagined it would be so difficult, especially when Wang Lin used instantaneous teleportation. Although startled, he told himself that Luan Zhiji hadn't arrived yet, and after flying for so long, he would surely be there. Having depleted his vital energy, relying on his later foundation establishment strength, he could now easily kill Wang Lin. Therefore, although he was constantly chasing, Tang Li was not in a hurry, calmly waiting until the opponent's vital energy and strength were depleted. Then he would kill Wang Lin with a single sword strike. But on the second day of chasing Wang Lin, he had to completely abandon this thought. The opponent's speed not only did not decrease, but increased even more, which he could not explain. With his observation, he felt astonished. He repeatedly saw Wang Lin take out a gourd, and each time he drank the liquid inside, his speed increased significantly. The thought of killing Wang Lin grew stronger. Deng Li stood at the edge of the forest, his eyes constantly scanning, a hint of hesitation in his mind. He thought to himself, this wild forest is truly mysterious, shrouded in fog year-round. My grandfather once warned me not to enter this forest. Should I pursue them now? After a moment of contemplation, Deng Li gritted his teeth. The treasures in Wang Lin's hands strengthened his resolve, and without a word, he charged straight into the forest. In this forest, Ancient trees grew densely, the ground covered with clumps of grass over half a meter tall. Venomous snakes and centipedes crawled everywhere, and thousand-year-old trees. Strange flowers and plants, and occasionally ferocious beasts fighting each other could be seen. Moreover, the stench from decaying leaves and animal carcasses was so strong it could kill a person. This place is shrouded in fog year-round, filled with ancient trees and ferocious beasts comparable to those found in the nascent soul stage. Danger lurks everywhere. A single misstep could cost you your life. Wang Lin looked around, his movements swift through the forest. Suddenly, Sichuan urgently called out, "Stop! Stop!" Wang Lin immediately halted. Sichuan, breathless, said, "What kind of cursed place is this? Why are there green vines here? These small vines can destroy vegetation, and many countries have been wiped out because of them." Green vines? Wang Lin was stunned. In front of you is a vine, and on the vine is a green line. No, this isn't a green vine. Strange, Wang Lin. This is a green vine seedling. Its power may not be as great as rumored, but you'd best avoid it. A mature green vine is a nightmare for cultivators. This plant is very bloodthirsty. Each time it devours a cultivator, it evolves. According to legend, the highest level of evolution is this green vine. Even in its early stages of transformation, no expert can defeat it. Not only that, this plant is very sensitive to magic. You absolutely must not use magic to attack it. Sichuan paused. Wang Lin looked around, his gaze fixed on a green vine growing on a large tree in the distance, his eyes filled with vigilance. At first glance, this vine seemed quite ordinary. Apart from a green line, it was no different from other vines. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, not listening to Sichuan's words, then slowly advanced. Without using any force, he carefully used his thumb and index finger to gently pull the green vine out, concentrating all his strength. When he had pulled the vine out about 3 feet, he gently released his hand, then retreated several dozen feet, quickly cutting his fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the green vine. The vine, struck by the drop of blood, immediately sprang up like a snake, and several more vines sprouted from its roots, intertwining and twitching a few times before slowly descending to the ground. Sweat beaded on Wang Lin's forehead, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he quickly left the spot. Not long after Wang Lin left, Ting Li caught up to him. Wanting to catch up, he continued to use magic to move, completely ignoring the vines on the ground. Although visibility and senses were limited in the deep forest, he clearly felt that he was very close to Wang Lin. A cold smile curled on his lips as he charged forward, but as he crossed these seemingly ordinary vines, something unexpected happened. 2 days later, Wang Lin was bathing by a small river, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. His expression changed, and he cursed, truly a persistent ghost. He released his flying sword, retrieved his gourd, crossed the river, and fled towards the dense forest. Soon after, Tang Li followed closely behind without a sound. He looked terrible. His armor had lost its shine and was falling apart, his right arm torn and hanging down. His hair was disheveled, his face pale and ashen, his eyes filled with rage. He hated Wang Lin more than anything. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been arrogant, considering himself exceptionally talented, and had never seen himself so disheveled. All of this was Wang Lin's fault. 2 days ago, the demon Tang Dao had nearly cost him his life. He never imagined that someone he looked down upon could possess such formidable power. His inner armor, contaminated by Tang Dao's fluids, had melted. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could use his flying swords to counterattack. But Tang Dao seemed unkillable. Once severed, more would grow back. Even with the addition of the Thunderball, he couldn't completely eradicate Tang Dao. Furthermore, Wang Lin's unusual flying swords appeared and disappeared intermittently, and his right arm had been injured by Wang Lin. Finally, Tang Li had no choice but to take out the life-saving treasure given to him by the Tang family's patriarch, an incredibly powerful treasure. This treasure had only been used once. He had never been in such danger before that he needed to use it. But 2 days ago he knew that if he didn't use it, he might not be able to save his life. Finally, under the treasure's overwhelming power, Tang Dao was more than half annihilated, the rest returning to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Li quickly rushed in. Thinking back now, he still felt a chill down his spine. He hated Wang Lin to the core. Moreover, Wang Lin had basically never fought him head-on. always resorting to sneak attacks, that bizarre flying sword making it impossible to guard against. Reluctantly, he had to expend his spiritual power, controlling the flying sword to spin rapidly around his body. On the riverbank, he carefully looked around, hesitated for a moment, then sat down and took a sip of the spring water. The relentless pursuit of Wang Lin for 5 or 6 days had left him parched. The sweet spring water soothed Tang Li, and as he was about to drink more, he suddenly sensed a powerful danger. A green flying sword silently appeared before him, aiming directly at his face. Tang Li immediately retreated, his own flying sword leaping up to meet the green flying sword. They clashed for a moment, producing a crisp metallic sound. Finally, the green flying sword was no match, leaving a deep gash on his body before flashing and disappearing. Damn it! I, Tang Li, swear that if I ever catch you, I will make you experience every torture in the world. And then extract your soul and refine it. Tang Li glared at the strands of hair severed by the green flying sword, his face grim as he roared. Wang Lin fled into the forest, his face flushed, a trickle of fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He flipped his hand, and a small green sword appeared. He looked sadly at the deep gash on its blade. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without saying a word, he quickly fled the place. For the past 5 days, Wang Lin and Tang Li had been fleeing and pursuing, venturing deep into the mountains. This evening, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. Kid, you've noticed, haven't you? There's a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the northwest. Go in that direction, Sichu Nan said urgently. For the past few days, he had been completely focused, using his knowledge to help Wang Lin avoid many dangers. Wang Lin didn't reply, changing direction and rushing towards the northwest. After a while, he arrived at the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation. The sight before him made his pupils contract. Under the moonlight, Wang Lin witnessed many ancient trees uprooted and scattered around. Scattered on all sides, a decaying corpse lay on the open ground. Above its head, a green bead hovered in midair, gathering spiritual energy from all directions, forming a swirling vortex. Sichunan was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "A green pill! I never expected that someone in a 3rd-tier cultivation nation would cultivate the green pill grade technique of a 4th-tier cultivation nation. What is a green pill?" Wang Lin asked. The demonic realm of a 4th-tier cultivation nation has a very special method of pill formation. This green pill is also known as the shattering pill, and it's different from the orthodox golden pill. A golden pill can only be one, but a green pill can be unlimited in number. I remember there was once a mutated individual in a 4th-tier cultivation nation who possessed tens of thousands of green pills, although his cultivation was only at the golden core stage. Even a nascent soul stage expert from a 5th-tier cultivation nation wouldn't dare provoke him. You must know that besides increasing cultivation, the greatest effect of this green pill is its self-destruction. If 10,000 green pills explode at once, the power is absolutely not simple. Ha ha, Sichu Nan explained. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked, "How many green pills does this person possess? Can you identify them?" Him. He's not necessarily just a corpse. He could be a corpse demon with some intelligence. When he was alive, he was probably a member of the demonic sect of a 4th-level cultivation nation, and just before dying, he used a secret technique to transform into a corpse demon. The corpse demon had discovered Wang Lin. Instead of getting up, it subtly raised its right index finger. A green light, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot from its fingertip towards Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin immediately retreated, dodging the green light. The green light didn't pursue further, circling back to the corpse demon, transforming into a ghostly figure, staring intently at Wang Lin and emitting indistinct sounds. "Get out of here, you will die." After speaking, the illusory figure flickered, dissipating into countless green dots in all directions. Immediately afterward, the intense spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly vanished completely, concealed. Wang Lin cautiously retreated, then immediately left. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of continuing to flee, he stood there, opening his divine consciousness, quietly waiting for Tang Li to catch up. Tang Li's flying sword, which had been slicing through all the obstacles around him, suddenly changed expression, let out a cold laugh, and controlled its flying sword. The sword shot forward. Seeing Wang Lin's figure ahead, Tang Li's heart trembled slightly. He surveyed the surroundings in astonishment, but still couldn't detect anything unusual. However, the other party's strange actions made him wary. He sneered, "Why aren't you running anymore?" Wang Lin waved his right hand, and without a word a green flying sword appeared, aiming at Tang Li. At the same time, he patted his storage bag, and a jade slip flew out. Wang Lin quickly formed a hand seal, chanted a spell, and spat a mouthful of spiritual energy onto the jade slip. Immediately, 4 golden talismans appeared from the jade slip. Tang Li sneered, slashing a line on his left index finger, and a drop of blood shot towards his flying sword. The flying sword trembled, emitting a very eerie red light, instantly expanding into a giant sword. Several lightning spheres also appeared, but were much smaller than before. The giant sword, carrying intense cold energy, followed Tang Li's raised left hand and immediately slashed downwards. Wang Lin's green miniature sword instantly teleported behind Tang Li, intending to stab him. Tang Li potted his storage bag, and a small bell flew out, growing larger and becoming semi-transparent, sticking to Tang Li's body. The green miniature sword struck the bell, causing ripples to appear on its surface. At the same time, the giant sword descended. Wang Lin pointed at the jade slip, and all 4 character talismans flew out, meeting the giant sword. After completing all these actions, he quickly retreated, instantly reaching the corpse demon. After colliding with the giant sword, the 4 golden character talismans exploded, releasing a burst of energy, holding the giant sword in midair for a moment before slashing down with extreme speed. The ground also emitted sounds of friction. The large trees obviously could not withstand the pressure of the giant sword and all collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly shifted. A blue light appeared in front of his chest, quickly enveloping his entire body, and he instantly teleported away. Just as the giant sword was about to strike his face, Wang Lin appeared over 100 meters away. A spurt of blood gushed from Wang Lin's forehead. The giant sword slammed down with a thunderous roar. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, and a figure emitting a strong stench of rotting flesh quickly rushed out from the spot where the giant sword was about to strike. Meeting the incoming sword attack, Tang Li's face changed drastically. He had been somewhat suspicious before, but he didn't expect such a monster to be here. He quickly pointed his left hand, and lightning balls rained down, striking the corpse demon's body. The power of these lightning balls was immense, and they were capable of suppressing various undead creatures. Upon hitting the corpse demon, they instantly exploded. The corpse demon snarled, and the rotting flesh around its body exploded, scattering in all directions, with some places even exposing charred bones. Tang Li chuckled, pointing his left hand, and more than 10 lightning balls appeared around the giant sword, all shooting down as the sword slashed fiercely. Wang Lin inwardly thought things were going badly. He hadn't expected the corpse demon to be so weak, and prepared to flee. The corpse demon also sensed trouble. Under the threat of death, it let out a scream, spitting out a green pill, which exploded with a deafening roar. A spherical wave of energy centered on the corpse demon quickly spread outwards, instantly reducing the surrounding trees to dust. Since it wasn't far from Tang Li, it couldn't retreat in time and had to bite its tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The giant bell flashed, transforming from a semi-transparent state to a much more solid form. Its surface vaguely displayed ancient symbols. In an instant, upon contact with the spherical wave of energy, the giant bell flashed violently but only lasted a moment before shattering. While the giant bell was still struggling, Tang Li unleashed several more magical artifacts. When the barrier shattered, several more layers of defense appeared around his body. These layers of shimmering, multicolored light shattered with incredible speed and force, like a raging storm under the impact of the waves, like layers of paper trying to stop a sharp sword. Wang Lin, however, was quite far away, and because Shy Mei was primarily attacking Tang Li, the impact wasn't significant. The moment the wave of attack arrived, he calmly took a jade talisman from his pocket and tossed it into the air. The talisman shattered instantly in midair, and a golden aura emerged, quickly enveloping Wang Lin. His gaze pierced through the golden air, fixed intently on Tang Li. At this point, the wave generated by the explosion of the sixth bell had gradually weakened, but the outer layer of defense around Tang Li's body had been completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, as the last layer of defense shattered, Tang Li's left hand rose, and the giant sword hovering in the air immediately crossed in front of Shy Mei, intending to block another attack. At the same time, his body rapidly retreated, instantly moving back more than 50 meters. He had developed a great fear of this suddenly appearing corpse demon. If it weren't for the many magical artifacts he possessed, anyone else would have likely perished on the spot. It's worth noting that Xia Mei's self-destruction, while weaker than a full-force attack from a core formation cultivator, still possessed half the power of a full-force attack. Tang Li, a late Foundation establishment cultivator with numerous magical artifacts, had struggled to withstand it. He was extremely apprehensive, thinking to himself, what if that corpse demon throws out another bizarre green pill orb? I'll surely die here today. At this moment, he had lost all interest in pursuing Wang Lin. Preserving his life and escaping was the only thought in his mind. Wang Lin continued to stare intently at Tang Li. At this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his right hand slightly to fingers joined together in front of his chest, and then swung upwards. Immediately, a green light flashed, and Tang Li recoiled in fear, feeling a sharp pain in his back. In his panic, he couldn't see clearly and fled even faster. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. The opponent had just destroyed more than half of the inner armor's defenses, preventing the flying sword from piercing through. His eyes flickered. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A small emerald green sword suddenly appeared amidst the blood, and then, with a resounding clang, it flashed again, thrusting towards Tang Li at incredible speed. In midair, in an instant, a small emerald green sword pierced towards the center of Tang Li's back. Tang Li violently turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, revealing a hand of ruthlessness. Several jade talismans immediately flew out of his storage bag, instantly transforming into layers of defense. At that moment, his left hand rose, the giant sword trembled, and it slashed down from the air towards Wang Lin. Simultaneously, several lightning balls appeared around the giant sword. These balls immediately flew away, throwing themselves towards Xia Mei. He was gambling, betting that Wang Lin's flying sword would strike him first, or his giant sword would strike Wang Lin first. If Wang Lin teleported away, he would certainly be unable to control the flying sword during the teleportation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Li intended to escape. His current state was like a lamp running out of oil. Staying here any longer would surely be suicide. Sichunan frantically shouted, "You're crazy! You're completely insane." After speaking, he ignored Wang Lin's protests and activated his teleportation ability to dodge the giant sword. But as soon as the green light appeared on Wang Lin's chest, he immediately used his incredible speed to say, "It's not time to teleport yet. Stop." A fierce glint appeared on his face, and he didn't even bother to turn his head to look at the giant sword descending. Instantly controlling the small green sword, he bypassed the defensive layer and appeared in front of Tang Li. Tang Li's face showed extreme terror. At this moment, the distance from his giant sword to Wang Lin's head was less than half a meter. A stream of fresh blood flowed from Wang Lin's forehead, but he didn't even blink, sneering softly, "Die?" The sword flashed, and the small green sword pierced through the inner armor, shooting out from behind Tang Li, stained with a little fresh blood. Just then, Sichunan activated his teleportation ability. In a flash of sky blue light, Wang Lin's body disappeared beneath the giant sword, reappearing beside Tang Li, whose face was completely devoid of color. The giant sword slashed down, and amidst a deafening roar, a deep gas appeared in the ground. Ignoring the blood gushing from his forehead, Wang Lin squatted down, placing his right hand on Tang Li's body. Sichunan understood Wang Lin's thoughts and, without a word, a beam of sky blue light shot out from the bead, flowing from Wang Lin's arm into Tang Li's body. Instantly, Tang Li, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly transformed into a block of blue ice. His face, frozen in the ice, was contorted with terror. All of this happened in an extremely short time, so fast that Xia Mei didn't even have time to react before Tang Li was frozen solid. He paused for a moment, then immediately looked at Wang Lin warily. The lightning balls that had been striking Xia Mei in the air all dissipated, and the giant sword instantly shrunk, becoming a small silver sword that fell from the air and landed in a crack in the ground. Wang Lin grabbed the block of ice, and without saying much, quickly retreated. The small green sword outside his body emitted a dazzling cold light, its tip pointing towards Xia Mei. Xia Mei stared at Wang Lin, baring her teeth and roaring, about to charge, but turned her head and saw the crack in the ground. She hesitated slightly, but Wang Lin had already retreated more than 300 meters, instantly teleporting, his figure disappearing. Shy Mei roared for a while, unwillingly staring in the direction Wang Lin had disappeared. After a long time, she leapt up, jumping into the crack in the ground, and soon retrieved the silver small sword of Tang Li. With an excited expression, she opened her mouth and swallowed it. Wang Lin, holding the block of ice, his face pale, quickly slipped into the forest and stealthily made his way away. Only when he was sure he was safe did he breathe a sigh of relief, placing the block of ice beside him. He took out the magical gourd, drank all the liquid inside in one gulp, then sat down cross-legged, breathing deeply. The forest was quiet. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and the dissatisfied voice of Sichu Nan reached him. "Kid, were you crazy just now? If I had been a step slower, your life would have been over." Wang Lin said in a low voice, "There's only one chance to kill Tang Li. If I had missed it just now, when he recovers his spiritual power, there won't be another chance. Besides, this person has been chasing me for a long time. If I let him get away, it will be a big problem later. It's better to take a gamble." Also, the speed of his giant sword strike depends on the amount of spiritual power he has. At that time, he was like a lamp running out of oil, so his speed would naturally be slower than my flying sword. Sichu Nan fell silent, realizing that he felt like he was seeing Wang Lin for the first time. After a long pause, he slowly said, "You are qualified. With this kind of temperament, you could already have a place in the cultivation world." Surprisingly, the arrogance in Sichu Nan's voice had vanished. For the first time, he felt a touch of respect for Wang Lin. He wondered if it were him, he certainly wouldn't have dared to make the gamble just now. Wang Lin didn't say anything, staring intently at the ice enveloping Tang Li, his eyes sparkling, and said, using him to perform the foundation establishment great technique. "Is that possible?" Hearing Wang Lin's question, Sichu Nan said, "Absolutely. Moreover, he's in the late foundation establishment stage. If you use him as a furnace for the foundation establishment great technique, after you succeed, your speed in the foundation establishment realm will be a little faster than others. And you can also absorb some of his spiritual roots. In this way, your talent will also change. This young man is so young yet already has such cultivation. His talent must be extremely astonishing." "Ha ha! Wang Lin, what did you gain from gambling your fate this time?" "It was worth it." After speaking, Sichu Nan explained the incantation of the foundation shattering great law and the important points to note, one by one. It wasn't until nightfall that he finished explaining. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth and spat out a small green sword. He raised his right hand, and the sword immediately pierced a large green tree nearby. When a large hollow was carved into the trunk of the ancient tree, Wang Lin lifted Tang Li and jumped inside. He didn't retract the small green sword, leaving it to wander around. The hollow wasn't large and was filled with moisture, but Wang Lin ignored it. He poured some liquid from his spiritual gourd, cleansed the wound on his forehead, calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and sat down. The next morning, Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze flashing, and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, which formed a light mist that floated in the air. Wang Lin didn't stop there. He formed a hand seal and unleashed blue light. The light, upon entering the mist, instantly dissipated. The mist then surged and swirled, strangely contracting and expanding. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he continuously unleashed blue light from his hands into the mist. Gradually, the mist swirled more intensely, its contraction and expansion becoming faster and faster. Then his right hand reached out, and the ice covering Tang Li gently floated up. A blue light flashed before Wang Lin's chest, and Sichu Nan, without waiting for his command, immediately shed his frozen state. In an instant, the layers of crystallized blue ice on Tang Li's body disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he conjured up the mist with his right hand. The mist immediately flew towards Tang Li, entering through the 7 orifices on his body. Tang Li's body trembled and convulsed, his eyes tightly closed, and a look of agony appeared on his face. Not long after, the entire mist had entered Tang Li's body. Wang Lin took a deep breath, a solemn expression on his face. Without saying much, he bit his right index finger, flicking it into the air, and a strange, blood-colored symbol appeared. Wang Lin's right hand flipped slightly, striking the symbol, which immediately flew out and imprinted itself on Tang Li's chest. Tang Li's body trembled violently, his limbs convulsing, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. But instead of falling, the blood flew upwards and coagulated. Immediately afterward, a series of crisp cracking sounds erupted from Tang Li's body, his face suddenly turning crimson. At the same time, all his exposed skin turned an eerie red. A drop of fresh blood trickled from his skin. Wang Lin's expression deepened, his eyes unblinking as he drew another blood-colored symbol from a distance, striking Tang Li's chest. Tang Li suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a few involuntary groans. Immediately afterward, all the blood vessels throughout his body burst, blood continuously flowing from his skin, then gently congealing together. In an instant, a huge blood sphere appeared above Tang Li's body. His body, which had previously been red, quickly turned pale white. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at the blood sphere, his hands rapidly changing incantations, sometimes emitting several streams of spiritual light, sometimes drawing several talismans. Gradually, the large blood sphere slowly shrank, finally shrinking to the size of a fist, emitting an eerie dark red color. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his whole body drenched in sweat. He didn't stop, but opened his mouth again, exhaling a breath of spiritual mist and unleashing several streams of blue light. As the spiritual energy surged, a finger was raised, and the spiritual energy entered his body through his mouth, nose, and 7 orifices. Tang Li suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and bloodshot, his lips trembling, his teeth clenched tightly. Wang Lin's right hand traced a complex symbol in the air, biting off the tip of his finger and shooting out a drop of blood. The symbol, upon contact with the blood, immediately glowed pink and was imprinted on Tang Li's forehead. In an instant, Tang Li let out a soft groan, his body convulsing violently, his muscles shaking eerily, converging frantically towards his chest. Before long, Tang Li's body visibly withered. All his muscles and vital energy condensed in front of his chest, forming a large ball of flesh. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he flipped his right hand, creating another incantation. The ball of flesh flew out of Tang Li's body with a thud, floating in midair. At this point, Tang Li was nothing but skin and bones, like a dried-up skeleton. Wang Lin took a deep breath, exhaling a mouthful of spiritual energy into the sphere. The fleshy sphere quickly contracted. After a long while, it became as small as the previous blood sphere. Only then did a weary expression appear on Wang Lin's face. He took out the spiritual energy gourd, took a large gulp, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Soon after, he opened his eyes and pointed at Tang Li's body. Immediately, a loud bang resounded, and all of Tang Li's bones quickly shattered, turning into bone powder that flowed from his skin and coalesced into a bone sphere. 3 small spheres of blood, flesh, and bone. The finished products lined up, emitting an eerie light. This foundation-shattering great technique requires extracting blood, flesh, bones, soul, and tendons to put into the cauldron. Moreover, during the process of extracting the blood, flesh, and bones, the cauldron cannot be allowed to die. Wang Lin sighed, murmuring, "What's the big deal? I'm from a demonic sect, and I even possess the great elixir stealing technique. This is truly cruel. Not only does Lei Ding suffer, but the spellcaster also endures unimaginable pain. At the cost of their lifespan, the probability of success is less than 1%, Sichu Nan said slowly. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, concentrating his mind. He pointed his right hand at Tang Li, muttering something under his breath. Gradually, his voice quickened, and his hands changed the incantation accordingly. A stream of white energy, like a piece of shredded flesh, flew out from within Tang Li's body, growing denser and denser. After an unknown amount of time, the white energy reached its peak, merging together to form a faint figure. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely discern the face of the figure, which was unlike Tang Li's. A bewildered look appeared in the eyes of this petty man, his whole body trembling as if it would vanish in the slightest breeze. Gradually, the bewilderment disappeared, and he stared intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with hatred, letting out a few soundless roars. Wang Lin didn't even blink, unleashing a beam of red light. The petty man seemed afraid of the red light, turning to flee, but within 3 meters of Tang Li's body, there was an invisible barrier, preventing him from escaping no matter how fast he ran. Finally, seeing no escape, a cruel expression flashed across the man's face, and he lunged towards the red light. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He swung his right hand, and the red light, like a rope, wrapped around the man, binding him tightly. Then the red light contracted, slowly pulling him downwards. Wang Lin knew that the process of extracting a soul couldn't be taken lightly. He absolutely had to capture the soul within a 3-foot radius of the body and keep it intact. Only then could he proceed to the next step of extracting the spiritual root. Otherwise, although it wouldn't affect the Foundation establishment, it would be impossible to borrow the opponent's spiritual root to transform his own body. The little figure's face contorted in pain as it was gradually pulled out by the red light, with half of it already 3 meters away in an instant. At that moment, a yellow light suddenly flashed on the little figure. The red light rope shattered, and the little figure suddenly retreated to within 3 meters of its body. The yellow light on its body quickly flashed again, and the little figure rapidly transformed from a blurry image into a tangible form. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he stared at the little figure. He was about to cast another spell with his right hand when the figure's face contorted in fear, and he spoke in human language. "If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you get away with it. He's a nascent soul expert. If you kill me, you'll die too." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without further ado, he spat out a large amount of spiritual energy, his hands rapidly changing incantations, continuously channeling the energy. Gradually, the spiritual energy condensed into a thin thread. The little figure's fear intensified. He angrily exclaimed, "My grandfather knows I'm in danger. He'll be here immediately." Before he could finish, Wang Lin swung his left hand, and the thread whizzed into the area within 3 feet of Tang Li's body, trapping the little figure and violently dragging him away. The little man screamed, struggling and saying, "Grandpa, save me." A powerful yellow light flashed around him, attempting to resist Wang Lin's pull. Wang Lin didn't say much, patting his storage bag and taking out a spiritual gourd. The liquid inside the gourd instantly flowed out, entering the rope in an instant. The rope thickened considerably, and he pulled again. This time, no matter how the yellow light on the little man flashed, it was useless. Wang Lin dragged him out. The moment he escaped the 3-meter radius around his body, the yellow light on the little man immediately dissipated, transforming into a yellow mist. This mist swirled strangely, revealing a vague figure. This figure was enveloped in the mist, its features unclear, only its anxious shout could be heard. "Assistant Taoist, please speak slowly." Wang Lin was startled. And Sijunan immediately said, "Don't worry, this is an external avatar of a nascent soul stage expert. Avatars and real bodies are different. This avatar has no offensive power. He can't see you, and he doesn't know where you are. He can only let you hear his words, and this avatar also has a limited range. It seems this person isn't close to here, which is why this avatar is so faint. As for why he appeared, perhaps he has some affection for this Tang Li, so he left a trace of his consciousness in his soul." Wang Lin didn't say much, and with a finger, he used a spiritual thread to bind the little figure. The little figure immediately stopped struggling, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a sphere emitting purple light. The external manifestation of the Tang family patriarch seemed to sense that Tang Li's soul had been refined, letting out a piercing roar. His voice filled with resentment and gloom. "You killed a member of my Tang family. You will surely suffer the curse. You will die. I, Tang Ichue Yuan, will one day find you." After saying this, the golden light slowly faded. On a mountain tens of thousands of miles away, an old man in black clothes stood atop it, his face grim. His eyes flickered, his fists clenched, and he murmured, "Liar, your grandfather swears, whether in heaven or in the underworld, I will avenge you." He then struck his chest with his right hand, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. With a slight wave of his hand, dark red waves quickly surged from within the blood, transforming into numerous bizarre symbols that swirled in the air. Immediately afterward, a small figure emitting purple light shot out from the old man's head, stopping in midair, and instantly sat down cross-legged. "Uncle, ascend!" The small figure shouted loudly, its hands forming a hand seal, its consciousness transforming into thousands upon thousands, flying into each symbol. "Uncle, receive," visible to the naked eye. The old man's nascent soul was shrinking, clearly having lost a considerable amount of nascent soul energy. These consciousnesses merged into the symbols, shimmering with an eerie light, each one rising into the sky, forming a complex array that covered half the sky. In that instant, the weather changed dramatically and thunder roared. Uncle Turn, the sky trembled violently, slowly rotating, and lightning bolts appeared within the array. These lightning bolts continuously merged together, forming a bizarre rhombus shape. Uncle merged. The small figure finally let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. At that moment, he spat out a large mouthful of nascent soul energy. The formation in the sky began to move even faster, the pink lightning bolts increasing in number, forming an increasingly bright diamond-shaped pattern. Then, the formation's scope gradually shrank, rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it merged with the pink lightning bolts, all condensing on the diamond-shaped pattern. The pattern slowly descended from the air, imprinted on the small figure's forehead. A sinister smile appeared on the figure's lips as he calmly said, "Those who killed my Tang family members must suffer the curse of Tang Hua Yuan in the cave within the tree trunk." For spheres flew before Wang Lin. Without a word, he unleashed several spells towards Tang Li's body. A cluster of transparent and shimmering light emanated from Tang Li's body. These countless points of light, upon leaving, instantly dissipated into the heavens and earth, about a third of them vanishing. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He knew these points of light were spiritual roots and quickly exhaled a mouthful of spiritual mist, enveloping them and swiftly absorbing them. These points of light immediately generated a powerful repulsive force. During the process of being absorbed by the spiritual mist, another third of the points of light dispersed, leaving only 1/3 to successfully merge with the mist. At this moment, Wang Lin's forehead suddenly lit up, a purple diamond-shaped pattern appearing clearly. Wang Lin immediately noticed it, raised his hand to touch his forehead, his expression stunned. Siju Nan immediately exclaimed in alarm, "This person is truly skilled." Wang Lin, you've been cursed by a nascent soul stage expert who didn't hesitate to sacrifice his lifespan. As soon as you step inside his range, he will instantly appear beside you. This person unexpectedly possesses such a sophisticated curse using formations. Wang Lin stood up forcefully, his expression grim, and said, "Is there any way to break it?" Siju Nan pondered for a moment, then smiled smugly. "Actually, you shouldn't worry too much. According to my analysis, this curse has no offensive power. It merely serves as a positioning device to allow for immediate arrival. Although this person's curse is sophisticated, back in the day, specialized in studying curses that use formations to generate spiritual energy waves in the heavens and earth. But now, without a physical body, I can't perform it, but I can still help you disrupt the effectiveness of this curse, as long as you don't get too close to him with me covering for you. He won't discover you no matter what. Don't worry." Haha, Wang Lin, this is actually a stroke of luck. I happen to learn a secret technique from ancient times, which uses curses as a bridge to carry out a backlash. As long as the person performing the spell has a core formation stage cultivation, and with a little help from a spiritual creature, once successful, they can absorb half of the opponent's cultivation. You're really lucky, kid. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He thrust his finger into the spiritual mist containing Tang Li's spiritual root. The mist immediately expanded and began to rotate eerily. Immediately afterward, a blood sphere shot out, entering the mist and quickly disintegrating. Gradually, the mist began to shrink. Then, the spheres of flesh and bone merged into the mist. At this point, the mist shape had changed significantly, shrinking into a circle, emitting a soft, gentle light as it floated in the air. Wang Lin took a deep breath, knowing that the soul in great technique had reached its final stage. He concentrated, controlling the last soul sphere, slowly merging it into the light. After a long while, the light suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he bit his tongue, spitting out a little blood. As soon as the blood came into contact with the light, it hissed and instantly vanished. After the light and blood merged, it suddenly trembled violently, and waves of oppressive power emanated from the light. All creatures within a 100-mile radius sensed the abnormality. Many powerful ores emerged from the forest, rushing towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even blink, raising his hand to summon them. The light immediately flew towards him and merged into his chest. A surge of abundant spiritual power suddenly filled Wang Lin's body, and his complexion instantly turned rosy. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His body moved slightly, and like an arrow released from a bow, he shot out of the cave. After a few appearances and disappearances, he vanished deep into the forest. Not long after he left, a huge head of a python emerged from the forest. After pausing to listen for a moment, a look of doubt appeared on its face. It shook its head and turned to crawl away. Immediately afterward, a giant ape, its body as tall as a man's, moved like lightning, arriving in an instant. It burrowed into the hole in the tree trunk, rummaging around for a while before reluctantly leaving. Several more powerful beasts like this came, but without exception, they too were lured away. Wang Lin sped through the forest, his body overflowing with extremely dense spiritual energy. Besides that, every pore on his skin continuously oozed a foul-smelling black substance. A constant numbness emanated from within his body. Wang Lin frowned, suddenly stopping. After circling the ground, his eyes flickered, and he unleashed a force-grasping technique on the ground. The surging spiritual power within his body instantly gushed out. The mud on the ground seemed to be pulled up by two enormous invisible hands, quickly scooping it to the sides, and soon a huge, bottomless pit appeared. Without further ado, Wang Lin leapt down, landing inside. Immediately, the surrounding mud quickly filled in. Soon, everything returned to normal. From the outside, there was no difference whatsoever. Sitting cross-legged in the ground, Wang Lin focused his mind, beginning to distribute the spiritual power within his body. His body rapidly transformed, all directed towards the goal of foundation establishment. The surroundings were exceptionally quiet. Deep underground, there was no one to disturb him. Wang Lin began his third period of seclusion. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The ground where Wang Lin was in seclusion was covered with thick layers of decaying leaves, and various insects and poisonous creatures occasionally crawled in and out. One day, the ground suddenly shook, and many poisonous creatures and insects quickly emerged from the dry branches and leaves. Then mud and earth were quickly scattered in all directions, and a pitch-black figure emerged from the ground. As soon as the figure appeared, the reptiles all around immediately let out terrified shrieks and quickly retreated. This foundation establishment grade technique is truly miraculous. I finally reached the foundation establishment stage. This figure was none other than Wang Lin, who had been in seclusion for 2 years. Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning, his entire body radiating powerful spiritual energy. He opened his mouth and spat out a green light, and a small, gleaming azure sword appeared before him. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his right hand, the scabbard inside his storage bag slowly rose. His expression remained unchanged as he murmured, "This scabbard has been refined to a considerable extent over the past 2 years. When used in conjunction with a flying sword, its effect will surely be extraordinary." Retrieving the sword sheath and flying sword, Wang Lin stood there deep in thought for a moment, touching the mysterious bead on his chest. He thought to himself, 2 years ago, Sichu's nascent soul essence was depleted too much, especially when I was in seclusion and used spells that could conceal curses, further weakening him. He's been asleep for over a year now, and I don't know when he'll wake up. Fortunately, I've memorized the entire Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique. The most important thing now is to find a place of extreme yin energy and cultivate the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique. Having made up his mind, Wang Lin took a deep breath. His consciousness swept across the area, and his body quickly sped north. Before long, he arrived at a river in the forest, washed himself thoroughly, and finally scrubbed away the black dirt on his body. A feeling of mental comfort arose. Sitting on a rock by the riverbank, Wang Lin recalled the past events, his emotions overwhelming. He didn't know whether Zhang Hu was alive or dead, and deep down, he always hoped Zhang Hu could escape this calamity. Sighing softly, Wang Lin withdrew his thoughts, his eyes showing a pensive expression. After a long while, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and unleashed a beam of white light. As soon as the white light appeared, its color instantly changed, turning from white to gray, then deepening. It quickly flashed and flew westward. Wang Lin was stunned. The incantation to unleash this beam of white light was a technique taught to him by Sichu Nan specifically for locating places of extreme yin. The darker the color, the closer the place of extreme yin was. When it turned completely black, it meant the place of extreme yin had been found. Without saying much, Wang Lin immediately pursued, following the light as it turned completely black, quickly traversing the forest. The gray light grew darker and darker, and the moment it completely turned black, the light vanished with a thump. Suddenly, Wang Lin stopped, staring blankly at the area not far away, his heart pounding so hard he couldn't speak. Before him lay an endless wasteland. He couldn't see where it ended. Most of the buildings he saw had collapsed, and trees had sprung up, scattered throughout the ruins. Weeds grew everywhere, and animal droppings and urine littered the ground. Small animals scurried in from outside, their cries echoing from time to time. The ground was riddled with similar cracks, like gaping, blood-filled mouths ready to devour life at any moment, revealing their ferocious faces. Numerous weapons and skeletons lay scattered on the ground, the scene a picture of utter devastation. The simple gray and green of the vegetation intertwined, revealing an ancient aura of despair that startled anyone who saw it. Wang Lin took a deep breath, gazing at this desolate place, his heart deeply moved. At that moment, from within the ruins, a flash of light suddenly appeared on a towering skeleton, then emitted a beam of white light that instantly shone downwards. Wang Lin was stunned, his expression suddenly changing slightly. He turned his head to look at the forest not far away, only to see a small animal covered in blood, struggling to crawl towards the beam of light. It limped towards the spot where the beam of light descended, its right thigh bearing a wound where the bone was visible. With each crawl, it left a large trail of blood behind it. After a long time, it finally crawled under the beam of light and let out a joyful cry. The wound on its right thigh closed up at an incredibly fast speed. The entire process probably only took a few seconds, and the small animal had recovered completely. Trembling with joy, it emerged from the beam of light, its figure gradually disappearing into the distance. At this moment, the column of light continued to condense, and Wang Lin's mind exploded with emotion as he gazed at the beam of light, speechless. Just then, the beam of light dissolved into countless points of light. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then stood aside, continuing to observe. After half an hour, the beam of light reappeared. This repeated several times, and Wang Lin observed it for a whole day, finally discerning a clue. Based on Wang Lin's judgment, the appearance of this beam of light was definitely related to sunlight. Although this place had become desolate, there were still some artifacts that hadn't lost their function. After absorbing sunlight, this miraculous phenomenon occurred. Moreover, many wild beasts knew that this beam of light could heal wounds. Wang Lin observed for a whole day and saw no fewer than 20 injured wild beasts coming towards him. Seeing that the sky was beginning to darken, Wang calculated that the last appearance of this beam of light was not far off. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped forward, extending his hand into the beam of light. A warm and abundant energy instantly filled his hand. This energy was not spiritual power, but a substance that Wang Lin was extremely unfamiliar with. Silently sensing this energy, Wang Lin's eyes flickered. He immediately created a wound on his hand and extended his hand into the beam of light. Inside the beam of light, the wound healed at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then without saying much, quickly flew through the ruins. Before long, he arrived beneath the towering skeleton that had emitted the beam of light. This was a skeleton in the shape of a giant, its appearance revealing a broken section, though more than half of it had collapsed, still retaining its former grandeur. Beside it stood two colossal statues, each holding a giant sword, their bodies weighed down by a tower-like structure approximately 30 meters long. Wang Lin gazed at the skeleton, a scene suddenly flashing through his mind. A towering structure, reaching into the clouds, suddenly broken in the middle in an unexpected accident. Its broken top falling directly onto either side of the statues. The beam of light emanated from a stone bead about 2 meters in diameter, atop the tower. Looking at this stone bead, Wang Lin hesitated. It was too large at first glance, it seemed impossible to remove, and he wasn't entirely clueless about its healing principles. If he were to forcibly remove it, he wondered if it would lose its effectiveness. After much deliberation, Wang Lin did not act rashly, but instead lingered and observed the ruins. Gradually, Wang Lin's expression became somewhat strange. He checked many places and felt something unusual. Inside a relatively intact room in the ruins, he saw some intact pottery on the ground, some even containing traces of black substance. By this time, the sky had darkened considerably. Wang Lin quickly rushed into the forest, and when complete darkness fell, he emerged from the ruins. He stood outside, staring at the ruins, his eyes flickering. A thought suddenly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. Perhaps, while so many people were sitting here eating and drinking, disaster suddenly struck, instantly turning the entire city into a pile of rubble. At this moment, a chill emanated from the ruins. This chill grew stronger and stronger, eventually almost condensing into a tangible form. It seems that beneath these ruins, there are probably no fewer than 10 million dead. A place with so many dead people must be an extremely yin place. During his seclusion, Sichunan had explained the extremely yin places to him in great detail. They were divided into 4 types: heavenly yin, earthly yin, mysterious yin, and imperial yin. Imperial yin was the simplest. It was formed by the deaths of a very large number of people. The more deaths there were, the higher the level of the imperial yin place. The mysterious yin land is quite difficult to find. It can only be found in extremely cold places. The earth yin is even harder. It requires a great stroke of luck to encounter it. After all, earth yin usually appears in deep abysses. As for heaven yin, it's almost impossible to find. Because to form heaven yin, all 3 elements earth, mysterious, and yellow must converge in one place to transform into heaven yin. The higher the quality of the extreme yin land, the greater the benefits it brings to cultivators. Immediately, Wang Lin formed a hand seal and muttered something. Suddenly, a point of red light condensed in front of him, gradually transforming into a large sphere. This is a special technique used to determine the quality of the extreme yin land. Based on the color of the light sphere, purple, blue, silver, and red appears in relation to the 4 extreme yin lands: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. On the other hand, Sichunan had also mentioned that, regardless of the type of extreme yin land, they are all divided into the same qualities: ordinary, superior, deep yin, and absolute yin. Each level is further divided into 10 sub-levels. A cultivator only needs a 3rd grade ordinary extreme yin land to cultivate. Reaching the 8th grade significantly increases cultivation speed. After the light sphere appeared, it suddenly emitted a fierce pink light. The pink light grew brighter and brighter, finally flashing 5 times. Wang Lin stroked his chin, his eyes blinking. He knew that those 5 flashes represented the quality of the yin here being 5th grade ordinary. After thinking for a moment, he said nothing and controlled the light sphere to enter the ruins. The cold air surrounding Wang Lin grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he felt his steps become heavy, and his breathing became uncomfortable. After walking a few hundred meters, he felt extremely breathless. At this moment, the light sphere, still following Wang Lin, became increasingly brighter, reaching the level of a common 8th grade. Wang Lin did not stop, continuing forward. After walking a few hundred meters, he could go no further. A gentle yin energy seeped into his body, causing pain in his blood vessels throughout his body. His spiritual power showed signs of losing control. At this point, the light sphere turned red, emitted a sound, and split in 2, flashing briefly. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He knew this indicated that the quality of this place had reached the highest 1st grade. Based on what Wang Lin had learned during the day, he knew that the area of this ruin was vast. His current location was probably not even 1/10,000th of it. Moreover, the deeper he went, the denser the yin energy became. This is the best place to cultivate. Wang Lin slowly retreated, stopping at a common 5th grade location. Wang Lin felt that this place was most suitable for his body. The Huangquan Ascension technique requires one to proceed slowly into the extreme yin realm. These were the crucial instructions Sichunan had given before falling asleep. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in deep thought. Sichunan's detailed explanation of the Huangquan Ascension technique flashed through his mind. The Huangquan Ascension technique is divided into 9 layers. Every 3 layers can condense a cold pill. After cultivating all 9 layers, the 3 cold pills will merge, allowing for a direct breakthrough to the core formation stage. This was the reason Wang Lin was determined to cultivate the Huangquan Ascension technique. It was also the technique Sichunan felt was most suitable for Wang Lin at this time, and it could create a rapid cultivation speed. Of course, even faster methods exist, like the pill snatching great technique. All that's needed is to capture a core formation expert alive. But that would be suicidal for Wang Lin at this moment. As for the Huangquan Ascension technique, cultivating the cold elixir requires subsequent acupoint reconstruction to complete the process. Acupoint reconstruction requires considerable experience. The Huangquan Ascension technique has three major acupoints: the Danshan Qihai and Ancestral Acupoint. After these three acupoints are reconstructed, they condense into a cold elixir. Once the cold elixir is formed, the spiritual power in the body immediately transforms into yin-cold power. The probability of successful acupoint reconstruction is greatly related to the extreme yin land. Time passed quickly. When he opened his eyes, dawn was breaking. The surrounding yin energy dissipated rapidly. A moment after the sun rose, the chill had completely vanished. Wang Lin stood up, deciding to stay and cultivate. Therefore, he prepared a place to rest. He looked around briefly, finally noticing the collapsed buildings not far away. He raised his right hand, and all the bones and rubble scattered in all directions, revealing an open space. After finishing everything, Wang Lin silently sat down cross-legged in the open space. He took out a thin book from his storage bag and concentrated intently on reading it. This book was indeed the explanation of formations that he had exchanged for mid-grade spirit stones in Tang Family City. At that time, he had only glanced at it briefly, but he saw that it contained very detailed information about several types of formations and even included formation diagrams and necessary materials. After memorizing all the contents, Wang Lin closed his eyes in contemplation, his hands moving to draw a picture. A day passed quickly. At sunset, Wang Lin sighed, opened his eyes, and muttered, "Formations are truly vast and profound." Although this thin book only describes some minor formations, it still took me a whole day to understand them, especially some of the transformation techniques within it were even more difficult. Reluctantly, he didn't focus on studying them in detail, but only relied on a few of the formation diagrams. Then he used the gravity technique to throw the stones around. After a while, he had set up a small, intricate formation. This formation was extremely simple, not even a strange formation. Looking at the stones scattered around, Wang Lin smiled wryly, carefully comparing them to the formation diagram and making some adjustments. Finally, it was exactly as the formation diagram required. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his hands forming a hand seal. Then, with a single gesture, a silent mist appeared. Wang Lin looked at the mist, chuckled, and thought to himself that this formation was enough to trap humans. But for cultivators, it was completely useless. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin muttered, "If one formation doesn't work, I'll use two. Setting up all the formations in the book would be enough to produce a certain effect." Thinking this, Wang Lin used his force manipulation technique to control the surrounding rocks, setting up several more formations. After finishing, night had fallen. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the open ground. After the cold air rose, he placed his hands on his knees and concentrated on breathing. He breathed using a method of one long breath followed by 5 short breaths. Long breaths meant taking a deep breath, while short breaths meant exhaling only 1/5 of the inhale. He used the fastest speed to absorb the surrounding cold air into his body. Strictly speaking, this was the first time since his foundation establishment that he had begun breathing exercises outside. For the past 2 years, he had spent all his time absorbing and adjusting liquid spiritual energy internally. In reality, yin-cold energy is similar to spiritual energy. Wang Lin had absorbed spiritual energy for many years, so it was quite natural for him. However, after a while, he felt a difference. Previously, when absorbing spiritual energy, something outside his body hindered its speed, causing it to enter his body very slowly. Moreover, only a portion could be absorbed after entering the body. Half of it disappeared during the absorption process. But this time it was different. The barrier seemed to disappear. As soon as he absorbed it, yin-cold energy surged in. Furthermore, there was almost a change in his body. After entering his body, more than half of the yin-cold energy was absorbed, unlike before. After careful consideration, Wang Lin came up with 3 answers to this situation. First, yin energy is different from spiritual energy, making it suitable for him to absorb. Second, absorbing energy in the foundation establishment stage is obviously faster than in the Cha condensation stage. Thirdly, after absorbing a portion of Tang Li's spiritual root, his talent had increased considerably. As for which answer was correct, Wang Lin didn't bother to investigate. He immersed himself in breathing exercises. At first, Wang Lin couldn't adapt immediately. The icy cold yin energy, after being inhaled, spread throughout his internal organs. The feeling of coldness from within made his body tremble. This sensation was completely opposite to the breathing of spiritual energy. One was warm and comfortable, the other was like being in an ice cellar. As more and more yin energy was absorbed into his body, Wang Lin's hands and feet became extremely cold. The blood in his body gradually slowed down. Eventually, even his heartbeat slowed down. A layer of white frost slowly appeared on his eyelashes and hair. A surge of yin energy emanated from his body, perfectly merging with the surroundings. Time passed quickly. When the sun rose high, the yin energy dissipated. Wang Lin's eyes blinked open. He exhaled a stream of white air. After a night of breathing, a tiny stream of air had formed in his abdomen. This stream of air was silent and imperceptible, moving slowly and emitting a faint chill. The spiritual energy in his body showed no resistance to this stream of air. There was no interaction between them. Rubbing his lower abdomen, Wang Lin murmured, "The Yellow Springs Ascension Technique. Finally, I understand why it's called that." The Yellow Springs refers to the process of cultivating this technique, which requires entering a near-death state. Once in that state, one can absorb yin energy. However, if one is not careful, there is a high possibility of actually falling into the Yellow Springs. In fact, few people in the 6th level cultivation nation dare to cultivate the Yellow Springs Ascension Technique. And Sichuan is one of the few who have successfully cultivated it. In the demonic terminology of the 6th level cultivation nation, the Yellow Springs Ascension Technique is called a demonic technique. It's called a demonic technique because it has too many bizarre changes. Some changes bring great benefits to the cultivator, but others cause the cultivator's death. Thus, Wang Lin settled here, diligently absorbing yin energy. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During that month, besides cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension Technique, Wang Lin discovered that the mysterious stone bead could also condense dew. However, these dew droplets contained no spiritual energy, only yin energy. At this point, Wang Lin gained a new understanding of the stone bead. Therefore, Wang Lin began to accumulate the dewdrops. Especially at night, when the yin energy was most concentrated, the dew droplets condensed from the stone bead very quickly. After drinking the dew, Wang Lin discovered that although it contained a lot of yin energy, it was not on the same level as dew droplets containing spiritual energy. If yin energy and spiritual energy were of equal quality, the effect of dew droplets containing yin energy could not compare to dew droplets containing spiritual energy. Wang Lin understood that the power of the Yellow Springs Ascension Technique depended on the amount of yin cold energy he could absorb. The more he absorbed, the greater its power. Therefore, during the day, Wang Lin would enter the dream realm space to cultivate by absorbing dewdrops containing yin cold energy. At night, he would go out to breathe deeply. Time passed quickly, and the cold energy in Wang Lin's body increased. Each time he breathed deeply, it merged with the surrounding yin cold energy, becoming indistinguishable. Whenever he reached that state, his heartbeat would gradually slow down, eventually becoming almost imperceptible. Sometimes, his heartbeat would almost disappear, but there would still be small fluctuations. This morning, Wang Lin awoke from his peak state. He took a deep breath and muttered. The yin-cold energy in his body was increasing. Perhaps he could finally achieve the first stage of acupoint fusion. Suddenly, he stared intently around the formation, his eyes somewhat strange. He didn't say anything, but waved his hand. Instantly, the mist parted to reveal a small path. Wang Lin stepped out of the formation, and a glance revealed several tracks on the ground, extending deep into the ruins. He remembered that a wild beast had died here yesterday, but now the beast's corpse had disappeared, obviously dragged deep into the rubble. Could there be someone in these ruins? A bone-chilling cold made Wang Lin shiver. Last night, someone had dragged the beast's corpse away without him noticing. Wang Lin's expression became serious. He immediately observed his surroundings but found nothing unusual. The formation showed no signs of being attacked. He stroked his chin. In an instant, he leapt into the thicket of trees. After a while, he returned carrying the corpses of the two wild beasts. He tossed them aside and entered the formation, his right hand forming a hand seal. Immediately, the surrounding fog thickened, and occasional thunder rumbled. Even after this, Wang Lin still felt uneasy. After a while, he calmed down. He spread his divine consciousness around him, then drank a drop of dew containing yin cold energy, breathing in and maintaining his vigilance. As night fell, Wang Lin stopped breathing and sat quietly, spreading his divine consciousness, sensing the changes in every tree and blade of grass within 100 meters. He paid particular attention to the location of the two beast carcasses. He wanted to see what kind of creature would come to this place in the dead of night amidst the ruins. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, it was almost midnight. At this point, the yin-cold energy had reached its peak. Wang Lin remained focused, observing his surroundings. Within the range of his divine consciousness, complete silence reigned. The two beast carcasses were permeated by the cold, countless droplets of water clinging to them. Aside from that, there was not a single sound around them. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had released his divine consciousness at night. But in the past, even at night, there were sounds of wild beasts and insects, not this complete silence. Suddenly, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. His divine consciousness focused on the ruins, where he could sense a slight disturbance in the yin-cold energy. His eyes gleamed, a cold smile playing on his lips as he calmly observed. He saw a powerful surge of yin-cold energy emanating from the ruins. Then, a figure swiftly appeared. The opponent's speed was incredibly fast. Wang Lin's divine consciousness only caught a fleeting glimpse of the shadow before the two beast carcasses vanished. Wang Lin felt a sense of dread. The moment the creature appeared, he instantly saw its form. It was a humanoid being, its entire body covered in blue skin. Countless strange symbols were etched onto its flesh. In addition, there were 9 yellow pieces of paper, each about half an inch long, pasted in various places on its body. The creature's grotesque appearance terrified Wang Lin. At this moment, the strange figure reappeared. It stood outside the formation, its eyes thoughtful. The strange figure retreated a few steps, suspiciously observing the formation within the mist. Its gaze wavered slightly, then it quickly circled around. Wang Lin's entire focus remained on the creature. He had no intention of attacking. He wanted to see what method the strange figure had in store. After circling the mist, the strange figure stopped, its eyes showing curiosity. Then its body moved slightly, entering the formation. As soon as he entered the formation, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He formed a hand seal, unleashing a beam of white light that shot into the formation. The mist immediately swirled and churned. Immediately afterward, the sound of shattering rocks quickly erupted from within the formation. One part of the formation had been broken. The mist thinned further and further. Wang Lin said nothing, but opened his mouth and spat out a green light. The light flashed and shot out rapidly. A loud bang was heard, and the monster's furious roar erupted from within the mist. Immediately afterward, a powerful force emanated from the formation, sending the surrounding rocks flying into the air, where they shattered into dust. After the mist dissipated, the monster spotted Wang Lin. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it grinned, stepping forward. Wang Lin remained calm, pointing his right hand. A flying sword suddenly appeared behind the monster. Then it pierced straight through the monster's left chest and shot out. Several drops of blue blood clung to the flying sword. The blood instantly turned into ice and fell to the ground. The strange man groaned, retreating a few steps, his face showing fear. Wang Lin felt his heart sink. The opponent, despite being attacked by the flying sword, was still able to move. Without a word, he glared and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a scabbard flew out. The small, emerald green sword flashed and entered the scabbard about 5 centimeters before stopping. Its color then changed, from green to blue, and then to black. It then suddenly emerged from the scabbard and slashed fiercely towards the strange man. The monster saw the flying sword hurtling towards it, fear flashing in its eyes. Just as it was about to dodge, the black sword accelerated, piercing the monster's chest. Then a black light flashed, accompanied by deafening explosions in the air. The monster's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The blood-stained flying sword remained firmly attached to it. No matter how hard Wang Lin tried, he couldn't budge it. Even its teleportation ability vanished. A feeling of dread surged within Wang Lin, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. When the flying sword struck the monster, he saw the strange symbols on its body flash. Clearly, it was using some kind of secret technique to resist his attack. Without a word, he potted his storage bag, taking out Zhang Hu's immortal talisman. Suddenly, Wang Lin's pupils narrowed. He saw the monster's body change at an unbelievable angle in midair before descending to the ground. A large wound appeared on his chest. Blue blood gushed from the wound. The symbols on his body flashed rapidly. The wound slowly closed. Wang Lin watched intently. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, releasing a talisman. Instantly, the talisman burst into flames, transforming into a black beam of light carrying heat, once again striking the wound on the opponent's chest. The strange man let out a tragic roar. His body, which was self-healing, was pierced again. Still not dead, Wang Lin's heart sank. The opponent had suffered such a fatal wound yet still survived. One thing that reassured him was that after enduring the attack of the talisman, the flying sword stuck in the opponent's body flashed black light, detached, and returned. There was a hint of unwillingness in the strange man's eyes. He raised his hand and pulled down a yellow piece of paper from his body. After the paper was pulled down, in an instant, a green aura suddenly appeared, quickly enveloping his entire body. Wang Lin's expression turned grim. Without hesitation, he pointed at the flying sword. Instantly, the flying sword retracted into its sheath, penetrating about 5 inches. The sword's color quickly changed from black to pink. Reaching this point was the limit of Wang Lin's ability. He believed that with his foundation establishment cultivation, controlling the flying sword to penetrate 5 inches was enough to put up a fight even against a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, the green energy enveloping the monster's body quickly entered it. When its body reappeared before Wang Lin, it was completely smooth, without a trace of injury. It stared intently at Wang Lin, its eyes filled with hatred. However, it also showed some apprehension towards Wang Lin, especially when its gaze fell upon the flying sword, which only intensified its fear. "Who are you?" Wang Lin didn't rush to attack. 9 golden papers were pasted on the opponent's body. Each time they were pulled off, the body would be restored. Therefore, this battle couldn't be decided in a short time. "I, Wang, am borrowing this place to cultivate. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to harm anyone. If you retreat and do not disturb my cultivation in the future, then today's matter will be forgotten." Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, his voice icy. The strange man's face showed a hint of bewilderment. He uttered a few sharp words. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't understand a single word the other party said. This indicated that the other party didn't understand his own words either. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and slowly walked to the side, to a crumbling wall. The strange man became wary when he saw Wang Lin approaching. Wang Lin waved his hand and drew on the wall. The strange man stared blankly at Wang Lin's finger, his expression gradually relaxing after a while. Wang Lin's finger quickly drew a picture. On the picture was a pile of rubble. Then, he stared intently at the strange man, pointing his finger at the center of the picture and splitting it in two. Then, Wang Lin pointed at the strange man, then at the right half of the painting. After that, he pointed at himself and then at the left side of the painting. Then, Wang Lin slowly moved his finger from the right side of the painting to the left. His eyes stared intently at the strange man, his entire body radiating killing intent. The meaning was self-evident. "If you come to me again, I, Wang, will destroy you even if it costs me my spiritual power." The strange man's face showed understanding. He hesitated for a moment, touching his chest, his eyes still filled with fear as he looked at the flying sword circling around Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Wang Lin didn't understand his meaning, the strange man looked worried. Finally, he patted his head, jumped a short distance away, and punched the wall. When his fist hit the wall, the symbols all over his body flashed, and the wall completely shattered. The strange man picked up a few pieces of rubble, pondered for a moment, then threw them in all directions. After doing so, he looked at Wang Lin and roared a few reproachful words. Wang Lin frowned, and with a flick of his right hand, he made a gesture. Instantly, the stones around the strange man flew up, then scattered in all directions in a certain order. Then, he made a hand gesture and unleashed a beam of white light, causing a sudden mist to appear and envelop a large rock. "You're talking about this formation?" Wang Lin stared at the strange man, speaking slowly. The strange man immediately gesticulated wildly, excitedly patting his chest. Suddenly, the symbols on his body flashed. He let out a low shout, spreading his arms wide, causing the ground to tremble. The ground where the small illusion formation was located slowly rose, revealing a deep pit. The small formation floated in the air like a mountain, which the strange man lifted above his head. He nodded to Wang Lin, then hastily turned and left. After a short distance, he stopped, turned back to look at Wang Lin, and roared loudly. At the same time, he raised the mountain with one hand and made a gesture to Wang Lin with the other, then disappeared into the city. Wang Lin stared at the figure of the other party. It wasn't that he couldn't kill that person. However, the talismans on the strange man's body were too bizarre. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang Lin didn't want to fight to the death with that person. Therefore, he chose to communicate. While he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. Killing intent flashed across his face. The flying sword vibrated, emitting a terrifying cold aura. The strange man who had just left had returned. "You want to die," Wang Lin said coldly, looking towards the figure that had appeared in the distance. The strange man stopped abruptly, frantically waving a round object in his hand. His expression suggested he wanted to explain, but seeing Wang Lin's icy gaze, he threw the object back at Wang Lin. Wang Lin calmly stepped back a few paces. The strange man didn't use much force, so the round object flew past Wang Lin and fell to the ground. After throwing it away, the strange man smirked at Wang Lin before turning and disappearing into the chilling mist. By now, the sky was gradually brightening. Wang Lin carefully watched the direction the strange man had gone. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and slowly approached the round object, bending down to examine it. It was only about 1/10 the size of the stone bead, covered in dust and grime. There were even some cracks on its surface. After a moment, Wang Lin's expression changed. He picked up a stone nearby and lightly tossed it at the bead. The bead immediately rolled backward. A faint fluctuation of spiritual power emanated from it. "Is this a magic treasure?" he exclaimed, stunned. With a flick of his right hand, the pearl flew up. He observed it intently for a long time, and finally, his eyes flashed with light. Without hesitation, he grasped it in his hand. He scanned it with his divine consciousness and then urged his spiritual power. Instantly, a thick white smoke emanated from the pearl and rose into the air. In a flash, the white smoke transformed into an old man in white robes. The old man had an aquiline nose and hawk-like eyes. His whole body exuded a dangerous aura. He casually glanced at Wang Lin and said, "Do you dare to fight me?" Wang Lin was stunned, stepping back a few paces to observe carefully. At first glance, the opponent's cultivation had reached the 15th level of the Cha condensation stage. He touched his nose, his eyes blinking, and increased his spiritual power. As the spiritual power was released, the old man's aura immediately increased, finally stopping at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment stage. The old man's body swayed in the wind, his eyes revealing a clear fighting spirit, and he said, "Do you dare to fight me?" Wang Lin was stunned. He had a hunch about the effect of the magic artifact. After thinking for a moment, he increased his spiritual power. A bright light flashed in the old man's eyes, and his aura suddenly surged. Every movement of his hands and feet created gusts of wind. Finally, the old man's cultivation reached a level that Wang Lin couldn't comprehend. At this moment, the old man took a deep breath, his demeanor like a peerless master, glancing over the world, his hands clasped behind his back, revealing a lonely and indifferent expression. He said, "Those below the core formation stage are not qualified to fight me. Begone!" Wang Lin's heart pounded. He immediately withdrew his spiritual power. The old man instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke and entered the bead. A sound rang out, and another crack appeared on the bead. Wang Lin looked at the bead in his hand for a moment without saying a word. He was completely convinced of the magic artifact's effectiveness. This was indeed a type of illusionary artifact, capable of creating scenes that looked incredibly real. The old man it conjured up, from his gaze and demeanor to his words and movements, was indistinguishable from a true master. Especially the last sentence, "Those below the core formation stage are not qualified to fight me. Begone!" The old man's aura and expression at that moment reached their peak. Wang Lin admitted that even he would have difficulty discerning the truth from falsehood. After all, the aura emanating from the old man, in the eyes of most people, was that of a master. Moreover, as his own cultivation increased and more spiritual power was infused into the bead, the old man's strength would increase. It was very effective for intimidating people. "This strange fellow has his intentions. He took away the small illusionary formation and gave me this treasure," Wang Lin said with a slight smile, retracting the artifact. Based on the situation just now, he knew the strange fellow hadn't used any other artifacts. Within this ruined city, there must be other treasures. Now, in Wang Lin's eyes, the desolate city suddenly transformed into a mysterious treasure trove. It can heal any kind of injury. Illusionary artifacts, mysterious strange people. I wonder how many secrets this place holds. Wang Lin stroked his chin. When dawn broke, he set up a formation outside his cultivation place. Then he drank a drop of Yinkoldu and began to breathe. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. One day, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground. 2 months of breathing in yin-cold energy had formed a dense stream of yin-cold energy within his body. At this point, he prepared to use the Yellow Springs Acupoint Ascension technique to reopen his acupoints for the first time. Wang Lin's eyes blinked. He had completely understood the Yellow Springs Acupoint Ascension technique. Even the descriptions of the 3 major acupoints were etched into his heart. The 3 major acupoints are located in the abdomen, the Denshin lower abdomen, the Kiha lower chest, and the Zukiel lower brain. These 3 acupoints must be destroyed in sequence to create the cold elixir. Simply put, as described in the Huangquan Acupoint Ascension technique, the Denshin becomes unobstructed after the first level is achieved. However, to cultivate the second level of the technique, the Denshin must be destroyed and then rebuilt. The Huangquan Acupoint Ascension technique follows the principle of no destruction, no reconstruction. Destruction must come first before reconstruction can be achieved. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then, following the method described in the technique, he manipulated the yin-cold energy in his lower abdomen, beginning the first acupoint reopening. Under his control, the yin-cold energy moved faster and faster. Aching pain radiated from his lower abdomen. Wang Lin remembered the technique and knew these were normal reactions to the Danshin being opened. The more pain he felt, the closer the Danshin would become to complete. The pain was unbearable for an ordinary person. It felt like a sharp knife piercing his lower abdomen. Large beads of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. In just a few seconds, his entire body was drenched. The energy within him surged violently, transforming into a stream. A chilling aura quickly spread in all directions. From the outside, Wang Lin's abdomen had turned green. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. The pain intensified. The chilling aura enveloped his entire body. At that moment, the energy within his body swirled, and a black hole suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, the chilling energy quickly surged into it. The spiritual power within his body seemed to be devoured by something, pouring into the black hole from all directions. A bizarre transformation occurred. Regardless of whether it was the spiritual power within his body or the external chilling energy upon appearing here, both fiercely clashed, as if vying for territory. Gradually, the chilling breath and spiritual power began to devour and merge with each other. Eventually, it formed a mutated form of spiritual power unlike anything normal, slowly circulating within the black hole. By this point, the first stage of the Yellow Springs Ascension technique had been successfully completed. The Danshin acupoints were completely opened. Wang Lin calmly directed the cold energy from outside the Danshin to begin impacting it inward. The yin-cold energy did not enter the Danshin, but surrounded it like a black hole, launching a relentless assault. Despite numerous attacks and significant losses, the yin-cold energy persevered, showing no signs of giving up. In fact, it became increasingly ferocious, attacking the Danshin with frenzied force. After a while, the black hole in the Danshin showed signs of breaking. Wang Lin immediately directed another third of the yin-cold energy, instantly destroying the Danshin. Immediately, a heart-wrenching pain erupted. As the Danshin was destroyed, the mutated spiritual power within it flowed out, permeating every bone and muscle fiber in his body. Wang Lin paid no attention to this. He continued to control the yin-cold energy to begin the process of opening the acupoints. This time, it took much longer than the first time. Seeing that the yin-cold energy was insufficient, Wang Lin mobilized the remaining energy within his body. After being replenished, the yin-cold energy immediately formed a stream several times larger than the previous black hole. The stream spun faster and faster, signifying the process of opening the acupoints. Time passed silently, and night fell. Wang Lin remained seated, undergoing the final stage of opening the acupoints. The yin-cold stream within his body was moving at an extremely rapid speed. Only a cluster of nebulae at his Danshin appeared to be moving slowly, but in reality, It was beyond the comprehension of the naked eye. It wasn't until midnight, when the yin-cold energy became denser, that Wang Lin's body resembled a black hole, sucking up all the yin-cold energy within a 10-jiang radius. All the yin-cold energy was drawn into Wang Lin's body, immediately flowing to the stream in his dantian. This caused the stream to grow larger and larger, eventually almost breaking through the limitations of Wang Lin's body and continuing to expand. He was terrified and wanted to stop it immediately. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that the stream was no longer under his control. He could only watch helplessly as it continued to swell. A hint of worrying arose in Wang Lin's heart. The phenomenon occurring in his body was not recorded in the Yellow Springs Ascension technique. Wang Lin didn't know that the Yellow Springs Ascension technique was called a demonic technique precisely because it had countless variations. Some changes benefited the cultivator, while others led to failure. At this moment, Sichuan was fast asleep, so everything depended on Wang Lin's own decision. As the stream grew, its gravitational pull became stronger and stronger. The 10-jiang radius quickly expanded. This was a cyclical characteristic. The wider its diffusion range, the faster the absorption speed became. 20 jiang, 30 jiang, 50 jiang, 70 jiang, 100 jiang. Within a 100-jiang radius, the yin-cold energy surged towards this direction. The changes within a 100-jiang radius caused the flow of yin-cold energy to become increasingly powerful. Within a 1,000-jiang radius, the yin-cold energy seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Wang Lin had completely lost control over the stream. After an unknown amount of time, his dantian became somewhat unblocked. This was the second time his dantian had been unblocked. The instant after it became unblocked, a black hole appeared. The stream of icy coldness instantly flowed into the black hole. The anomaly in Wang Lin's body caused the icy coldness within a 100-jiang radius to change. Previously, the stream continuously absorbed the icy coldness from all directions, but now, with the appearance of the black hole in his dantian, the absorption transformed into devouring. In an instant, the icy coldness within a 100-jiang radius vanished. This sudden phenomenon caused the change to expand rapidly. 100 jiang, 150 jiang to 100 jiang. Finally, it exceeded 1,000 jiang. At this moment, if viewed from the sky, one could see an extremely bizarre scene. Within a 1,000-jiang radius, all the icy coldness swirled like a vortex, converging on a single point. Deep within the ruins, a strange figure with blue skin was devouring the corpse of a beast. After swallowing a piece of flesh still dripping with blood, he suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with fear. He hastily threw away the piece of meat in his hand and quickly ran towards Wang Lin. After only a short distance, he felt the icy cold energy from all directions rapidly flowing forward. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. When he was about 3,000 feet away, he stopped, his eyes showing clear fear. After his dantian had just been unblocked, the mutated spiritual power in his body quickly gathered in the black hole in his dantian. Then they assimilated and merged together. In an instant, after the spiritual power was merged, he was able to control the flow of the icy cold energy through his perception of spiritual power. However, the level of control was still very small. He still couldn't stop the flow of the icy cold energy in his dantian. Wang Lin gritted his teeth but didn't try to stop the absorption of the yin-cold energy. He controlled the rapidly increasing yin-cold energy in his body and began the third attempt at the acupoint fusion, aiming to bring the Huangquan acupoint ascension technique to the third level. Under Wang Lin's control, the yin-cold breath in his dantian began to fuse. In an instant, the dantian was destroyed again, transforming into a blue light. From the blue light, a blue crystal slowly appeared. Under the attack of the yin-cold energy, the crystal's color deepened, eventually turning completely blue. The third fusion was easily successful. A cold pill appeared in Wang Lin's dantian. Countless tentacles extended from the cold pill, spreading to various parts of Wang Lin's body. The mutated spiritual power in his body quickly transformed after the appearance of the cold pill. At this moment, the yin-cold energy remained as intense as before. Wang Lin felt that if he continued to devour the cold energy, he would be overwhelmed by it and his body would explode. This feeling gradually became very real. A slight tension arose within his body. Wang Lin gritted his teeth and once again began to control the yin-cold energy to boost the Huangquan ascension technique to the fourth level. Sichuan had pointed out that the first, fourth, and 7th levels of this technique were very difficult to cultivate. This was because these 3 levels required breakthroughs into the Danshin Ki and Ancestral Aperture, respectively. Originally, the Huangquan Ascension technique required a solid foundation of cultivation before entering those 3 levels. After his cold core stabilized, he decided to try again. But at this moment, the spiritual power and the cold energy in Wang Lin's body had merged into one, and he couldn't help but unleash it. Therefore, he began to boost his aperture to the 4th level of the Huangquan Ascension technique, opening the Qi acupoint in his chest. The yin-cold energy slowly rose from his danshin, reaching the Qi acupoint and slowly rotating. The Qi acupoint was like a bottomless pit, rapidly absorbing the stream of yin-cold energy. Repeated failures in breaking through the acupoints slowed the passage of time. The sky gradually brightened. The yin-cold energy within 1,000 jang radius slowly dissipated. The Qi acupoint on Wang Lin's chest remained unchanged. At this point, he fully understood the descriptions of the success rate of the Huangquan acupoint ascension technique when breaking through the acupoints. He repeatedly attempted to break through the acupoints 100 times. After each failed attempt, the yin-cold energy diminished slightly. The enormous stream of yin-cold energy was almost completely depleted after 100 failed attempts. Moreover, after dawn, there was not a trace of yin-cold energy left within 1,000 jang radius. Meanwhile, the yin-cold energy within Wang Lin's body was slowly absorbed by the cold elixir. Over the past night, Wang Lin absorbed a large amount of yin-cold energy. This energy completely merged with the spiritual power within his body, transforming into yin-cold spiritual power. Now Wang Lin could clearly feel the extent of the yin-cold spiritual power in his body. It was almost double what it was before, reaching the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. He opened his eyes, recalling the events of last night with a sense of dread. He secretly drew lessons from his cultivation process. During the night, he had inadvertently discovered a unique cultivation method, giving him a new idea. The advantages of this method were obvious. As for the disadvantages, it was quite dangerous. A careless person could easily suffer a body explosion. But having learned from this experience, Wang Lin was confident that he could gradually reduce the danger next time. Perhaps I should change my cultivation location, although he had absorbed a considerable amount of yin-cold energy last night. But its quality isn't high either. It can't satisfy the requirement of increasing the probability of success when regenerating the aperture, Wang Lin whispered. Right now, his chances of success were very small. According to the records in the Yellow Springs aperture regeneration technique, the higher the quality of the extreme yin land, the greater the probability of successful aperture regeneration. Wang Lin recalled that a few months ago, when he tested the quality of the extreme yin land, the cluster of tower-shaped structures reached the highest grade. Therefore, he made a decision in his heart. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. An old man emitting an aura of destruction appeared silently. His face was gloomy, staring intently at the trees below, his eyes revealing intense killing intent. Liar! Your great-grandfather has come to avenge you. That person was the Tang family's ancestor, Tang Hua Yuan. He had sensed the curse and followed along the way. Unfortunately, it was as if a thick fog was blocking his path. He still couldn't pinpoint the enemy's exact location. He only knew they were hidden beneath these trees. Unless absolutely necessary, Tang Hua Yuan wouldn't want to enter those trees. With his current cultivation level, he could clearly sense something incredibly powerful residing within them. Even he wouldn't dare disturb it. But Tang Li's death made him reckless. Tang Hua Yuan pondered. Perhaps going in there to search for his enemy wouldn't provoke them to pursue him. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and leapt into the trees. Deep within the ruins, a coffin was partially open. A withered hand gleaming with black light slowly rose and clenched. Instantly, a purple lightning ball condensed, radiating a dangerous aura. The 100-year deadline is approaching. My master, you have already abandoned your body once to escape. This time, you cannot escape. Tang Hua Yuan cautiously moved through the trees. His powerful nascent soul-stage divine sense spread out around him. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face when he discovered Wang Lin's location. As he was about to teleport behind him, a gust of wind blew. A gloomy voice rang out, "Get out of here!" Tang Hua Yuan's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he retreated a few steps, concentrating his gaze. he saw a cloud of black mist approaching from afar. From within the mist emanated gusts of cold wind. A withered arm stretched out, aiming directly at Deng Yuan. Deng Yuan's divine sense swept over it, and he felt a sense of dread. The opponent's cultivation level was unexpectedly at the mid-nascent soul stage. He retreated without hesitation. The withered arm briefly raised, transforming into a large hand that grabbed at Deng Yuan. Deng Yuan let out a bitter laugh, said nothing, and turned to flee. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't possibly fight. Although he knew there was a powerful expert among the trees, he hadn't expected them to be a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. His body flashed, and Deng Yuan vanished without a trace. A cold snort came from within the black mist. Then a large hand in the air suddenly flashed and disappeared. Deng Yuan's figure suddenly reappeared in midair above the trees. Suddenly, his expression changed. A huge hand silently appeared behind him, grabbing at him. Deng Yuan inwardly groaned, patted his storage bag, and took out a piece of animal skin. His right finger lightly brushed against it, and a yellow light flashed from the skin, enveloping his body and quickly propelling him away. Once again, he escaped the large hand. However, he was still slightly grazed by a hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew, his face pale, and without even turning around, quickly fled. A cloud of black mist suddenly appeared in the air. Then it contracted, revealing a figure. It was a man who looked like a skeleton. He watched in the direction Deng Yuan had fled, but did not pursue, turning and walking back into the trees. He leisurely flew over the trees as if searching for something. After a while, he stopped in an open clearing. His expression was calm as he stared at the ground. He raised both hands, and a series of rumbling explosions erupted from the ground, then split in two, revealing a long crack. From beneath the crack, an angry roar came. A black figure quickly rushed out, attempting to escape. The man, like a dried corpse, snorted softly, and the space within 10 meters around him suddenly transformed into a cage. The shadowy figure, rushing out in terror, let out a scream, slammed into the wall, and bounced back. He no longer fled, but knelt on the ground, frantically bowing his head. The man, resembling a dried corpse, slowly opened his mouth. It's been 100 years since we last met. I didn't expect my master's body to have cultivated into a corpse demon. Since you've developed consciousness, you can be considered a human being. I may not want to help you, but you must rely on your connection with my master to help me find his nascent soul. The corpse demon nodded repeatedly, staring fearfully at the man who resembled a dried corpse. The man waved his hand, and the surrounding confined space suddenly disappeared. He stared at the corpse demon and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to find it. If you can find my master's nascent soul, after I devour it and gain freedom, I will help you evolve it into a corpse demon." The corpse demon was stunned, then both joyful and terrified, nodding repeatedly. Then it stood up and ran deep into the trees. The man's expression remained unchanged as he followed. At this moment, in a place completely devoid of sunlight, the strange figure with the dark skin looked towards Wang Lin, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Yesterday, Wang Lin absorbed a large amount of yin-cold energy, but its quality was extremely ordinary. Even if he absorbed a large quantity, its quality wouldn't increase much after combining with his mutated spiritual power. Moreover, it wasn't suitable for cultivating the acupoint fusion technique. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he gazed deep into the ruins. He prepared to explore further to find the area with the highest quality in cold energy. The higher the quality, the greater the probability of successful acupoint fusion. Waiting until midnight, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, sending out a light sphere to test the quality of the yin-cold energy, then ventured deeper into the ruins. After traveling a short distance, the light sphere, floating in the air, suddenly turned pink, flashing several times. Then it suddenly split in two. After the two red spheres appeared, Wang Lin happily knew that the quality of the yin-cold energy here surpassed the normal level, reaching the upper grade. He continued forward, and two pink spheres of light flashed, their color gradually intensifying. Upper grade, second grade, third grade. Only when they reached the fifth grade did Wang Lin stop. Before him was a wide road. On both sides were piles of ruins. However, looking around, this place must have been a prosperous location within the former city. Wang Lin calculated the distance and found that he had only advanced 1,000th of the city's area. So he continued walking. The spheres of light emitted a pink light, even more dazzling amidst the ruins. Along the way, Wang Lin extended his divine consciousness, his eyes extremely focused. The quality displayed by the two spheres of light increased steadily. Upper grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. The sun rose and set. By the 4th day, Wang Lin had ventured deep into the ruined city. He estimated that his current location, while not in the center, wasn't too far either. After all, he followed a straight path. Along the way, the ground was littered with pits dozens of meters deep, filled with rainwater. Several monstrous snakes lived in them, occasionally leaping up, glaring angrily at Wang Lin, and spitting venom. Aside from that, the surrounding collapsed houses were incredibly dilapidated. He couldn't see a single wall taller than 10 meters. Weeds grew in clumps, and muddy pools appeared on the ground. Some strange creatures also lurked in the mud. Once, Wang Lin was ambushed by one of these creatures. From then on, he became even more vigilant. Even as he continued further, the quality of the yin-cold energy didn't increase much. It consistently remained at the high level, never reaching the deep yin stage. On Thursday night, Wang Lin arrived at the marshland. Before him appeared a vast architectural complex. The entire complex had collapsed, yet traces of its former prosperity could still be discerned. Within the complex was a pit approximately 1,000 meters in diameter. The pit was extremely strange. Logically, it should have been filled with rainwater, but there wasn't a single drop of liquid inside. Wang Lin walked and observed. Although the dim night and the chilling yin energy permeated the space, affecting his senses, he could still see countless pits on the ground like a honeycomb. As Wang Lin approached, two luminous spheres floating in the air suddenly flashed with dazzling red light. They quickly multiplied from 2 to 3. This indicated that the quality of the chilling yin energy here had reached a deep yin level. Wang Lin blinked, not rushing to jump inside. He circled the large pit once. As he walked, he stared intently at the sphere of light, noticing that when he reached the opposite side, it merged into 2. Wang Lin understood that the place where the extremely yin energy was concentrated was this deep pit. Wang Lin stroked his chin, not immediately jumping down to investigate, but instead sat down and waited for dawn. After a while, the sky gradually brightened. When the yin-cold energy dissipated, Wang Lin stood up and jumped down. The small emerald green sword flashed and instantly appeared at his feet. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. By principle, this pit, having existed for so long, should surely be filled with rainwater. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. In his vision, he could see countless small holes at the bottom of the pit, like a honeycomb. Although he didn't know how deep those caverns were, it was clear that rainwater had seeped into them. Wang Lin squatted on the ground, feeling the dampness of the small caverns. His suspicions grew stronger. After carefully observing his surroundings, he found no danger. He sat cross-legged, waiting for nightfall. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, and darkness gradually enveloped the ruins. The birds all flew away, unwilling to stay. The pink light of the sphere in front of Wang Lin intensified slightly, eventually splitting into 2, then into 3. Thus, the quality of the extreme yin energy rapidly increased from 4th grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, 1st grade, 3rd grade, 6th grade, 10th grade, and then broke through to the deep yin. It wasn't even midnight yet, but the quality of the yin-cold energy had already reached the 1st grade of deep yin. Wang Lin's eyes showed a mixture of joy and fear. He extended his divine consciousness to observe the area below the pit. Gradually, he discovered something. The quality of the rising cold energy was related to the holes in the ground. He saw a stream of yin-cold energy rising from the ground and merging with the surroundings. As time passed, the 3 pink light spheres flashed again, reaching the 2nd grade of yin-cold energy. Finally, at midnight, the quality of the cold energy reached the 5th grade of yin-cold energy. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and immediately absorbed the yin-cold energy using his special breathing technique. As a stream of yin-cold energy condensed at the chest acupoint, Wang Lin discovered that the quality of the yin-cold energy here was completely different from the outside. The yin-cold energy flowing in his chest was dozens of times purer than before. This qualitative change led to a quantitative change. This isn't philosophical, everyone. Previously, it took him 10 times longer to absorb the yin-cold energy, but now it only took 1/5 of that time to achieve the same effect. Very quickly, within the Chessie acupoint, the yin-cold energy formed a stream. The stream flowed faster and faster, and the anomaly that had occurred in the Dantia acupoint reappeared. Within a radius of 100 jiang, the yin-cold energy immediately surged into Wang Lin's body. The larger the stream in the Chessie acupoint, the more frantically his absorption range and speed increased. In a short period of time, it surpassed the previous limit, reaching a range of 1,000 jiang. Then the range continued to expand 1,200 jiang, 1,400 jiang, 1,500 jiang. The yin-cold energy within a 10-mile radius began to move. As if manipulated by some creature, it frantically poured into the pit, being devoured by Wang Lin. The yin-cold stream in the Chessie acupoint continued to expand. Wang Lin gradually felt he could no longer control it. He then seized the opportunity. With all his might, he attacked the Qi acupoint, beginning the process of opening the aperture. The stream of icy yin energy, like a shock drill, repeatedly pierced the Qi acupoint. Slowly, the Qi acupoint showed signs of being opened. This sign grew stronger and stronger. If opening the Qi acupoint was like breaking through a solid wall, then at this point, the wall was riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. As time passed, the Qi acupoint could no longer withstand the pressure and was completely opened. The potential of the human body erupted from the Qi acupoint like a volcano, rapidly merging with the icy yin energy, forming a very high-quality icy yin energy ray. At this moment, the spiritual power in Wang Lin's Dantian also began to fluctuate. Uncontrolled, it took advantage of the fact that the icy yin energy had not yet fully formed and rushed out, beginning to devour. Each ray of icy yin energy that formed was immediately absorbed by Wang Lin's spiritual power. After that, it gradually grew stronger. Slowly, as Wang Lin's spiritual power devoured more and more, the quality of his yin-cold spiritual power increased. A nebula suddenly appeared at the location of his Chessie acupoint. It moved slowly. A stream of blue spiritual power slowly diffused outwards. Wang Lin sensed this strange spiritual power within his body. His eyes flickered slightly, and he gently touched the stone beside him. In an instant, a blue light flashed, and the stone froze, emitting a chill. Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately kicked the stone, shattering it into countless pieces. Wang Lin examined it closely and instantly gasped. He was shocked to discover that the internal structure of the stone had completely changed. It no longer resembled a stone, but was instead composed of thin ice crystals. In other words, a light touch from him had not only frozen the stone, but also altered its internal structure, turning it into a solid block of ice. Wang Lin didn't know that after devouring and merging his spiritual power, a bizarre transformation had occurred. Even if Sichu Nan were to awaken, he wouldn't understand this transformation. In ancient times, besides the division of realms based on cultivation level, there was also a system related to spiritual power realms. Spiritual power was divided into three mysterious realms: extreme, Tao, and water. These three realms were unrelated to each other. But once formed, they would remain unchanged for life, unless one abandoned their cultivation and started over from scratch. Achieving these three realms was incredibly difficult. It wasn't a great feat, nor was it insignificant. It could only be said that one obtained them by chance. In ancient times, among the three realms of spiritual power, no one with even a little cultivation experience would choose the extreme realm. Although the extreme realm possessed high attack power, it had too many drawbacks. One of these was a fatal flaw. It represented the pinnacle of all things. From then on, the attributes of spiritual power could only follow one path, unable to merge with any other attributes. This became a crucial issue when breaking through the nascent soul stage to the transformation god stage. The transformation god stage required merging with heaven and earth, forming a cycle, not following an extreme path. That being said, the extreme realm still had many advantages. Anyone possessing spiritual power at the extreme realm was unrivaled among those of the same level. Once their cultivation reached the peak of the late nascent soul stage, even if they couldn't enter the transformation god stage, they would still be the number one person below the transformation god stage. Most importantly, as cultivation level increases, a peak level cultivator's spiritual power doesn't need any magical artifacts. Their spiritual power itself is the most powerful artifact. As for the Tao realm, it's the realm that all cultivators dream of. Legend says that once spiritual power reaches this level, the path to breaking through to the transformation god realm is within reach. Because of this, the Tao realm became the greatest dream of cultivators in ancient times. Regarding the water realm, if the peak realm is death, then the water realm is life. It's not something cultivators below the transformation god realm can even dream of. Even for powerful transformation god realm cultivators, the water realm is an extremely rare realm. All three spiritual power realms are vague and elusive. Especially since the disappearance of ancient times, rumors related to these three realms have gradually faded. Now, no cultivator cares about their spiritual power. They only care about their cultivation level. Wang Lin didn't know that his spiritual power, due to devouring too much yin cold energy, had undergone a transformation towards the extreme realm. The most important reason was that the Yellow Springs Ascension technique was a rare cultivation method that few could master to the point of producing extreme spiritual power. However, the technique that Sichu Nan taught Wang Lin differed from the ancient Yellow Springs Ascension technique. It had been lost over time and largely revised by later generations. As for the spiritual power reaching the extreme realm, the key reason was the heaven-defying pearl. Wang Lin looked at his fingertips, his eyes blinking. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head, lightly leapt up, and flew out of the pit. He then saw the strange figure with blue skin rushing towards him like a flash of lightning. Wang Lin smiled. He didn't harbor much animosity towards the strange man now. Seeing the opponent's speed was too fast, Wang Lin couldn't help but want to test his own strength. So, without a word, he used his extreme speed and quickly rushed forward. The distance between the two instantly shortened. The strange man with blue skin saw Wang Lin rushing towards him, and the fighting spirit in his eyes made him chuckle. Seeing that the opponent didn't have the small blue sword in his hand, a fighting spirit also arose in his eyes. Therefore, forgetting his purpose, he quickly stopped and pulled down the yellow talisman on his body. In an instant, a blue aura appeared outside his body. The strange man opened his mouth and inhaled, and the blue aura immediately entered his body. In an instant, the aura around the strange man erupted. The old man's eyes showed a serious expression, and he opened his mouth, emitting strange sounds, as if he wanted to say something to Wang Lin. Wang Lin knew that the 9 golden talismans on the strange man's body were very peculiar. If he was seriously injured, he could heal instantly just by pulling them off. Since then, Wang Lin had been very curious about those golden talismans. Now, the man had just pulled them off, and his strength had instantly doubled. Without a word, Wang Lin raised both hands, and spiritual power spread throughout his body. At this moment, Wang Lin's aura changed drastically. A little blue energy swirled around his body. A strong, icy aura emanated from him, revealing the ultimate coldness of all things. In the eyes of the strange man with blue skin, a glint of light flashed, and his mouth moved slightly. Wang Lin could understand one word: glasses. After saying that, the strange man clenched his fists. The bizarre symbols on his arms flashed, and veins bulged. He struck with the speed of a shooting star, throwing a punch. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and his icy spiritual power surged out, transforming into a massive fist that collided with the strange man. Upon contact, the strange man assumed a peculiar posture, 1 foot firmly planted on the ground. His center of gravity shifted to the left. His breathing was uneven. Suddenly, from all directions, a raging storm erupted, creating a whirlwind. All the surrounding rocks were blown away, creating a gap. Wang Lin's face flushed, and his body involuntarily recoiled 3 feet. He looked up at the strange man. The strange man was even more terrified than Wang Lin. He could feel the opponent's spiritual power entering his body through the fist, then spreading throughout his entire being, emitting a terrifying chill. If it weren't for the symbols on his body flashing several times to control the cold, he would have been frozen solid by now. Looking down at his blue arm, he was horrified to discover that the flesh and blood on his arm had completely changed. He looked at his arm, his face pale, glanced at Wang Lin, and uttered a single word. Wang Lin could only hear one word: extreme. Wang Lin said nothing. He didn't understand the strange man's meaning, so he shook his head. The strange man was stunned, then pulled down the talisman on his body. 2 streams of blue and white energy appeared and disappeared as his right arm returned to normal. But Wang Lin still noticed that his right arm was still trembling slightly. The strange man glanced at Wang Lin, snorted, and roared wildly before quickly leaving. Wang Lin watched his opponent's retreating figure, then sat down cross-legged, recalling the battle just now. A strange force was contained within the strange man's punch. It didn't seem like spiritual power, but some kind of special energy. Mirror. He remembered the word the strange man had said before he unleashed his attack. Ignoring the strange man's strength, Wang Lin felt very satisfied with the power of the mutated spiritual power. For this mutated spiritual power that could alter the structure of matter, Wang Lin named it Extreme Yin Spiritual Power. Extreme, that was the word the strange man uttered after seeing his spiritual power. Perhaps it's time to leave. After my Yellow Springs Aperture Ascension technique reaches the 5th level, I will leave here, Wang Lin murmured. I must find the Yin Land. Wang Lin knew that he had to find the Yin Land for the Yellow Springs Aperture Ascension technique to continue cultivating. If he relied solely on himself to break through the aperture, the probability of success was too low. Only by finding a high-quality Yin Land could he increase the probability of success. Although the air here was thick with Yin energy, Wang Lin guessed that the highest level this place could reach was only the 10th grade of Yin energy. Even if he was wrong, it would only reach the 1st or 2nd grade of Supreme Yin energy at most. It's important to know that among the 4 great Yin lands of heaven, earth, Zhuan, and Huang, the Zhuan and Huang lands are not much different from each other. But the heaven and earth are completely different. The earth Yin land, at the highest grade, is equivalent to the 1st grade of Supreme Yin in the Zhuan and Huang lands. As for the heaven Yin land, even at the ordinary grade, it surpasses the Supreme Yin in the Zhuan and Huang lands. While deep in thought, Wang Lin suddenly looked up and saw the strange man had returned. After arriving, he looked at Wang Lin for a moment, then pointed in all directions, took a few breaths, and shook his head repeatedly. Then he pointed at Wang Lin and then at himself. Wang Lin gradually understood that the other party wanted him to do as he wished. Wang Lin nodded. The strange man's speed was incredibly fast. He knew the way perfectly, easily avoiding dangerous spots. At times, he even entered a long crack in the ground. After emerging from the other side, Wang Lin suddenly realized he had just passed through an area full of animal bones. 2 days later, the two arrived at an extremely secluded part of the ruined city. At this point, they stopped to rest. Wang Lin looked around. Not far away was an intact tower-shaped structure. On top of the tower was a stone bead about 2 meters in diameter. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His stone bead was identical to the one in the ruins. At this moment, the strange man quickly climbed up and stood beside the stone bead. He quickly formed hand seals and placed them outside. After a while, light radiated from the stone bead in all directions. A straight column of light immediately shone towards the center of the ruins. From a distance, the column of light was invisible, its beginning and end unseen. Having finished that task, the strange man jumped down, waved his hand at Wang Lin, and then the two departed. In a short time, Wang Lin followed the strange man to another stone bead. Most of the area had collapsed, but the stone bead remained intact. Then, the stone bead opened again, emitting a column of light pointing towards the center of the city. After the last stone bead opened, under Wang Lin's gaze, the entire city instantly transformed. Along the way, Wang Lin secretly calculated that there were a total of 8 stone beads. The strange man looked up at the sun, a worried expression on his face, then increased his speed, leading Wang Lin towards the center of the ruins. The two walked without stopping, finally reaching the central area of the city by the afternoon of the 4th day. 8 columns of light from afar converged there. Upon reaching this point, the strange man stopped, prostrating himself on the ground. His eyes held a hint of sorrow, and he began chanting. His voice grew louder and louder, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Then a statue, approximately 100 feet tall, slowly rose from beneath the earth. It was the statue of a man with long hair and a simple, honest appearance. His eyes showed a shrewdness. In his hand, the statue held a spear about 100 feet long. A giant dragon coiled around the statue's body, its mouth agape revealing a ferocious expression. Its scales were half real, half illusory, making one shudder at the sight. 8 pillars of light converged on the statue, reflecting tens of thousands of rays of light. The statue's eyes gradually brightened. In an instant, Wang Lin felt as if the long-haired man had come to life. Stepping behind the statue, the strange man's eyes became even more haggard. He waved his hand at Wang Lin, pointing to the dragon's head, urging him on. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then quickly climbed up. In an instant, he reached the top of the giant dragon's head. As soon as he set foot there, he felt a wave of icy cold air emanating from beneath his feet. Wang Lin immediately sat down cross-legged, formed a hand seal, and conjured a ball of light. The ball of light instantly transformed as soon as it appeared. The crimson light intensified to its limit. Finally, with a loud bang, the ball of light disappeared. Wang Lin was startled. He knew this proved that the quality of the extreme yin land here had reached the limit of the imperial yin land, the 10th grade of absolute yin. Both joyful and fearful, he immediately began to absorb energy. The stream within his body rapidly increased. However, this time, it didn't expand its absorption area, but only covered a radius of a few meters. From afar, a red circle appeared around Wang Lin, enveloping the giant dragon's head. In an instant, Wang Lin had been sitting there for 5 days. During those 5 days, the strange figure still stood below, watching him intently. As time passed, his anxiety grew, as if the statue was about to bring about some trouble. 9 talismans on his body, though there was no wind, suddenly moved. On the 3rd day, his chassis acupoint finally broke through and then reformed. By dawn on the 5th day, the 5th level of the Huangquan Ascension technique had reached completion. Just one more step and he could condense the second cold pill. At that point, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would be no match for Wang Lin. For now, he didn't care about ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Next, he began to try to improve the quality of his spiritual power, merging it with the yin-cold energy of the 10th-grade absolute yin. He controlled the fusion while observing his spiritual power. Gradually, he noticed that the color of his spiritual power was getting darker and darker. Before, it was light blue, but now it had turned into a deep blue. He didn't know that his spiritual power was almost at the extreme realm. At this moment, the outside world suddenly changed, and the ground became gloomy. Clouds swirled in the sky. A dark mist gradually condensed, forming a large coffin that slowly descended. A ghostly figure slowly appeared on the coffin. A hoarse voice echoed through the heavens and earth. You say the master's nascent soul is hiding in this statue. The strange man standing on the ground's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he pulled down all 9 talismans. 9 kinds of energy appeared around his body. He quickly leapt from the ground, jumping to Wang Lin's position, disregarding everything, piercing through the red light circle, embracing Wang Lin, and swiftly descending. The moment the opponent appeared, Wang Lin instantly regained his composure. He saw the fear in the monster's eyes and also noticed the anomaly in the sky, so he said nothing, allowing the opponent to pull him down. After the two landed on the ground, the monster immediately formed a hand seal. A black stream suddenly appeared outside the statue, and the monster quickly pulled Wang Lin inside. At the same time, the 8 streams of light disappeared, and the statue slowly sank into the ground. At this moment, from the coffin in midair, the figure of a man resembling a dried corpse gradually materialized. His face was icy cold. Beside him stood a corpse demon, its entire body emitting a putrid smell, its eyes filled with greed. The man stared intently at the statue slowly sinking into the ground. His powerful divine consciousness instantly enveloped the entire ruins, examining them briefly. Finally, his gaze settled on the statue. At this moment, Wang Lin was pulled into the statue by the strange man. His eyes blinked, and he used his divine sense to scan the area, a look of surprise appearing on his face. The space inside the statue wasn't large. Inside were floating white crystals. In the center sat a black stone statue of a human figure, cross-legged. The statue's appearance was identical to the larger one. A purple light emanated from around the statue, illuminating several areas inside. Immediately afterward, a screen of light appeared inside the statue. The screen flickered a few times, then revealed the scene outside the statue. Through the screen of light, Wang Lin could clearly see everything outside. Looking over, the strange man's face showed fear, but his eyes revealed hatred. The man standing outside stared at the statue and calmly said, "Master, 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This time, you won't escape." Wang Lin took a deep breath, turned around, and stared at the strange man, saying, "Are you his master?" The strange man stared blankly at Wang Lin. At that moment, a glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a green light. The green light flashed and shot straight towards the stone figure. In an instant, a wave of death energy spread from the stone statue. The small green sword suddenly teleported, piercing through the death energy and striking the stone figure. But a series of sounds rang out, and a ball of light quickly flew out from within the stone figure. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and his right hand controlled the flying sword to change direction again, chasing after the ball of light. Only then did the strange man react. Its eyes showed a mixture of anxiety and anger as it stared at Wang Lin, pointing at the flying sword and crying out a few times. Wang Lin was stunned. Just then, an urgent voice came from within the ball of light. "Young friend, don't be so agitated. I have no ill intentions. I am the master of this outsider." At the same time, countless points of light from all directions converged, merging into a sphere of light, forming a figure only about a meter tall. Appearing before Wang Lin, the figure's demeanor was weak, its entire body dim. At first glance, it resembled a young boy. At this moment, it was trying to dodge the flying sword while bowing respectfully to Wang Lin. The strange figure angrily shouted, stepping forward to block the flying sword. While the other party was speaking, Wang Lin retreated a few steps, swung his hand, and the small sword flew behind him, its tip still pointing at the other party. The strange figure reached the other person, turned its head to glare at Wang Lin, muttering a few wah-wah sounds, then roaring a few more words, its eyes showing disappointment. The person smiled bitterly, lightly lifted itself up, and sat on the strange figure's shoulder. Patting the strange figure, it said, "You fool. Don't be disrespectful to the guest." The strange man's gaze softened instantly, but he remained wary of Wang Lin. He sighed, looked at Wang Lin, and said gently, "Young friend, there's no need to take action." Before he finished speaking, outside the statue, the man muttered a few strange words. In an instant, the entire statue trembled, stopping its descent. The man's expression changed slightly, and he formed a hand seal, spitting out a stream of purple energy. As soon as the energy appeared, it immediately merged into the surrounding walls of the statue. The statue's eyes emitted a purple light, and it continued to descend. The man snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed at the statue. The statue trembled again, slowly coming to a standstill. Immediately afterward, he continuously unleashed countless hand seals, producing thunderous explosions. But the statue remained standing in place. At this moment, inside the statue, the figure breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing weariness as he said to Wang Lin, "Under a moose attack, this statue could withstand half an hour. That's enough for me to explain to you, young friend." Wang Lin remained silent, staring intently at the other party. "I am Wu Yu. I wonder if you have heard of the Yin sect," the figure sighed, speaking. Wang Lin remained calm, looking at the small sword flying around him, and shook his head. Wu Yu smiled wryly, saying, "You don't need to be so wary, young friend. My nascent soul has already left my body, and after hundreds of years of continuous depletion of vital energy, it's very weak. Therefore, it poses no threat to you. But just now, your flying sword almost took my life." Wang Lin blinked, pondered for a moment, and said, "Who is the person outside? Are you his master?" Wu Yu's eyes showed a hint of helplessness, and he said, "He is my corpse puppet. I was originally one of the patriarchs of the corpse Yin sect. The corpse Yin sect has a special cultivation method. All disciples must find a corpse to cultivate into their own corpse puppet. As they progress, the corpse puppet also becomes stronger." Wang Lin blinked his eyes and said, "Your corpse puppet betrayed you." Wu Yu smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, "That's right. If there were a cultivation method to control it, the corpse puppet would never betray me. But unfortunately, 300 years ago, I brought it here intending to use the yin-cold energy of this place to break through to the nascent soul stage. But unfortunately, I failed at the last moment. The corpse puppet escaped from my control while I was seriously injured and my mind was shaken. At this moment, the vibrations of the statue were getting stronger and stronger." Wu Yu's eyes showed some worrying, and he spoke faster at that time. "Because I wanted to go into seclusion to heal my injuries, I couldn't go after it. Over 100 years later, when my injuries had healed, I went to find it. But I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter it had, but it had developed sentience. It even surpassed me, reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. I couldn't defeat it, so I had to let my nascent soul leave my body, luckily escaping. My nascent soul was severely injured and hid within this statue, not daring to come out. That corpse puppet outside is my body. Unexpectedly, under the influence of the yin-cold energy, it could also develop sentience. Oh! Wang Lin laughed coldly and said, "Are you trying to deceive me? As you said, if the corpse puppet has developed sentience, why doesn't it leave instead of still wanting to find you?" Wu Yu smiled bitterly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Little friend doesn't know. Actually, this matter is related to the secrets of our yin-cold corpse sect. Although the corpse puppet can escape my control, it has been refined by me for hundreds of years, and its mind is connected to mine. If it leaves me more than 100 miles away, it will immediately vanish into thin air. There is only one way to solve this problem: devour my nascent soul, breaking the seal I placed within his body. Only then can he escape my restraints." Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he said, "For hundreds of years, he hasn't been able to find you." Wu Yu touched the wall of the statue and said, "While fleeing, I accidentally entered this statue. The statue contains a miraculous power that can conceal my aura. Therefore, under its protection, I was able to survive." On the other hand, after the corpse puppet broke through to the mid-stage nascent soul, for some reason, it had to rest once after each outing. Each rest period lasted for 100 years. That's also one of the reasons why my nascent soul wasn't devoured. Then why didn't you leave while it was resting? Wang Lin's gaze remained calm as he asked, "I've tried countless times, but the forest is shrouded in a thick fog. That fog has a corrosive effect on the nascent soul's body. Even a little bit of it is unbearable. Originally, the corpse puppet couldn't find me. But unfortunately, this time my body has developed sentience, so through its bodily senses, it found its way here. Moreover, Agu, out of kindness, opened the statue for you. That's how he led the other party here. Alas, this is truly fate. No one can be blamed." Wu Yu smiled and continued, looking at Wang Lin. "Little friend, you and Agu met, and he told me about it. If it were 300 years ago, when I was first imprisoned here, upon seeing you, I would definitely try everything to seize your body. But now, I've wasted an opportunity to possess Agu's body. Unless I can reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul, I won't be able to possess another body." Wang Lin didn't believe a word the man said, but his expression remained calm. He glanced at the strange man and said, "Is he a fool?" Wu Yu nodded and said, "Little friend, I found a fool inside the statue. He was fast asleep at the time, and I wanted to possess him. Unfortunately, his body contained a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. My attempt at possession failed, leaving half of my nascent soul's essence inside Afu's body, trying to escape. However, thanks to that, when Afu woke up, he suddenly felt an inexplicable connection with me. Therefore, we relied on each other to survive. Since then, I knew that I would probably never have another chance to leave, until Afu told me he had met you. At this point, Wu Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Wang Lin said nothing, silently observing him. Wu Yu's face showed a pleading expression as he said, "I beg you, young friend, please help me. I cannot leave here. I beg you to go to the Yin sect and find senior brother Yizizai to rescue me." Wu Yu's face was full of pleading, and he hastily clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Wang Lin calmly said, "You said you have a way to help me avoid the corpse puppet and leave here." Wu Yu nodded quickly, sincerely saying, "I will use my last bit of nascent soul essence to open a teleportation array to the Yin sect for you. Then, you can directly come to my sect." Wang Lin stared at him, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, "Oh, if you can open a teleportation array, why don't you return yourself?" Wu Yu sighed, saying, "The corpse puppet cannot leave me more than 100 miles away, and neither can I. If we are more than 100 miles apart, he will immediately die. And while I still have a physical body, my soul will be damaged, but now with only my physical body remaining. The only outcome is the dissipation of my primordial spirit and death. I don't want to die, so unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to perish together with the corpse puppet." At this moment, the statue shook more and more violently, showing signs of being unable to withstand it any longer. Seeing that Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, Wu Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I, Wu Yu, swear on my nascent soul that if I deceive you in the slightest, I will surely be devoured by the corpse puppet. Young friend, please help me this one time. A Guo can go with you." The 9 talismans on his body that I saw when I met him also contained an unpredictable power. Moreover, I discovered that your spiritual power has a yin cold attribute. The cultivation techniques of our yin cold corpse sect also have that attribute. If you came here, you must want to borrow the yin cold energy here to cultivate. The yin cold energy here in the heaven and earth Zhuan Huang belongs to the yellow yin land. If you come to the yin cold corpse sect, it will certainly be very beneficial to you. Because the yin cold corpse sect has a secluded cultivation place called the yin yang land, Wang Lin's eyes slightly closed, and he opened his mouth to ask, if the yin sect already has the yin land, why did you come here to break through? Wu Yu glanced at Wang Lin. He noticed Wang Lin's cautious nature. No matter what he said, the other party remained calm. Hearing Wang Lin's question, he smiled wryly and said, little friend, I just swore an oath with my nascent soul. Alas, corpse puppets are different from living people. When their strength reaches a certain level, they must absorb the yin-cold energy of the yellow yin land. That's why I had to bring him here. At this moment, the statue shook violently, and countless cracks appeared. Cracking sounds emanated, and the cracks multiplied. Seeing that it was about to be destroyed, Wu Yu's expression changed, and he said anxiously, little friend, if you want to come to the yin sect to cultivate, you can say you are my disciple. I will use a secret technique to engrave it on your back. Then, the yin sect will not suspect anything. Little friend, time is running out. What are you still thinking about? As soon as he finished speaking, the statue shook violently again. Cracks spread across the statue. Some places even began to break through. Countless thoughts raced through Wang Lin's mind. He knew that if he didn't leave, he would be in danger when the corpse puppet entered. Thinking this, he said nothing more, nodding to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took a deep breath, his hands forming countless hand seals. A bright golden pentagonal shape slowly appeared before him. From the halo of light, 7-colored radiance emanated, emitting a powerful suction force. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, and the statue shattered into countless pieces. The corpse puppet's cold voice came through. Master, let's see where you can run to this time. Wu Yu's face was filled with terror. Without waiting for the teleportation array to fully open, he shouted, little friend, hurry. Whether I can escape or not depends entirely on you. After saying this, his body disappeared, burrowing into the stone figure. At the same time, Wang Lin's body moved slightly, rushing towards the teleportation array. At this moment, the teleportation array was fluctuating, showing signs of disappearing. The strange man hesitated for a moment, then followed Wang Lin, rushing into the teleportation array. Just then, the statue crashed down with a loud bang. The man's eyes showed a mocking expression. He was about to speak when he suddenly froze, staring intently at the teleportation array, his expression changing. After Wang Lin entered the teleportation array, he felt as if he had stepped into a passageway. His body seemed to stretch infinitely. Countless points of light flashed around him. He looked behind him. The strange man, Deng Sisi, was also following him in astonishment, constantly glancing around. After seeing Wang Lin looking at him, he grinned, no longer wary, his eyes filled with bewilderment. After an unknown period of time, a dazzling area of light finally appeared. The light intensified, almost completely engulfing the passage. Immediately afterward, a powerful suction force emerged, quickly drawing Wang Lin and Ah Guan. The Yin Corpse sect was a demonic sect in Zhao Kingdom. While its strength was inferior to the #1 demonic sect, the Heavenly Dao sect, it was shrouded in mystery and unpredictability. No one outside knew how many disciples the sect had, where they were located, or how many nascent soul stage masters were within. There were even rumors that the Yin Corpse sect had been annihilated many years ago. In short, it was a sect with many rumors surrounding it, yet it was also a sect that could never be forgotten. And this was something future generations could understand. It was the Yin Corpse sect's cultivation method. A Yin Corpse sect disciple had only one chance in their lifetime to refine a corpse. Once successful, they would never change for the rest of their lives. This is a cultivation technique with many miraculous achievements. For disciples of the Yin sect, besides their own cultivation, the cultivation of their corpse puppets is also very important. The reason this technique is considered miraculous is because 500 years ago, a late-stage foundation establishment disciple of the Yin sect was able to possess a corpse puppet with the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Although that disciple eventually disappeared, his appearance shook the entire cultivation world of Zhao Kingdom. Especially those with lower cultivation levels dreamed of joining the yin sect. However, despite everyone's search, the yin sect's mountain gate remained like a hazy cloud, undiscovered. In the far west of Zhao Kingdom lies a vast plain. This place is covered in icy cold air year-round. Even cultivators rarely venture there. This is because, besides being shrouded in cold air, it is home to many nascent soul cultivators. They didn't want to come into contact with that aura either. Anyone below the nascent soul stage who touched it would surely be injured. There was a powerful restriction here, surely containing some kind of treasure. That thought crossed the minds of every cultivator. Therefore, the demonic cultivators led their demonic masters into the area. After several months, they finally broke the restriction and entered. But everyone was surprised to find the plain completely empty, with nothing special about it. The demonic cultivators searched deep underground, but found nothing. This treasure hunt turned into a farce, ridiculed by the Righteous Alliance. Gradually, because of the powerful restriction and the lack of treasure, it was forgotten. In the center of the plain, there was a place shrouded in mist. Within the mist was a vast swamp. Beneath the swamp was a gigantic cave. Inside the cave were countless branches leading to various places. Each branch leads to a small cave. From these small caves, countless passages branch off. Almost the entire plain is covered with countless caves. This place is the mountain gate of the most mysterious demonic sect in Zhao Kingdom, the Yin sect. The central cave is as wide as several grand halls of the Hengyu sect. Around the cave stand 8 purple wooden pillars, forming a magic array. A stream of spiritual power slowly emanates from within. Countless strange symbols and patterns are carved on the 8 wooden pillars. A yellow light radiates from around the 8 pillars. From above, these rings of light intertwine to form a luminous sphere, enveloping the area. On the 8 wooden pillars, 8 young men sit cross-legged. Behind each of them is a coffin. At this moment, within the luminous sphere of the 8 wooden pillars, 5 people suddenly appear. One of the 5 is a young man wearing a blue robe. Even the coffin is blue, appearing within the formation. One of the young men sitting on the 8 wooden pillars suddenly opened his eyes, indifferently looking at the newcomers, and coldly said, "Where are you from?" The young man in blue quickly bowed, respectfully saying, "A second-level cultivation nation, Lu Kingdom from the Yin sect. When he has come to participate in the promotion examination." The young man glanced at him, coldly saying, "The 18th cave on the right. Go." The young man respectfully clasped his hands and left the formation. After calculating for a while, he slipped into one of the surrounding passages. The young man nodded, without saying a word, and closed his eyes. Over the next few hours, several more people emerged from the formation one after another. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level upon appearing, had the light circle flash 13 times. 2 of the 8 young men opened their eyes. Time continued to pass, and suddenly the light on the formation flashed 6 more times. On the giant tree, a young man opened his eyes, staring intently at the formation. At that moment, 7 flashes of light appeared. Another young man opened his eyes. Both of them gazed intently at the formation. Immediately afterward, the formation flashed again, the number of flashes reaching 28. It seems another senior has arrived. 2 more young men opened their eyes. 4 pairs of eyes, filled with a hint of reverence, looked at the formation. As soon as they finished speaking, the spiritual energy outside the formation retracted in an instant. Rumbling sounds emanated from within the formation. The number of flashes of light rapidly increased, finally emitting a continuous light. The remaining 4 also opened their eyes. When the number of flashes of light reached 41, 8 people quickly stood up. They all knelt on one knee, their hands forming a strange hand seal, and loudly exclaimed, "Welcome, Senior." Senior, as these 2 words left their mouths, the light within the formation flashed, 43 beams of light, not a single one weaker, simultaneously emitting a dazzling brilliance. The expressions of the 8 people on the 8 large wooden stakes changed drastically. Their eyes darted around, instantly filled with fervent reverence. Their bodies, which had previously been kneeling on one knee, now prostrated themselves on the ground, their heads raised, staring intently at the formation. It's important to know that if the light within this formation flashed brighter than 41 beams, the person's status represented that of a nascent soul ancestor. With such significance, the 8 of them naturally displayed such behavior. Slowly, 2 figures appeared within the formation, gradually coalescing. Among them was a young man, barely 20 years old, with a cold demeanor and a relaxed bearing. He wore a black robe that further accentuated his resolute aura. Behind him was a strange figure with blue skin, covered in countless bizarre symbols, and 9 talismans were visible on his body. The moment these two appeared, a chilling aura instantly spread around them. One of the 8 suddenly let out a soft sigh, and the others also showed expressions of astonishment, their eyes flickering as they looked at the 2 figures in the teleportation array. This person was Wang Lin. Upon appearing, he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a green light. The green light flashed and swirled around his body, radiating an oppressive chill in all directions. After a brief glance with his divine sense, Wang Lin felt somewhat reassured. The 8 people surrounding him all possessed cultivation at the 15th level of the condensation chess stage. If even a hint of murderous intent were to arise in his heart, he could kill all 8 people in an instant. The eccentric Ng Cici didn't know why his movements were a little erratic when changing the teleportation channel, but at this moment, he stood still behind Wang Lin, his eyes fixed on the runes on the wooden stakes, as if thinking about someone, remaining silent. The 8 people around him stood up, one of them a young man with a peculiar look in his eyes, clasped his hands and said, "Senior." "Who are you?" Wang Lin had carefully considered his words on his way here, so his expression was extremely calm. He glanced at the other person and said indifferently, "I am Wang Lin. Please inform Uncle Yi Zizai that I have something important to say." The young man was slightly startled, looked around at the people nearby, and then spoke. "Senior, I can't handle this myself. How about you accompany me to see the chief elder?" Wang Lin nodded and walked out of the formation, with a Guo following closely behind. The young man leapt down from the wooden stake, a coffin flying behind him. "Senior, please." As he spoke, the young man's body instantly moved, flying towards a nearby cave entrance. Wang Lin followed without a word. Along the way, the young man secretly assessed Wang Lin, his attitude becoming more respectful as he observed him. In the cultivation world, strength is everything, and Wang Lin's cultivation had now reached the foundation establishment stage, clearly earning the young man's respect. A glow behind Wang Lin, in particular, attracted all of the young man's attention. Similarly, Wang Lin also assessed the other party from behind, especially the coffin behind him. From within the coffin emanated streams of energy, concealing a layer of mist that blocked the divine senses of others. However, with Wang Lin's cultivation level nearing the mid-stage, he only needed to concentrate for a moment to detect the trick inside. Inside the coffin was a corpse, gaunt and thin like a stick, seemingly asleep. The moment Wang Lin noticed it, the corpse opened its eyes, its dull gaze containing a hint of killing intent. The young man seemed to sense something, patted the coffin, and the corpse inside immediately closed its eyes. The young man looked at Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "Senior, this corpse puppet was given to me by my master. I heard it was obtained while clearing a battlefield. Its 5 senses are extremely sharp, and its killing intent is too strong. I had to expend a great deal of effort to successfully refine it." Wang Lin nodded and said, "Your corpse puppet's early foundation establishment cultivation is indeed impressive." Upon hearing this, the young man was startled, his gaze towards Wang Lin changing. He knew that the coffin containing the corpse puppet was designed to block divine consciousness, yet the other party could discern its cultivation level with just a glance. This was something a foundation establishment cultivator couldn't do. Perhaps the other party had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Thinking this, his attitude became even more respectful, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Senior, is that the corpse puppet behind you?" Wang Lin calmly nodded. The young man's face showed curiosity as he carefully observed Guo for a long time, then exclaimed in surprise, "Senior, how did you cultivate such a highly sentient corpse puppet?" Only the flying rakshasa of the water ancestor could compare to such a sentient corpse puppet. Wang Lin glanced at him, declining to comment further. The young man continued to size up Ng Cici, who, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, bared his teeth to intimidate the young man, making a series of wah-wah-wah sounds. Hearing Ng Cici speak, the young man was startled and exclaimed, "Senior, what level has your puppet evolved to?" Wang Lin frowned. The other party was truly nosy. He remained silent, not answering. The young man pretended not to notice his reluctance to talk and continued to ask various questions along the way. In less than a quarter of an hour, since Ng Cici had spoken, the young man had talked about the Eastern sect, then about his master, and then about the various patriarchs. Although Wang Lin didn't want to listen, the young man continued, but through his words, he could roughly understand the current situation of the Yin sect. Generally speaking, our Yin sect in Zhao Kingdom is quite formidable. Cultivation nations of the 4th, 5th, even 1st and 2nd tiers practically use us as a transit point. For example, in 1st and 2nd tier cultivation nations, the advancement of Yin sect disciples is always conducted by us. The surrounding passage widened until he saw the exit. A young man muttering to himself. At this point, Wang Lin could no longer bear it. Seeing the exit ahead, he immediately increased his speed and rushed out of the passage. What appeared before him was a cave even larger than the previous one. Inside were 5 massive stone pillars, each with a blue fireball hovering above it, radiating heat onto Wang Lin's face. In the center of the stone pillar sat an old man, his complexion rosy, his hair fluttering even without the wind. With each breath the old man took, a stream of azure energy shot out from the 4 sides of the fireball, entering his 7 orifices. In an instant, this stream of energy, having just entered his body, immediately exited, quickly merging into the stone pillar he sat upon. This phenomenon repeated itself in a bizarre and unpredictable manner. When Wang Lin flew into the cave, the old man's eyes immediately opened, sparkling with brilliance. He carefully assessed Wang Lin. Wang Lin's divine sense swept over him, and he immediately knew the old man's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, the young man behind him also flew over. Upon seeing the old man, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Elder, this senior has just emerged from the teleportation array, opening 43 beams of light. He wishes to meet Ancestor Yi." Upon hearing this, the old man's expression changed, his usually indifferent demeanor slightly altered. He cast a curious glance at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, who gave you permission to activate the Yin sect formation?" Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Wu Yu?" Hearing this name, the old man's face instantly changed. He jumped to his feet and asked, "Wu Yu, the ancestor, has been missing for hundreds of years? You? What are you to him?" Wang Lin glanced at him and said, "A disciple." The old man took a deep breath. Wu Yu held an extremely high position in the Yin sect of Zhao Kingdom. If the other party was telling the truth, he couldn't afford to offend him. Thinking this, he quickly smiled and said, "So, uncle has returned to the sect. I am Mu Yang. May I know your name, uncle?" Wang Lin chuckled, "I am Wang Lin. I dare not accept the title of uncle." Mu Yang laughed heartily, glanced at the young man behind him, and sternly ordered, "There's nothing more for you to do here. Return to your position. I will escort Uncle Wang to Ancestor Yi." The young man quickly agreed and left, muttering a few words under his breath as he departed. After the young man left, Mu Yang enthusiastically invited Wang Lin onto a stone pillar, smiling and saying, "Brother Wang, I wonder why the ancestor didn't return with us this time." Wang Lin gave him a meaningful look and casually said, "The old man's puppet has a problem, so it needs to be dealt with quickly." Mu Yang nodded and said, "Ancestor Wu Yu's puppet is only lower in rank than Ancestor Yi's flying rakshasa. The higher the level of the puppet, the more likely it is to have problems. However, with Ancestor Wu Yu's cultivation, handling this matter is very easy." As he spoke, he kept scrutinizing Wang Lin, trying to discern some trickery from his expression. Unfortunately, Wang Lin remained calm and composed throughout. Mu Yang pondered, "Brother Wang, wait a moment. Let me contact Ancestor Yi." After saying that, he potted his storage bag, took out a jade slip, held it in his hand, concentrated for a moment, and then threw it forward. The jade slip flashed a few times and quickly disappeared into a passage within the cave. Having done all this, Mu Yang glanced at a guo behind Wang Lin, about to speak, when Wang Lin, after observing the 4 pillars with blue fireballs on top, asked in surprise, "Brother Mu, these blue fireballs emit an aura of yin and yang. They are no ordinary objects." Mu Yang laughed heartily and said, "Brother Wang, this blue flame demonic fire was formed from the golden core of a master of the foundation establishment stage from the Righteous Alliance. It was then refined by Ancestor Yi's eye, and now it has become a treasure of our Yin sect. It is very beneficial to our cultivation, especially to the corpse puppets." Wang Lin looked at the blue fireball, slightly raised his right hand. And instantly a large cloud of purplish blue smoke emanated from the fireball, flying into his palm. He concentrated his attention on observing it for a moment. As soon as the yin-cold spiritual power was released, the blue smoke emitted a hissing sound, and in an instant it shrunk, finally transforming into a small blue sphere floating in midair. Mu Yang's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "Brother Wang, this technique of condensing smoke is truly remarkable. It's not easy to achieve without profound yin-cold energy. It seems Uncle Wu is very fond of you." Mu Yang's last trace of suspicion was dispelled by Wang Lin's actions. He didn't know that the yin-cold energy cultivated by the yin sect, while seemingly similar to the yin-cold spiritual power in Wang Lin's body, was actually very different. At this moment, the blue fireballs on the 4 dark stone pillars darkened, emitting plumes of green smoke that quickly gathered together, forming a phantom figure. A tremendous pressure emanated from this figure. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. Under the opponent's pressure, he felt a sudden fear. Looking at Mu Yang, he saw him kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with extreme reverence. "Are you a disciple of Wu Yu?" A cold voice emanated from within the figure. The sound instantly transformed into a strong gust of wind, and the blue fireballs on the 4 stone pillars dimmed momentarily. The deafening sound echoed through the cave, creating the illusion of divine pressure. Wang Lin took a deep breath, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "Greetings, Senior Yi." The figure gradually solidified, transforming into a middle-aged man of about 40. He had a handsome appearance, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a complexion as white as jade. He looked at Wang Lin, his face devoid of any emotion, and said, "Mu Yang, you may withdraw." Mu Yang, kneeling on the ground, immediately bowed and quickly withdrew, disappearing from sight in an instant. Yi Zizai waved his hand, and a thin curtain appeared. He sighed softly and slowly said, "Wang Lin, you're not a disciple of the Yin sect. There's no need to be so reserved. My junior brother Wu Yu must have encountered trouble." "Wang Lin, there's no third person here. Just speak." Wang Lin straightened his back. Before coming here, he had thought carefully. Anything related to Wu Yu couldn't be hidden from Yi Zizai. A nascent soul stage expert, it was best to be honest. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin recounted what he had witnessed at the ruined pine forest. Yi Zizai listened silently, not uttering a word. When Wang Lin finished, he sighed softly, closed his eyes in thought, and thought to himself, if Wang Lin's words are true. Junior brother Wu Yu mentioned before he left that his corpse puppet was about to advance to the next level. Moreover, the content of the conversation just now matches junior brother Wu Yu's personality. A corpse puppet must have been created. Who knows, junior brother, how could a rebellion by the corpse puppet be as easy as you say? Even I, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, have no way to defeat a corpse puppet. You sent Wang Lin here to deliver this message, I fear, for some ulterior motive. Thinking this, Yi Zizai's divine consciousness swept across, and suddenly he let out a surprised "Oh," according to what he had just investigated. Wang Lin's cultivation method was extremely similar to that of the Yin sect, both possessing the yin-cold attribute. After a moment of contemplation, he understood his junior brother's meaning. This was Wu Yu simultaneously seeking help and taking on a disciple for the Yin sect. After examining Wang Lin, Yi Zizai's divine consciousness stared at the strange man, aglow. After a while, he completely understood Wu Yu's meaning. This Agu's body was naturally suited to cultivating the Yin sect's cultivation method. Yi Zizai withdrew his gaze and slowly opened his mouth, saying, "Wang Lin, is this the Aguo who has been my junior brother's companion for several years?" Wang Lin nodded slightly. Yi Zizai took a deep breath and decisively said, "Wang Lin, I see that the spiritual power in your body also has a cold attribute, which is of the same origin as our Yin sect. Cultivating here would certainly be very beneficial. Are you willing to become a disciple of the Yin sect?" Wang Lin had already anticipated this on his way here, so without a second thought, he respectfully replied, "The disciple is willing." Yi Zizai nodded and said, "Very well, since you have the fortunate opportunity to meet junior brother Wu Yu, consider yourself his disciple. From now on, you are the second senior disciple of our Yin sect." After saying this, he pointed to the strange man behind him, Aguo, and said, "Aguo, follow me." Seeing Wang Lin hesitate, he smiled and said, "Aguo and junior brother Wu Yu have a very deep bond. I won't harm him. I want to take him as my disciple." After saying this, he waved his right hand, threw out a blue jade slip, and then casually grasped a body. While Ang Sisi let out a terrified roar, his figure vanished from the cave. Wang Lin took the jade slip, his divine consciousness briefly scanning it, and his expression immediately became somewhat strange. This jade slip only contained some simple spells related to the cultivation techniques of the Yin sect. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and his heart immediately relaxed. This was a sign of the other party being somewhat cautious, but Wang Lin didn't bother to pay attention. Looking up, he saw Mu Yang cautiously entering from outside. After discovering that Yi Zizai had left, he immediately flew to Wang Lin's side. He was about to speak, but upon seeing the color of the jade slip in Wang Lin's hand, he recoiled in shock, taking a few steps back and respectfully saying, "Disciple Mu Yang greets grandmother." Wang Lin was taken aback, looking at the jade slip in his hand and smiling. "Brother Mu, you shouldn't be like that. Does the color of this jade slip have some meaning?" Mu Yang gazed admiringly at the jade slip in Wang Lin's hand, then smiled wryly and took out a light blue jade slip from his storage bag, saying, "Master, just now you didn't have a jade slip, so I could address you by your seniority. But now that you have a jade slip, the rules of the Yin sect are very strict, and I don't dare to continue calling you that." He paused to catch his breath before continuing. "Look at the color of the jade slip in my hand. This is the only thing that proves one's identity in our Yin sect. The ancestor has a green jade slip, the Grand Master has a dark blue jade slip, the elders have a light blue jade slip, and finally, the disciples have a white one." Wang Lin retrieved the jade slip from his hand and was about to continue speaking when suddenly a hazy blue smoke emanated from the blue fireballs on the 4 stone pillars. Mu Yang's expression changed slightly, his right hand formed a hand seal, and he uttered, "Retrieve." The green smoke immediately gathered in one place and flew towards Mu Yang. Then it dissolved into tiny strands in the air. Mu Yang slightly opened his eyes, but quickly opened them, turning to Wang Lin and smiling, "Master, Ancestor Yi just sent a message saying that I should arrange a cultivation chamber for you. Shall I lead the way now?" Wang Lin was somewhat surprised by the secret techniques of the Yin sect. The method of communication just now was through smoke. He stroked his chin and nodded. Mu Yang's body moved slightly and he arrived at a cave entrance, and Wang Lin also lightly glided after him. The two moved very quickly inside, and along the way, Mu Yang briefly introduced the Yin sect. Moreover, Wang Lin had already gained some understanding of the Yin sect through the young man who was leading the way. The Yin sect is one of the 4 demonic sects, with over 1,000 disciples, all living underground. Everyone has their own dedicated training chamber, except for a few disciples who have gone abroad. All are devoted to cultivation. To be honest, calling it a demonic sect isn't quite right. Compared to the Heavenly Tao sect with its overwhelming demonic flames, the Joyful Union sect with its sinister atmosphere, and the Windless Valley with its overwhelming killing intent. The Corpse Sound sect, although it boasts corpse puppets, is full of cultivation fanatics. Every disciple of the Corpse Sound sect is a cultivation fanatic. This phenomenon has its reasons. The rules within the Corpse Sound sect are extremely cruel. Those who haven't reached the 10th level of the Cha condensation stage within 10 years, the Foundation establishment stage within 30 years, or the Golden Core stage within 100 years are all turned into corpse puppets. This bloody regime acts like a whip, constantly urging the disciples on, forcing them to become cultivation fanatics. Every year, several people are turned into corpse puppets, and each time the process is witnessed and remembered by the other disciples. Similarly, every year, disciples are sent out to search for those with exceptional talent, and no matter what method is used, they must bring them back into the sect to replace the disciples who have been refined. It's not that there aren't disciples who want to resist, but upon entering, a wisp of their soul is sucked out and sealed within a jade slip. The jade slips are divided into 4 types. The Patriarch's green jade slip controls his disciples. The Grandmaster's blue jade slip has the same effect, followed by the Elder's light blue jade slip. With layers of control, no one dares to resist. Mu Yang, however, couldn't fully understand it. The Yin sect is a colossal sect. Zhao Kingdom is merely a small part of it. He had once encountered an envoy from a 5th-tier nation who came on patrol, and the envoy's servant had a nascent soul cultivation level. Wang Lin became increasingly horrified as he listened. He couldn't help but wonder why Yi Zizai hadn't extracted a trace of his soul to seal the jade slip he had given him earlier. This same question arose when Yizizai returned to his body, and a voice emanated from within him. Why didn't you capture his soul and seal it onto the jade slip? A hoarse voice, like two iron rods rubbing against each other, rang out. Yizizai placed his right hand on Agu's head. After sealing Agu's consciousness, he sat cross-legged on the black stone bed. He made a hand gesture, touching his forehead, and his entire body trembled. A phantom figure slowly emerged from his body. The figure was somewhat blurry, its features indistinct. After leaving Yizizai's body, it hovered in midair. Looking at Aguo briefly, its right hand instantly rose and placed on Agu's head. Yizizai raised his eyebrows, his right hand forming a hand seal, and a small blue flame shot out from his mouth. The flame instantly transformed into a rainbow, blocking the claws of the figure. Rakshasa, this Immortality is a successor designated by my junior brother. You cannot harm him, Yizizai said coldly. The figure chuckled a few times, his body soaring through the air, his hands clasped around his shoulders, hovering high above, and shrieked, Yizizai, you and your junior brother are merely waiting for a cauldron. Initially, your junior brother quickly left while Lord Z was still unconscious, and now he's coming to you for help. This is truly walking into a trap. How ridiculous. Yizizai, now that you know his location, why don't you quickly help Lord Z devour Ryu? Yizizai's expression darkened as he stared at the other party, coldly laughing. Until you can completely devour me, don't even think about me obeying your orders. As for the great Master Z, I won't help you, nor will I help him. Whether he can devour my junior brother depends on his own abilities. The figure chuckled twice, not bothering to pay attention, and said, since you don't want to, I won't force you. However, you must prepare well for the 5th level consciousness refining competition. There are 10 people this time. Whichever cauldron you choose, remember your identity. You are just an external disciple of the Yin sect. And what do you intend to do with this brat NCC? Yizizai was silent for a moment, then sighed inwardly. 400 years ago, he had become a disciple of the Yin sect, and relying on his exceptional talent, he had cultivated to the nascent soul stage in 400 years. But at this moment, the corpse puppet regained consciousness and began to devour him. This process was quite time-consuming, and it was because of this that he came to understand a secret of the corpse Yin sect. The Corpse Sound sect is a colossal sect. As far as Yizizai knows, its highest level is at the 5th level cultivation nation. Below the 5th level cultivation nation, it's like a ladder, branching out into numerous subsects. The branches of the Corpse Sound sect have a very strict management system, forcing disciples to cultivate frantically. It's like raising livestock. That was Yizizai's first impression after learning the origin of this. When the livestock reaches the core formation stage, a grand corpse puppet ritual is performed in the 5th level sect's consciousness body. It is during this ritual that the consciousness is concealed and enters the corpse puppet's body. To put it bluntly, the Corpse Sound sect is the largest body-stealing sect in the 5th level cultivation nation. It's worth noting that the 4th level cultivation nations conduct major wars annually, and death is inevitable. However, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, with a little caution, they can easily preserve their nascent soul and escape. Therefore, the existence of the Yin Corpse sect is of great importance. Countless cultivators, whether they have lost their physical bodies or are preparing to possess them, are essentially trading with other bodies, and this takes place within the Yin Corpse sect. The Yin Corpse sect provides bodies, almost all of which possess extraordinary talent and have cultivated the sect's high-level techniques since childhood. The Yin Corpse sect has numerous branches, each practicing different techniques. The cultivators who frequent the Yin Corpse sect mostly come from 4th or 5th level cultivation nations. Because they want to seize bodies quickly, they have made a series of agreements with the Yin Corpse sect. Among these agreements is that each sect must provide its own foundational techniques, manage its own branch, and become a breeding ground for these livestock. The Yin sect of Zhao Kingdom cultivated the demonic arts of a 5th-tier cultivation sect, its name being the Yellow Springs Dao. Yizizai sighed inwardly. He had no intention of resisting, but the more he knew, the more he felt his own power was insignificant. So insignificant that he felt he had no right to resist. Moreover, once the corpse puppet devouring process began, unless one's cultivation level far surpassed the corpse puppets, it was impossible to reverse the situation. Furthermore, the yin sect system stipulated that when a disciple reached the nascent soul stage, even if their body was taken over, they would be given another chance to seize another. For example, Yi Zizai, after he was completely devoured by the corpse puppet, his nascent soul would likely perish. But his soul and consciousness would be extracted and recorded within a branch of the yin sect. Just like if someone else seized his body, he would be able to seize theirs in return. However, this opportunity is only once. If he ultimately fails to break through the nascent soul stage and enter the transformation god stage, then what awaits him is the fate of becoming cannon fodder on the outer realm battlefield. Once he cultivates to the transformation god stage, he will be promoted to elder in a 4th level cultivation nation. After that, he has 1,000 years. If he cannot reach the nascent soul stage, the result will remain the same. In response to Rakshasa's question, Yi Zizai coldly said, Aguo hasn't even reached the core formation stage yet. What does that have to do with you? He is a disciple designated by my junior brother. As long as I exist, he will be safe. As he spoke, a heroic aura surged forth. He stared intently at the figure soaring in the air, enunciating each word. I will not allow anyone to harm him. No one, Rakshasa chuckled loudly, his eyes flashing as he said, Yi Zizai, Agu's physique is quite impressive. It's very suitable for you to possess. Yi Zizai snorted coldly. He was indeed harboring this thought. The moment he saw Agu, he thought, this is the best body I could prepare for myself. That brat Wang Lin, he cultivates a rather strange technique, with a hint of the orthodox Yellow Springs Tao. No matter how he cultivates, this is an excellent cauldron. Yi Zizai, you still haven't answered me. Why didn't you seal his soul just now? The figure hovering in the air asked. Yi Zizai half closed his eyes and said, Agu isn't my only choice. Including Wang Lin, I have 2 options in total. But who will be the host and who will be the corpse puppet hasn't been decided yet. Before entering the golden core stage, I won't accept their souls. Otherwise, once these souls are sealed on the jade slip, they will become records of the Yin Corpse sect. If someone else steals them then, I won't benefit at all. He wasn't afraid of Rakshasa and spoke frankly, saying that he was creating a way out for himself, clearly indicating his willingness to be devoured by the other party. After saying this, he glanced slightly to the side and added, the outer realm battlefield has been cleared and will begin soon. I estimate that the token will arrive in a few days. The figure in the air chuckled hoarsely and said, this time, the Alliance of Cultivators Envoys has opened the outer realm passage. I only need to absorb a little of the outer realm spiritual energy to complete the final step of the devouring. Yi Zizai, according to the agreement between me and the Yin sect, your consciousness, after being devoured by me, will be retained. When you have a suitable candidate, I will directly help the person you designate to reach the core formation stage, so that you can enter, after learning the secret of the Yin sect. Yi Zizai understood that this would happen sooner or later, once every 100 years after the outer realm battlefield was cleansed. This was also the time when the final stage of devouring was completed. Yi Zizai sighed inwardly, closed his eyes, and said nothing more. At this moment, Wang Lin and Mu Yang had arrived at a spacious, shuttle-shaped cave entrance. Wang Lin could feel the path leading them deeper and deeper into the earth. As they traveled further, the density and cold energy emanating from beneath the ground increased. After a while, Mu Yang suddenly stopped at a wide cave entrance, bowed respectfully and said, Ancestor, this is where you should cultivate. This is one of the most suitable caves for our Yin sect to cultivate. After exchanging pleasantries with Mu Yang, Wang Lin entered. The cave entrance wasn't very large, only about 1/5 the size of Mu Yang's. A thick layer of blue frost covered the ground of the cave, a bizarre sight at first glance. The cave walls were riddled with tiny holes, from which chilling aura slowly emanated. Aside from these, the cave was otherwise empty. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then squatted down and touched the ground. A stream of icy air flowed from his fingertips, but as soon as it emerged, it instantly dissipated the thin layer of frost beneath the surface. Wang Lin's expression was somewhat indifferent. The yin cold spiritual power within his body far surpassed the coldness of the ground. Casually sitting cross-legged, Wang Lin formed a hand seal, following some minor spells recorded in the blue jade slip. Immediately afterward, his consciousness spread out and merged into the seal. The cave's surroundings began to move strangely, gradually closing off all openings. The entire cave had now become a sealed space. Wang Lin glanced around, his heart heavy. Joining the Yin sect was a matter of necessity. That day in the ruins, if he hadn't entered the teleportation array, he certainly wouldn't have been involved in the corpse puppet incident with Wu Yu. Now it seemed Wu Yu wasn't wrong. This place was indeed suitable for cultivating the Yellow Springs ascending aperture technique. However, here, Wang Lin always felt a sense of imminent danger, especially when facing Yi Zizai. At first glance, the other party's gaze and gestures seemed unremarkable, but Wang Lin felt as if a venomous snake was staring at him. This feeling shifted from him to a glow after the other party noticed him. This didn't lessen Wang Lin's vigilance. On the contrary, it intensified his caution. He was certain Yi Zizai had ill intentions. Wang Lin frowned and muttered, "It's a pity that Tidunan is still fast asleep." Otherwise, with his extensive knowledge, he would definitely be able to guess the other party's thoughts. At that time, he could find an opportunity to escape from here. However, since I'm already here, I should use this place to cultivate a bit first. Thinking this, his eyes flashed with light. He struck out several incantations with his right hand, and a rumbling sound emanated from the cave wall. Streams of white energy burst out, instantly filling the cave. Wang Lin opened his mouth and took a breath. The white energy, after a moment of chaos, immediately retracted, but then countless streams of white energy spread out from the small opening. The white energy entered Wang Lin's body and was immediately absorbed by his spiritual power. Wang Lin's expression was somewhat strange. He formed a hand seal and unleashed a beam of light. This beam of light then condensed together, forming a ball of light. Wang Lin's eyes didn't blink, staring intently at the light sphere. He saw the sphere's color suddenly turn a pale blue, and a faint light flickered. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he muttered softly, "A first-grade ordinary earth yin." At that moment, an infinite seven-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above Zhao Kingdom, its appearance obscuring the entire heaven and earth. The moment this cloud appeared, an overwhelming pressure instantly descended from above. All the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom, regardless of their location, sect, or activity, were terrified. Under its immense pressure, all the Cha condensation stage disciples were terrified, their spiritual power seemingly draining away. Even those in the foundation establishment and golden core stages had to close their eyes and sit down, adjusting their spiritual power. Only the nascent soul stage masters could resist the pressure, but even they showed slight changes in expression. In a secret place within the forbidden area of the Zhuandao sect, a man suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changing slightly, but then he showed ecstatic joy. Without a word, his body flashed and disappeared from the forbidden area. A moment later, his figure reappeared hundreds of miles away. Within the Zhao Kingdom, countless streaks of light suddenly shot out from various places, rushing towards the Tongshan Tower in the center of the Zhao Kingdom with lightning speed. If even cultivators were like this, let alone ordinary people, all the citizens of Zhao Kingdom were now bowing in reverence. It was traditionally rumored that once every 100 years, the heavens would unleash divine power, and today had arrived. Throughout the entire Zhao Kingdom, nascent soul stage masters simultaneously moved towards the Tongshan Tower. Yi Zizai, who was cultivating deep within the Yin sect, his eyes flashing with brilliance, also vanished from the spot. Before leaving, he used a green jade slip to transmit a message to all his disciples. "I will be gone for a few days. During this time, I will seal the grand formation. Anyone who attempts to break through the formation will be killed without mercy." Tang Hui Yuan, the ancestor of the Tang family, sitting in his wooden hut at the Tang family residence, also opened his eyes, looked up at the sky in astonishment, hesitated for a moment, and then used a jade slip to transmit a message to his family before leaving. The same phenomenon occurred in the demonic sects such as the Heavenly Tao sect, the Joyful Union sect, and the Windless Valley, as well as in the righteous sects such as the Misty sect and the Annihilation sect. Within the Zhao Kingdom, streaks of crimson light simultaneously appeared from all directions, hurtling towards the Tongshan Tower at incredible speed. The Tongshan Tower was a structure that proved a nation's membership in the Cultivation Alliance. Each member who joined the alliance had this tower built for them by the alliance. The Tongshan Tower served as the residence of the alliance's envoys, who did not participate in power struggles, only intervening in major events. Park Nam-jae was the first nascent soul stage expert to arrive at the Tongshan Tower. After all, he was a nascent soul stage expert from 500 years ago, and his current cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-stage, ready to advance to the late stage at any time. Moreover, with the tempering of the outer realm battlefield, he still held the top position in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. He wore a gray robe and silently appeared outside the Tongshan Tower, his gaze fixed on the towering structure reaching 8 layers of clouds. A faint, mysterious light emanated from its summit, making it seem unfathomable. Park Namzi's expression showed a hint of reproach as he looked at the tower. This was his second visit. The first was 500 years ago, when all 23 nascent soul stage masters of the Zhao Kingdom were forced into the outer realm battlefield under pressure from a 4th-tier cultivation nation. 500 years later, he was the only one left alive. 500 years ago, Park Namzi couldn't understand how he had survived, facing several major battles every day, his life hanging in the balance. During that time, he encountered countless powerful cultivators, some of whom could kill him with just a flick of their fingers. He had witnessed nascent soul stage masters from Zhao Kingdom, such as the patriarch of the Henyu sect, and Park Namzi, being devoured by an ordinary cultivator, leaving not even a belt behind. The more he saw, the more terrified Park Namzi became, and the more afraid he was, the more unwilling he was to remain at the nascent soul stage. Those 500 years had also taught him that besides the nascent soul stage, there were not only the transformation god stage, but also the soul transformation stage. With complex emotions, he bowed respectfully towards the inside of the Tongshan Tower, saying, "Park Namzi of the Xuandao sect greets the envoy." "Park Namzi, we have known each other for a long time. There's no need for formality." A clear voice emanated from within the tower, followed by an old man who stepped out. At first glance, the old man's appearance wasn't particularly remarkable. He wore a long, flowing green robe made of brocade, and his slightly protruding belly made him look somewhat comical. However, Park Namya dared not show any disrespect. With a flick of his right hand, a storage bag appeared in his grasp. He respectfully presented it with both hands, saying, "Envoy, these are some materials I collected upon my return, including the items you previously requested." The envoy narrowed his eyes, chuckled, accepted the storage bag, and put it away, saying, "Park Namya, you are the first person with nascent soul cultivation to return from the outer realm battlefield since I became an envoy of the Zhao Kingdom. I have reported your situation to the sect, and the higher authorities have sent word down that if you can advance to the late nascent soul stage within the next 100 years, we will make an exception and accept you as a registered disciple." A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Park Namsu's face. He took a deep breath and nodded hastily. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky and quickly descended to the ground, revealing 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man, who appeared to be only in his early 30s, had a handsome face, but an air of wickedness. Upon seeing the envoy, he immediately said respectfully, "Chen Huan of the Hewan sect greets the esteemed envoy." The woman, dressed modestly but with a hint of seductive charm in her eyes, respectfully said, "Chen Yan of the Hewan sect greets the esteemed envoy." The envoy nodded slightly, then paid no further attention to the two, and did not continue the conversation with Park Namsu. In his heart, only Park Namsu in the entire Zhao Kingdom was barely worthy enough for him to speak a few words to. Not long after, 10 more people arrived, including Teng Hui Yuan. The last to arrive was Yi Zai. As he entered the 1,000-mile radius of the Tongshan Tower, the messenger exclaimed in surprise, then looked up into the distance, a strange smile appearing on his lips. By the time all the nascent soul stage masters of Zhao Kingdom had gathered, the cloud cover above the Tongshan Tower had thickened. The messenger's face turned serious, his right hand forming a hand seal, conjuring a magical incantation into the air. Immediately afterward, the cloud cover in the sky became frenzied, and a red beam of light shone down from the heavens onto the top of the Tongshan Tower. This was followed by 6 other colors, blue, yellow, green, indigo, and violet, descending in sequence. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated with wondrous light. After absorbing the 7 beams of light, the Tongshan Tower immediately trembled, and a column of light several tens of meters wide shot up from within, piercing straight into the sky. The sky, illuminated by this light, formed a massive black hole, with flashes of lightning constantly appearing around it. Looking up, one could see ripples continuously spreading outwards from the center of the column of light. These ripples, once released, were like hot water poured on snow. The speed at which the clouds dissipated was visible to the naked eye. Gusts of wind blew from within the column of light, causing the robes of those around to rustle. Although most of the people present were at the early nascent soul stage, they were forced back several steps by the force of the wind. Only 4 people remained standing, not moving at all. These 4 were Park Nam-jae, Yi Zizai, the white-haired old man of the Pyomyo sect, and finally, the thin, withered old man of the Tiandao sect. The messenger's expression was unprecedentedly serious. With a slight movement, he appeared in midair and declared in a loud voice, Shaolin Yi, overseeing the 3rd-level cultivation nation, respectfully welcomes the Alliance's envoy. A massive head emerged from the black hole, coldly sweeping its gaze across those below. Even the 4 people, including Park Namya, all the nascent soul cultivators, felt a chill run down their spines when the enormous head glanced at them. Their nascent souls were almost destroyed. They had no doubt that if the other party stared at them for even a moment, their own nascent souls would surely shatter under the immense pressure. Phak Nam-ti was the first to recover, his face pale. The giant's appearance was very familiar. The giant clan's masters in the outer realm battlefield all relied on devouring others to increase their cultivation. The ancestor of the Hengyu sect was devoured by a giant clan master who hadn't revealed his true form. The giant's gaze finally settled on Ling Yi, his eyes gradually softening, and he couldn't help but say, the spiritual energy in this cursed place is so scarce. If it weren't for that damned agreement, I could have taken all the spiritual energy here. Listen, 5 months from now, the Outer Realm Battlefield's passage will open. Your Zhao Kingdom is responsible for clearing the northern part of the battlefield. There are 7 tokens here, and the rules remain the same. At least 4 of the 7 tokens must be destroyed. After 5 months, a maximum of 3 people will be allowed to enter the Outer Realm battlefield. If more than 3 tokens remain by then, the Zhao Kingdom's qualification will be revoked. After saying this, the giant opened his mouth, and 7 beams of light flashed and fell to the ground, revealing 7 ancient tokens. Having completed all this, the giant retracted his head back into the black hole. But immediately afterward, he poked his head out again and shouted, within the Outer Realm battlefield, if you discover a bead like this, immediately submit it. Submitting it will reward you with a high-level transformation-grade magic treasure. Your sect will receive 10 nascent soul-grade refining stones, and your cultivation nation will be upgraded by 1 rank. However, if anyone dares to take it for themselves, that cultivation nation will be wiped out. Lin Yu, this is information released by the high-ranking members of the Alliance of Nations. You will know the details in a few days. As he spoke, his eyes flashed, and the clouds in the sky transformed into the image of an object-to-stone bead with cloud patterns carved on it. If Wang Lin were here, he would surely recognize the pearl was on his chest. After saying this, the giant whispered a few words, and suddenly a huge army emerged from the black hole, grabbing a stone pillar on the Tongshan Tower and saying, Lin Yi, I'm taking this 7-colored Dharma artifact. I can't come here for nothing. A violent tremor resounded, and the pillar of light was directly pulled into the black hole by the giant. Then the black hole disappeared without a trace, and the 7-colored clouds in the sky also dissipated, and the sky instantly returned to normal. The messenger's face was somewhat unpleasant. He snorted softly, waved his sleeve, and flew into the Tongshan Tower. From inside, his deep voice came out. The old rules still apply. Core formation and nascent soul cultivators are not allowed to participate. Foundation establishment cultivators from the various sects are the main force in the competition for the token. Everyone return. The great battle will begin in 3 days. The 7 sects, both righteous and evil, each picked up a token, examined it briefly, and then left without a word. 3 nascent soul stage masters from the righteous sect, led by the white-haired old man, headed in the same direction. The gaunt eyes of the heavenly Dao Sect's Daoist flashed with light. Then he turned to the 2 beside him and said, Fellow Daoists, may I find a place to sit with you? Returning to Wang Lin, after the oppressive power of heaven and earth dissipated, he sat on the ground deep in thought. The moment the oppressive power appeared, Yi Zizai immediately sent a message saying he had to leave. Something must have happened. When Yi Zizai left, the Yin sect was immediately heavily guarded, leaving no chance of escape. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then extended his divine consciousness outwards, but upon contact with the 4 walls, it was immediately blocked, preventing further investigation. Only the small holes on all 4 sides did not hinder his consciousness. However, these small holes emitted an astonishingly cold aura, unfathomable in depth. Even after Wang Lin investigated nearly 100 meters, he still couldn't find anything unusual. But he could clearly feel that the cold was too intense. His divine consciousness was showing signs of being overwhelmed and dissipating. After pondering for a moment longer, he still didn't act rashly or carelessly, withdrawing his divine consciousness. Once his emotions calmed, he cast several spells, and his entire body's spiritual power circulated rapidly. Gradually, a layer of blue light appeared on his body. As soon as this light appeared, a flow formed around Wang Lin, and a large amount of white energy emerged from all directions through small holes, being absorbed by the flow. The numerous disciples of the Yin sect who were in seclusion, having just recovered from the pressure, were not yet able to calm down when Wang Lin began his breathing exercises, significantly reducing the surrounding cold energy. Because the cold energy emanated from deep within the earth, no one could observe it. Seeing the endless cold energy surging towards him, Wang Lin decided to stop the absorption process, closing his eyes to try and digest the cold energy within his body. While cultivating, Wang Lin suddenly noticed that the heaven-defying pearl on his chest emitted a cool aura. He was stunned, then quickly pulled the pearl out and found that there was now an extra drop of liquid on its surface. Wang Lin was both happy and apprehensive. He knew that the heaven-defying pearl's only drawback was that it contained no spiritual power. It could only rely on spiritual liquid for cultivation, but this spiritual liquid would become less effective over time. Only morning dew could maintain its effectiveness. However, morning dew was collected very slowly, so since cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique, Wang Lin rarely entered the dream realm. Nevertheless, he still collected dewdrops for later use in the dream realm. Moreover, he could sense that this liquid possessed a yin-cold attribute, and its spiritual energy fluctuations were unlike before. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and without a word, took out his gourd and began collecting the liquid. After collecting all the liquid, Wang Lin's eyes flickered a few times, and he tried to absorb more yin-cold energy. White mist instantly appeared from all directions. At this moment, Wang Lin's consciousness focused on the pearl, and he immediately felt a silent wisp of white mist enter the pearl. Immediately afterward, a drop of liquid appeared on the pearl's surface. Wang Lin's face lit up with joy, and he continued to slowly gather the liquid. The gourd's appearance had completely changed. Its blue outer shell now shimmered with light. Even Wang Lin felt a shiver run down his spine when he touched the gourd. If an outsider were to touch it, they would likely feel a bone-chilling cold, their blood freezing. Carefully placing the gourd back into his storage bag, Wang Lin took out another gourd, intending to continue his cultivation practice. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the stone bead, and his expression changed. Originally, the bead only had a faint leaf-shaped carving, but now another one had appeared to symmetrical leaves on the bead. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. According to Sijunan's prediction, the heaven-defying bead needed to absorb the 5 elemental spiritual energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to reach its peak. Only then would it be considered officially open to someone else as its master. The water elemental energy had already reached its peak, so the cloud carvings on the bead had long since disappeared, replaced by leaf-shaped figures, as if indicating it needed to absorb wood elemental spiritual energy. However, materials containing wood attribute spiritual energy are extremely difficult to find. Wang Lin had seen a few at the Tang family's trading market, but they were all incredibly expensive. Moreover, he didn't know how the pearl could absorb these materials. Even if he had wood attribute materials, it wasn't guaranteed that the pearl would evolve, so he abandoned the idea of buying them. But now, looking at it again, a leaf had naturally appeared on the pearl. This made Wang Lin reconsider. He wasn't in a hurry to leave this place anymore. He would at least wait until the pearl finished evolving, or he would have to understand the mystery within before leaving. However, there were a few things to attend to first. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he retrieved the bead. He formed a hand seal and unleashed a blue light. Upon striking the cave wall, a hole instantly appeared. Without a word, Wang Lin emerged, following the path he had taken earlier, neither fast nor slow. The passage wasn't long, and it didn't take long for him to reach the other end. Upon appearing, Wang Lin stopped. He saw Mu Yang sitting cross-legged inside the cave, staring at Wang Lin and saying, "Grandmother, please return." Ancestry instructed that no one should leave their cultivation place without permission. Please don't make things difficult for me. Wang Lin glanced around, then nodded and returned to the path leading to his cultivation cave. He knew something had definitely changed. The insect's guard was extremely strict, something Wang Lin had anticipated. However, no matter how strict it was, there was no need to station a mid-stage foundation establishment expert to guard Wang Lin's exit. Before arriving, Wang Lin clearly remembered that the guard was a disciple at the 13th level of the Cha condensation stage. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin used his cultivation body to find another passage leading outside. It didn't take long for him to reach the end of the passage, and in an instant, the entrance appeared before him. But after taking a few more steps, Wang Lin had to stop. On the ground sat a young man cross-legged, cultivating. His demeanor was icy cold. He stared at Wang Lin without saying a word, and behind him, a cyan coffin floated in the air. Another mid-stage foundation establishment expert, Wang Lin's gaze briefly swept over him before quickly withdrawing, then he turned and left. It wasn't until Wang Lin had gone far away that the opponent's divine consciousness dissipated from him. Wang Lin had passed through 11 passages in total. Except for 5 that were sealed and inaccessible, the others were guarded by Foundation Establishment Stage experts, and one passage even had a late Foundation Establishment Stage expert. He returned to his cultivation cave and sat down cross-legged. Everything was no coincidence. Combined with his judgment of Yuzai, it wasn't difficult to deduce that this was Yuzai's deliberate arrangement. The main purpose was to make it impossible for him to escape, even if he had wings. Wang Lin frowned in thought. Of the 6 people, excluding the late Foundation Establishment Stage expert, Wang Lin was confident that he could defeat the other 5 even if they had puppets. However, on the way here, Mu Young had led him through a total of 31 passages. Since then, he knew he couldn't leave in a short time. Once he acted, he feared he would be intercepted by late-stage Foundation Establishment or Golden Core cultivators of the Yin sect before he could even escape. Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, he was extremely hopeful that Sichuan would awaken. If Sichuan could teleport, things would be much simpler. He sent his divine consciousness into the stone bead and called out a few times, but found that Sichuan showed no signs of awakening. He sighed softly and abandoned his intention. However, Wang Lin also knew that leaving this place wouldn't be possible in a short time. He needed to investigate for a while first. With his hands forming a hand seal, after sealing his cultivation chamber, Wang Lin once again began to absorb the cold energy. This time, he not only took out the bead and gourd, but also took advantage of the white energy being absorbed to send his divine consciousness through the small hole. Wang Lin didn't disperse his divine consciousness, but instead concentrated it into a small opening, probing through it. From then on, the observation range of his divine consciousness increased significantly. Originally, his divine consciousness could only observe a radius of 1,000 meters, but due to the strong resistance on all 4 sides of the cave, it was completely confined within the cave. Wang Lin continuously breathed in and out, white mist constantly escaping, his divine consciousness like a tiny thread constantly probing inside the opening. The passages inside the small opening were extremely intricate, yet their size was surprisingly uniform. Very quickly, he reached the location he had previously probed, about 100 meters from where he was now. After reaching this point, further probing with his divine consciousness would be difficult. The cold air here was like a tide, layer upon layer. If Wang Lin hadn't cultivated the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique, which gave him great immunity to the yin cold energy, he would have instantly dissipated upon being attacked. However, as things continued like this, Wang Lin's detection speed slowed down. He didn't know how long it took, but his divine sense finally managed to probe about 300 meters. At this point, the yin-cold energy emanating from him grew stronger and stronger, continuously surging forward, and simultaneously, a door appeared in this place. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, his divine sense shattering the door in front of him and rushing inside. The sight before him startled Wang Lin, who had been sitting still with his eyes closed, causing him to open them wide. This was a very large cave, and inside there were countless small holes. Wang Lin's consciousness entered through one of these holes. In the center of the cave was a huge coffin. From the outside, the coffin looked very ordinary. It didn't even have any decorative patterns, but a chilling aura emanated from it, escaping through the tiny holes in the walls. Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, his consciousness examining the coffin's surroundings for a while, then he immediately entered to observe. Unexpectedly, there was no obstacle inside the coffin. The coffin was empty, with only a large circular hole from which the chilling aura escaped. The chilling aura here was quite dense, forming waves that prevented Wang Lin's consciousness from probing further. Wang Lin was in his cultivation chamber, his eyes showing a hint of determination. He wanted to understand the source of the yin-cold energy in this place, and why the stone bead could absorb yin-cold energy and evolve. Without much thought, he potted his storage bag, took out the yin-cold gourd he had just collected, and took a small sip. Even with his current physical condition, Wang Lin couldn't help but shiver when drinking the water from the gourd. Very quickly, his senses became numb. Without wasting any time, Wang Lin immediately circulated his spiritual power to perform breathing exercises. His consciousness also became more solid than before. After being continuously replenished, his consciousness was like a drill, fiercely piercing into the hole. Wang Lin's consciousness struggled to enter the hole, several times almost being shattered by the yin-cold energy. When it penetrated about 400 meters, the yin-cold energy reached its limit and once again formed a door. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, fiercely raising the gourd to drink another gulp of the chilling morning dew's spiritual power. His consciousness, infused with renewed strength, then launched an attack on the door. Instantly entering, Wang Lin was startled by the scene inside. A gigantic male corpse floated in midair. Compared to this corpse, Wang Lin was only the size of its fingertip. On its body, a green plant constantly moved. Its movement caused the colossal corpse to wither rapidly, only to immediately return to its normal state. This cycle continued, with the chilling energy emanating from the plant. Wang Lin stared blankly for a moment, carefully examining it with his consciousness. The more he looked, the more horrified he became. This corpse had clearly been intentionally left here, its primary purpose being to nourish the green plant growing on it. Obviously, the reason why the insect possesses such high-quality yin-cold energy is due to that plant. Even the Heaven-defying pearl's ability to evolve is closely related to this plant. After observing for a long time, Wang Lin slowly withdrew his divine consciousness. This place was extremely strange. After entering, Wang Lin continuously felt danger. Just as he was about to leave, a male voice suddenly pierced through the air. Wang Lin withdrew his divine consciousness without a word, but to his horror, the yin-cold energy here suddenly became frenzied, blocking his consciousness. At this moment, the voice was getting closer, and Wang Lin could vaguely hear the content of the words. "Save me." Wang Lin decisively grabbed the gourd and took another sip of the liquid inside. His divine consciousness immediately vibrated, fiercely breaking through the yin-cold energy all around. It was hard to imagine that at this moment, the icy coldness, carried by his consciousness, entered his body. It mingled with the yin-cold liquid that hadn't yet dissolved, causing Wang Lin's face to turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood froze instantly upon exiting his mouth. Even so, when his consciousness finally broke through the last obstacle and rapidly retracted through the small hole, instantly returning to his body, Wang Lin felt a chill run down his spine. After spitting out the blood, fear appeared on Wang Lin's face. He didn't dare to investigate further and immediately began breathing exercises to calm the yin-cold energy within his body. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat fearful as he looked at the small holes all around him, remaining silent. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been at the yin sect for 4 days. During these 4 days, except for the 3 days before when he used his consciousness to probe underground, he hadn't taken any other action. Each day, he only collected the liquid from the pearl. The pearl, which previously had only 2 leaves, now had 3. According to Wang Lin's calculations, the number of leaves should be the same as the number of clouds, both 10. Moreover, having previously experienced the increase of clouds, Wang Lin knew that the rate of leaf growth would gradually slow down. If he relied on the yin-cold energy here, it would probably take several years for the wood attribute spiritual energy to reach perfection. However, the yin sect wasn't a place to stay for long. After some thought, Wang Lin decided to investigate the giant underground again. This time, he would find a way to enter, and then he would personally pluck some green plants from it, which would surely cause the pearl to evolve wildly. However, doing so was extremely dangerous, to dangerous indeed, and Wang Lin hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the idea. He knew that with his current cultivation level, no matter how careful he was, the chances of obtaining that green plant were not very high, and he might even lose his life. Having made that decision, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a sword sheath instantly flew out in front of him. This sheath was something Wang Lin had acquired after attempting to refine it once after reaching the foundation establishment stage, but without success. However, he had grasped some methods of using it, though the effect wasn't the best. At this point, he could only fit the flying sword into about 3/5 of the sheath. Wang Lin had studied everything related to the sheath for a long time. Although Sichuan had said that this sheath was somewhat peculiar, its value far surpassed that of the sacred flying sword he had forged with blood. Zhang Hu had said that his master had discovered this flying sword and sheath in a cave. Furthermore, except for himself, anyone who hasn't reached the core formation stage cannot refine these items. This statement is likely partly true and partly false. These two items aren't impossible to refine, but the refining time is too long below the core formation stage. And the spiritual power consumed is enormous. If the core formation is successful, then relying on the core fire, this process can be shortened. Unfortunately, the blood refining technique can only be used on one item at a time. Otherwise, it could also be applied to this sword sheath, making the process much simpler. Wang Lin muttered. Wang Lin's eyes stared intently at the sword sheath without blinking. To increase the power of the flying sword, the sheath definitely needed to be refined once. Considering it again, although he hadn't reached the golden core stage yet, he already possessed a cold core from cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique. The yin-cold spiritual power in his body now mainly came from this cold core, and he had carefully studied it for the past few days. However, back then, after transmitting the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique, Sichuan had seriously told Wang Lin that the cold core was vastly different from the golden core. Unless absolutely necessary, one should not allow the cold core to leave the body. Otherwise, after a long time, the cold core would immediately dissipate, requiring another cultivation process. The first time he refined it was just after successfully entering the foundation establishment stage, but now, after cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascending Aperture technique, the spiritual power in his body had mutated, and even his cultivation had reached the peak of the early foundation establishment stage. He could break through to the middle foundation establishment stage at any time, thus making the chances of successfully refining it slightly easier than before. Thinking of this, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of icy blue spiritual energy. This spiritual energy, upon touching the sword sheath, instantly transformed into a thin layer of mist, enveloping the entire sheath in a flash. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the scabbard, which slowly rotated in the air, emitting a beautiful blue light. His hands moved continuously, unleashing several streams of blue light. Each time the blue light struck the scabbard, it vibrated slightly. Gradually, his movements became faster and faster, each stream of blue spiritual energy almost forming a straight line. The frequency of the scabbard's vibrations increased relentlessly, showing no sign of stopping. Sweat began to bead on Wang Lin's forehead, but the surrounding cold air quickly froze it, causing it to fall to the ground. Wang Lin paid no attention to this. He watched the scabbard moving in the air, quickly unleashing several streams of blue light with one hand while simultaneously reaching into his storage pouch to retrieve a gourd. He immediately took a sip of the icy morning dew from the gourd and continued his refining process. Time slowly passed, and the vibrating of the sword sheath grew longer and longer. Besides the flickering blue light, a pattern gradually emerged from the sheath. Seeing this pattern, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and stopped emitting the blue light. He quickly adjusted the spiritual power in his body, thinking to himself, "My cultivation is 5 times stronger than before." Previously, when Sichuan taught me this method, using spiritual energy to force the formation on the sword sheath to appear, I had to unleash over 5,000 streams of spiritual energy. Finally, I was exhausted and couldn't continue refining it. But now, I've only unleashed 1,000 streams of spiritual energy and the formation has appeared. Although my cultivation has increased, I'm still far inferior to a core formation stage expert. Sichuan once said that a core formation stage expert only needs to unleash a few streams of spiritual energy to force the formation to appear. Taking a deep breath, Wang Lin formed a hand seal with his right hand, pointing it at his lower abdomen. His chest instantly contracted, and a pained expression appeared on his face. He slowly raised his right hand, then opened his mouth, and a small, fist-sized cold pill flew out. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. He gasped for breath, then immediately pointed a finger at the cold pill. The cold pill quickly dissolved, forming a pool of blue liquid. At this point, Wang Lin's face became even paler, devoid of any color, but his expression was one of solemnity. He carefully controlled the liquid formed from the cold pill, slowly pouring it into the sword sheath. Having finished everything, the heaviness on Wang Lin's face intensified. His eyes flickered as he stared intently at the formation appearing on the sword sheath. He clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and released a stream of blue spiritual energy. As soon as the spiritual energy touched the sheath, the entire sword and sheath burst into a blue flame. Calling it fire was somewhat inaccurate, because while it resembled a flame, it lacked any heat. On the contrary, the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped, emitting a chilling aura. Wang Lin watched intently, carefully controlling the cold fire, and began the refining process. The cold fire was modeled after the alchemical fire of a core formation cultivator. He had experimented with it himself, but because he had no one to discuss it with, he was very cautious. After much deliberation, he concluded that, theoretically, his own cold fire should be sufficient for refining weapons. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, on the plains outside the Yin sect, Yi Zizai's figure shot across the sky like a shooting star, then landed on the ground. He lightly stomped his foot and instantly vanished into the night. When his figure reappeared, Yi Zizai was standing in his secluded cultivation place within the Yin sect. His face was grim. Along the way, he had been secretly calculating the advantages and disadvantages of joining forces with the 3 demonic sects this time. 100 years ago, in the competition for qualification to enter the outer battlefield, the demonic sects won. But this time, because of the appearance of a man surnamed Park in the righteous sects, the Xuandao sect was also involved. This would undoubtedly add to the trouble. The final outcome was still unknown. He frowned, tapped his forehead, and muttered, "That young man surnamed Park. Are you sure you can handle him?" A hoarse voice emanated from within Yi Zizai's body. Although that junior's cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, it has already reached its peak. If he's lucky, within 100 years he will definitely be able to enter the late stage, becoming a top expert of the 3rd-tier cultivation nation. If I could devour him, I naturally wouldn't pay him any attention. But right now, I don't want to cause any more trouble. Yi Zizai remained silent. After a while, his right hand suddenly flipped, producing a jade slip. The jade slip was a vibrant green. Many tiny, blood-red symbols flickered on it. Foundation Establishment Stage disciples from Caves 77 to 99 quickly proceed to assemble at Cave 36. Yi Zizai finished speaking and paused thoughtfully. He glanced at NCC, who had been sealed away in seclusion for several days. Having made his decision, he took out another jade slip, placed it on his forehead for a long time, and then removed it. Mu Yang, who was in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. A jade slip flew out from his storage bag. His expression changed slightly as he picked it up. His face then gradually turned gloomy. After a long while, he sighed and muttered, "Fortunately, 3 years ago I broke through to the early Foundation Establishment stage, leaping from Cave 87 to Cave 72. Otherwise, I'm afraid my life would have been lost this time." Suddenly, a wisp of smoke appeared silently before him, transforming into a jade slip. Mu Yang was startled, then focused his gaze on it, and immediately let out a cold laugh. Without a word, he turned and swiftly flew towards where Wang Lin was cultivating. Not long after, Mu Yang entered the spacious cave where Wang Lin was. Seeing the cave entrance closed, he raised his hand and placed it on the door, gently channeling spiritual power into it. After several tremors, he raised his voice and said, "Master, the ancestor has summoned the Foundation Establishment Stage disciples together at Cave 36. I've come to guide you." A moment later, receiving no response, he frowned. Through the jade slip, he realized the ancestor didn't favor Wang Lin at all. Moreover, before leaving, the ancestor had specifically instructed several Foundation Establishment Stage disciples, including himself, to station guards around the 4 sides of the passage. Therefore, it was clear that Wang Lin was essentially a prisoner. But Mu Yang was a shrewd and calculating man, and naturally wouldn't reveal his intentions. Just then, the cave entrance creaked and slowly opened, revealing Wang Lin, who looked weary. Mu Yang glanced at Wang Lin and smiled, saying, "Master." "What's wrong?" Wang Lin didn't answer, but instead held out a dark blue jade slip, saying, "Where is cave 36? I'd appreciate it if Brother Mu could guide me." Mu Yang didn't bother to pay attention, nodding and turning to lead the way. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he chuckled inwardly before following behind. After many days of refining, although the sword sheath wasn't completely refined, it had improved from 3/4 to 4/4, significantly increasing the flying sword's power. After wandering around the spacious cave for a while, the two arrived at a large cave where 16 stone pillars stood tall. Each pillar was covered in clusters of blue fireballs, emitting a gloomy light that darkened the entire area. Inside, 20 people stood neatly arranged. Behind each person floated a coffin. Although the coffins varied in shape, they all exuded a powerful aura. After leading Wang Lin to the place, Mu Yang glanced at the people with a complex expression. Then, without a word, he turned and left. Wang Lin frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. He glanced around at the people nearby several times. The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. Most of them were clearly newly advanced foundation establishment cultivators. However, most of them seemed rather stiff. There were no mid-foundation establishment cultivators, but there were 3 late foundation establishment cultivators. However, these 3 looked like dead men. Wang Lin's pupils narrowed slightly. At that moment, the 16 fireballs on all sides suddenly dimmed, and immediately afterward, the figure of Yi Zizai silently appeared in midair. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin noticed that most of the disciples showed fervent eyes. Yi Zizai swept his gaze around. His eyes met Wang Lin's several times. Then he calmly said, "The 100-yearly opening of the Outer Realm battlefield is approaching. To qualify for entry, we must compete with the righteous path. This competition follows the usual practice, meaning that those in the core formation and nascent soul stages are not allowed to participate. You will be taken to Juming Valley shortly. After arriving there, all actions related to the Yin sect will be led by Du Chen. Du Chen, come out here." A middle-aged man in black slowly emerged from the group. Wang Lin glanced at him. This middle-aged man was indeed one of the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, having entered the false core realm. "This is the token to enter the outer battlefield. Keep it. Remember, the main purpose of this competition is to seize the opponent's token. Also, be careful of those 3 demonic sects. If you kill 5 enemies, you are free to collect their souls." After saying this, Yi Zizai threw the token to the middle-aged man. Then he took out 3 jade slips, his eyes turning cold as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm as usual, looking at Yi Zizai without saying a word. "Everyone here has left a trace of their soul in these jade slips. Only one person is missing here, and that's you," Yi Zizai said slowly. Wang Lin didn't say a word, biting his tongue and spitting out a little fresh blood. He pressed his right hand to his forehead, and immediately a golden light shot out, mixing with the fresh blood to form a golden blood bead. The secret technique for extracting a trace of soul was on the dark blue jade slip that Yi Zizai had given him earlier. It meticulously recorded the method. Wang Lin pointed, and immediately the blood bead traced a golden rainbow arc and shot into the jade slip in Yi Zizai's hand. Yi Zizai was stunned, looking deeply at Wang Lin. He hadn't expected the other party to be so decisive. He had originally planned to kill him directly if he resisted. He had already made a decision in his heart. There was no need to use the other party as a cauldron or a puppet for possession anymore. After all, he realized that this Wang Lin, apart from his relatively pure cultivation techniques, didn't have exceptional talent. He had prepared cauldrons, and any one of the puppets he had prepared would have significantly stronger talent than Wang Lin. Therefore, he chose the good and discarded the bad, ultimately deciding on a go. Seeing that the other party was being sensible, Yi Zizai glanced at Wang Lin, then flicked his sleeve. Immediately, the cave shook. Then, a huge arched door appeared. Inside the door was pitch black, emitting an extremely strong gravitational pull that seemed to tear flesh apart. Yi Zizai tossed 3 jade slips containing the souls of everyone, throwing them separately towards Du Chen and the other 2. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Those 2 were indeed the remaining 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. The suspicion in Wang Lin's heart intensified. He remained calm, secretly noting down a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator among them. The jade slip containing Wang Lin's soul was in this person's hands. Go in. I await good news from you, Yi Zizai said calmly. Du Chen respectfully nodded, then stepped through the door first, his figure disappearing in an instant. Wang Lin maintained his composure, following everyone through the door without hesitation, leaving the Yin sect. After everyone had left, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the cave. Yi Zizai. With these more than 20 people, plus the flesh and blood of that brat as a conduit, after the corpse puppet absorbs them, it will surely go berserk. Its cultivation level instantly boosted to the pseudo-core realm. With that, the Yin sect will be certain to secure the qualification to enter the outer battlefield this time, Yi Zizai said indifferently. The Yin cold energy in Wang Lin's body is extremely pure. He certainly has secrets. If I had met him a few years earlier, I might have been interested in investigating him. But now I don't have more than 3 months left to live. The day the outer battlefield opens will be the day I am completely devoured. Therefore, all of this is no longer important. Since I've decided not to choose him as a cauldron, I'll simply use him as a conduit to increase the cultivation of those corpse puppets. Rekshasa, I demand that you raise Rang Xi's strength to the core formation stage so he can be my cauldron. As for the corpse puppets, I hope that after the outer battlefield opens, you will help me choose one to replace him. I will go to the dry forest to assist Lord Z in devouring my junior brother Ryu. The hoarse voice chuckled a few times before agreeing. Kuitmin Valley is located in the Tianan region of Zhao Kingdom. The valley is vast, even encompassing dense forests and several streams. Every 100 years, it becomes the battleground for those vying to enter the outer battlefield. The valley is perpetually shrouded in fog. At this moment, in the northern part of the valley, a massive gate suddenly appeared in an open space, from which cultivators flew out one by one. Behind each person was a coffin. As the last person emerged, the enormous gate gradually transformed into numerous shimmering points of light before slowly vanishing. In that instant, the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators who emerged last exchanged glances, then silently gathered their strength to crush the soul jade slips in their hands. Wang Lin had been observing the cultivator holding his soul jade slip. The moment the 3 cultivators were about to crush the jade slip, he didn't say a word, but opened his mouth and spat out a green light. As soon as the green light flew out, it instantly emitted a terrifying chill in all directions. The blood-forged flying sword was connected to Wang Lin's life. After cultivating the Yellow Springs Ascension technique, the spiritual power in his body had undergone a strange transformation. Following this transformation, a trace of extreme cold unconsciously appeared on the flying sword. The cold air on the flying sword was extremely powerful. The surrounding flowers and plants instantly turned into white snowflakes upon contact. Even the early foundation establishment cultivators beside him felt their bodies go numb and stiff in an instant. Their skin and flesh visibly froze. The cultivator holding Wang Lin's soul jade slip was instantly startled and terrified. He didn't have time to crush the jade slip and hastily retreated. But even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined that the small, azure sword would emit a buzzing sound and disappear before his eyes. The cultivator was momentarily stunned and quickly unleashed a defensive magic weapon, but unfortunately, it was too late. The flying sword suddenly appeared about a meter in front of the cultivator, flashing an azure light as it pierced straight through his throat. A stream of fresh blood spurted far out. The cultivator raised his hand to touch his neck, blinked in disbelief, and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Lin leapt forward, snatched the soul jade slip from a distance, and casually tossed it into his storage bag. Everything happened so quickly, the phrase "as fast as lightning" is the most appropriate description. At this moment, the 2 remaining late-stage foundation establishment cultivators crushed the soul jade slip, and a faint pink smoke emanated from the shattered jade slip, swirling and dispersing in all directions. The disciples of the Yin sect guarded the coffins containing the corpse puppets. In an instant, as each coffin touched the faint pink smoke, a rustling sound simultaneously erupted, as if someone inside was relentlessly scratching with their fingernails. The foundation establishment disciples seemed to be paralyzed, standing motionless in place. After crushing the jade slips, the 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators didn't even glance at Wang Lin, but instead sped towards the disappearing large door. As soon as they entered, the enormous door completely disintegrated, transforming into numerous points of light that gradually vanished without a trace. Wang Lin silently retreated far away, observing the Yin sect disciples who remained silent and motionless. At this moment, the rustling sound grew louder and louder. Suddenly, the lid of a coffin burst open, and a pair of hands with black, claw-like fingers shot out, accompanied by heavy, ragged breathing. Slowly, a dried corpse, covered in thick, black fur, sat up from the coffin. Its eyes emitted a bluish-green light. It turned its head to observe its surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on its master standing nearby. A look of intense desire appeared in its eyes. Suddenly, it leapt up, let out a loud cry, and embraced its master. It took a deep breath through its nostrils, and immediately the body of the early Foundation establishment cultivator trembled violently, its withered skin contracting at an extremely rapid pace. In an instant, it transformed into a white stream of energy, entering the corpse's body. At the same time, the corpse's withered body slowly swelled up, as if infused with life. Not long after, the monk was reduced to skin and bones, only able to breathe out, not in. Looking at the corpse, it had now regained its human form. Immediately afterward, the corpse took another breath. The monk let out a terrible scream, his body swayed, and he died. A cloud of yellow gas floated out from the corpse, grabbed by the corpse's large hand, and shoved straight into its mouth. Very quickly, the corpse's body transformed. Its hair continued to grow longer, and the black fur on its body gradually fell off. Almost instantly, its appearance became exactly like that of the monk. At the same time, one by one, the coffin lids shattered, and pairs of zombie hands stretched out from the coffins. As soon as these corpses appeared, they immediately leapt towards their masters. However, not all of them did this. About a third of them, after emerging from the coffins, remained motionless, their eyes vaguely scanning the surroundings. Wang Lin watched in horror at the scene before him. Every corpse puppet that devoured a cultivator ended up with a cultivation level roughly equivalent to late Foundation establishment. Looking at the dozen or so monsters before him, Wang Lin's scalp tingled, and he cautiously retreated. Just then, a series of agonizing screams rang out. The corpse puppets had finished devouring. After transforming into the exact same appearance as their master, they all turned their gaze towards the remaining disciples of the Yin Corpse sect. They all simultaneously lunged forward. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the stench of blood and gore wafted into his face. Wang Lin silently turned and quickly left. After traveling far to the edge of a dense forest, Wang Lin stood there, his face grim, deep in thought. He had gained a deeper understanding of the Yin Corpse sect's cruelty. If he hadn't stopped that cultivator from crushing the jade slip, he would have likely become food for these monsters. Wang Lin chuckled coldly a few times. He knew full well the potential hidden within this dooming valley. Danger lurks everywhere. Almost all the sects of the two main paths of the Zhao Kingdom, the righteous and the demonic, have gathered here. Since it involves the outer battlefield, Wang Lin doesn't intend to get involved. He plans to find a way to leave this place. Therefore, his current priority is to find a secluded, cold place to cultivate and improve his cultivation. After coming into contact with the cultivation world, Wang Lin feels that danger lurks everywhere around him. One wrong move and his life will be lost. But if he wants to continue on the path of cultivation, he must become stronger. At the same time, the heaven-defying pro requires wood attribute materials, which is also a primary goal in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin, deep in thought, suddenly recoiled a few steps. A sound rang out. A black light flashed right where he had just been standing, and at the same time, a cackling laugh echoed from the forest. "Little brat, you dodged very quickly." From within the forest, a young man in ornate robes slowly emerged, smiling as he stared at Wang Lin. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, he spoke. "Which sect do you belong to?" Wang Lin calmly and coldly replied, "The Yin sect." The young man in ornate robes was taken aback, then chuckled. "The Yin sect? I heard that disciples of the Yin sect all carry a coffin with them. Where is your coffin?" Wang Lin glanced at him, frowning without speaking. The young man snorted coldly, pointing his right hand, and a black light appeared above his fingertip. "Regardless of whether you belong to the Yin sect or not, leave your storage bag to me." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He swept his divine consciousness around, discovering 3 other people in the forest. Without saying a word, he retreated a few steps. Seeing Wang Lin retreat, the young man's face showed contempt. With a flick of his right hand, a black light flashed and shot straight towards Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin slightly raised his eyebrows and waved his sleeve. The gravity technique transformed into a large hand shielding him. The black light struck the hand, advancing a few inches before dissipating. Wang Lin coldly glanced at the young man. In his divine sense, he detected 3 people in the forest rapidly approaching. He didn't want to engage in a confrontation and quickly retreated. The young man showed a look of anger. Although the other party was also at the early foundation establishment stage like himself. The 3 senior brothers following behind him included one who had reached the middle foundation establishment stage. The 4 of them were not traveling with the Heavenly Tao sect members, but had their own plans. They intended to act secretly, taking advantage of this opportunity to kill and seize the treasure. It's important to know that in this competition, each sect distributes a large number of magical artifacts to their foundation establishment disciples to enhance their strength. Therefore, upon seeing his opponent alone, the young man couldn't help but harbor murderous intentions. Now, seeing Wang Lin retreat, he didn't hesitate to pat his storage bag. Immediately, an 8-inch-long ruler flew out. The ruler was entirely emerald green, and upon its appearance, it emitted a strong fragrance. The young man took a deep breath, then pointed. Immediately, the ruler moved. A buzz sound echoed. A very large black spiritual mushroom emerged from the ruler. As soon as the spiritual mushroom appeared, it immediately detached from the ruler and hovered in midair. The young man's expression became serious. He quickly took something out of his storage bag and threw it. A flash of red light appeared, and a bright red poisonous bee flew towards the spiritual mushroom at an extremely fast speed. In just a few bites, it devoured the Ganoderma lucidum mushroom. The venomous wasp's body instantly grew several times its original size, becoming the size of a fist. It let out a cry and lunged towards Wang Lin. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and a small, emerald green sword instantly appeared before him, soaring to intercept the wasp's attack. With a whoosh, the wasp seemed to possess sentience. In the instant the flying sword struck, it dodged to the side, narrowly escaping. But at that moment, the flying sword suddenly vanished, then reappeared beside the young man. Like a flash of lightning, it pierced his chest, drawing a stream of bright red blood. The young man in the ornate robes didn't even have time to react, meeting his untimely death. As he died, the ruler in midair instantly lost its light and fell to the ground. Wang Lin used his grasping technique to extend his large hand, grabbing the ruler and storage bag from the young man's back, then left. The poisonous wind circled once in midair before quickly flying in the direction Wang Lin fled. At the same time, 3 figures rushed out of the forest. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman. One man's face was grim as he glanced at the corpse on the ground, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Chase him!" Meanwhile, in a small, remote border town in northern Zhao Kingdom, 2 uninvited guests arrived. One was thin and frail, wearing a black robe, his narrow, closed eyes exuding a sinister aura. The cultivator accompanying him had a dignified, almost immortal appearance and was quite old. His face was full of wrinkles, but he exuded a carefree and unrestrained air. The 2 together created a stark contrast. At this moment, the old man was standing outside the town, holding an ancient mirror in his hand, constantly assessing and calculating with his fingers. "Brother Kai Ming, have you figured it out yet?" The black-robed old man's voice, filled with cold killing intent, asked. The old cultivator raised his eyebrows and said, "Teng Hua Yuan. You don't know the person's name or appearance, and you're only relying on a curse. How am I supposed to find them?" The black-robed old man was clearly Teng Hua Yuan. He stared at the old cultivator, his voice harsh as he spoke each word. "Brother Kai Ming, I didn't hesitate to offend Wufeng Valley and seize the qualification token for the Outer Realm battlefield, all for your divination skills. If you can help me find that person, I, Teng Hua Yuan, will absolutely not refuse any request that I can fulfill." The old cultivator was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "All right, I will do my best. Brother Tang should remember that there's a reason for every grievance and a debt to be paid. I hope you will refrain from committing further acts of murder." Teng Hua Yuan chuckled inwardly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He thought to himself, "Liar. I've come to avenge you." Thinking of Deng Lei, Deng Hui Yuan couldn't suppress the pain in his heart. The person considered the most outstanding in the fourth generation of the Deng family was suddenly murdered. After Deng Lei's death, Deng Hui Yuan thoroughly investigated and finally understood the reason. Besides Wang Lin, he remembered all those involved in Deng Lei's death. At this moment, the cultivator with the appearance of an immortal sighed and said, "Dallas Deng, I helped you find that person in Juming Valley before. Why do you still want to find his relatives? Forget it, Dallas Deng. There's a reason for every wrong and a culprit for every debt. Involving mortals, if this gets out, it's not good at all." Deng Hui Yuan's face darkened, and he stared at the cultivator without saying a word. The monk chuckled, shaking his head, and rubbed the ancient mirror. He made a hand gesture, then lightly tapped it. Immediately, the mirror left his hand, spinning in the air as if searching for direction. But after a long while, the mirror turned from right to left without finding its bearings. The monk frowned, knowing that there were probably too few clues. He then swung his right hand, and the ancient mirror immediately returned. The monk bit his finger, quickly drew a symbol on the mirror's surface, and threw it away again. This time, the mirror instantly grew several times larger in size. The transparent glass surface flashed with layers of light. The mirror tilted, reflecting towards Deng Hui Yuan. "Tang Dallas, don't be surprised. My mirror needs to sense the curse you placed on that person." A black stream of energy flew from Deng Hui Yuan's forehead into the mirror. The ripples of light on the mirror's surface increased in number, layer upon layer. A murderous glint flashed in Deng Hui Yuan's eyes. Without a word, he stared intently at the monk. The monk hesitated slightly, then sighed softly. He raised his right hand again, and the mirror flew down, shrinking to the size of an average person. The monk smiled and stepped 1 foot into the mirror. Deng Hui Yuan chuckled and stepped inside with the monk. After the two entered, the mirror immediately shrunk and disappeared without a trace. More than 100 miles away, there was a small town. The Wang family there was a very famous clan. It was said that more than 100 members of their family had joined the immortal sect. Everyone in the town knew this. The Wang family originally came from a family of carpenters. There were countless shops and businesses of all sizes in the town. In the eyes of outsiders, the Wang family was the largest clan in the region. In the entire town, the most beautiful and luxurious building belonged to the Wang family. These days, the sun was like a ball of fire, scorching everything on earth. The gatekeeper of the Wang family's mansion leaned against the doorstep, fanning himself incessantly. His short robe was drenched in sweat. "Damn weather, it's unbearably hot," he muttered, fanning himself continuously. Suddenly, a side door of the Wang mansion opened, and a maidservant carrying a blue porcelain bowl paced back and forth in the garden. After a while, she came out to the main gate. Upon seeing the gatekeeper, the maidservant chuckled and said, "Brother, this bowl of strawberry soup will quench your thirst." The young man turned and saw the maidservant, his face immediately brightening. He took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Feeling refreshed, he sighed and said, "Only the master gets to enjoy this. This strawberry soup is delicious." "Little sister, did anyone see you when you went out?" The girl took a fan, fanned the young man, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother. The young master didn't see me. I took advantage of his inattention and ran out here. Besides, the young master is a good person. Even if he saw me, it wouldn't matter." The young man enjoyed the cool breeze his sister brought, nodded, and said, "The young master is an immortal. Why would he care about such trivial matters? You need to show more. If you can become the young master's concubine, then we can all hold our heads high. At that time, giving me a job will satisfy me." The girl blushed, glared at the young man, and said, "You've been here longer than me, and you're still asking. I heard there are 3 young masters chosen to be immortals. But since I came here, why have I only seen young Master Hao? Once I saw young Master Juo return, and I didn't see the 3rd one." The young man said proudly, "I know about this. The 3rd young master is named Wang Lin. I heard He stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly into the air. He saw a streak of rainbow light hurtling across the sky, instantly descending to the ground, revealing a young man in black. He had a face as white as jade and wore a precious sword at his back. He looked very handsome, but upon closer inspection, one could see he was no longer young. Wrinkles had appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by a hint of weariness. Young Master Jewel. Young Master Jewel, the boy stammered. The maidservant was also startled by the sudden appearance and quickly hid behind the boy. The newcomer was Wang Jewel. He frowned, looked at the boy, and said, "Your name is Wang Dao, isn't it?" The boy, surprised that Wang Jue still remembered his name, felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied, "Young Master Jue, I am Wang Dao." Wang Jue seemed hesitant, slowly saying, "Wang Dao, who told you about Wang Lin's matter?" "What did they say?" Wang Dao was terrified and hurriedly said, "It was the steward. He said that young Master Lin had no face to return, and that he was a piece of trash back then, plotting to snatch the immortal qualification from the young master." Wang Jue pondered for a moment, then sighed, as if muttering to Wang Dao, "Trash perhaps compared to him. I am the real trash." Wang Dao was stunned. He felt full of doubt after hearing Wang Jue's words. Just then, a young man came out of the house. This man had a dignified appearance, and standing at a distance, calmly said, "Wang Jue." "Long time no see." Wang Jue smiled bitterly. "Wang Hao, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. You've changed so much." Wang Hao's face showed sadness, and both fell silent. Young Wang Dao and his younger sister stood huddled beside the other two, not daring to even cough. Wang Dao knew that they were the darlings of the Wang family. They were immortals. "Have you heard any news of Wang Lin?" Wang Hao asked softly. "Since he left with the Hengyu sect, there hasn't been any news," Wang Jue replied, a worried expression on his face. "What are you cultivating now?" "In the Zhuan Dao sect, with your talent, you're sure to attract the attention of many seniors." Wang Hao sighed. "It's hard to say. I've only reached the 11th level of the condensing chess stage. It was only thanks to my luck last year that I won and got to enter the back mountain, which allowed me to make this breakthrough. I wonder what his strength is like." "He must have reached the 15th level," Wang Jue said bitterly. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then self-deprecatingly added, "I'm only at the 7th level now. I can't believe the difference has been so big in just a few years." Wang Dao became increasingly terrified as he listened. Although he didn't know what check condensation or foundation establishment were from the words of these two young masters, he could guess that Wang Lin was definitely not like what the steward had said. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the hot air instantly vanished. A large mirror suddenly appeared in the sky. Two people stepped out from the mirror. One of them had the appearance of an immortal, while the other was completely enveloped in yin energy. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended. Wang Jue and Wang Hao, startled and terrified, hastily said, "Junior disciples of the Zhuan Dao sect pay their respects to the two seniors." The Taoist with the immortal-like demeanor looked at Wang Jue and said, "Zhuan Dao sect. Do you have any proof?" Wang Jue was startled, having a bad premonition, and quickly took out a jade slip from his pocket to prove his claim. The Taoist took the jade slip and examined it carefully, then turned to look at Wang Hao and said, "You two are." Wang Hao, being a shrewd man, nodded without hesitation. Teng Ichue Yuan let out a soft cry and waved his sleeve. Two sounds rang out, and the young man Wang Dao and his sister standing beside him were split in two, blood gushing out. Two streams of yellow smoke rose from their corpses. Teng Ichue Yuan waved his right hand. A black banner appeared in the air and absorbed the two streams of smoke. Immediately afterward, two suffering faces appeared on the black banner. It was the young man and his sister. "Today, everyone here must die. No one can survive." Teng Ichue Yuan finished speaking and stepped forward, passing Wang Jue and Wang Hao, and entering the house. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was speeding through the Juming Valley. Behind him, a woman and two men, radiating murderous intent, were pursuing him. While fleeing, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if an invisible stick was piercing him. A feeling of terror and agony surged through his heart. Wang Lin had never experienced such a feeling before. It was a pain that penetrated to the very core of his being. It seemed as if all the blood in his body was instantly drained away, causing him to feel dizzy. Wang Lin suppressed the pain and rushed forward, his eyes still following the three people chasing him from behind. Like a flash, he abruptly changed direction, flying towards the dwelling place of the Yin sect. For streaks of rainbow light streaked across the sky of Juming Valley. Panic and loneliness were the only feelings remaining in the minds of Wang Hao and Wang Jue. They didn't even dare to move, their eyes fixed on Wang Dao and his younger sister. A strange emotion flickered across the Taoist's face. He sighed and turned away, never looking back. Deng Yichue Yuan smiled as he entered the main gate. His hands were clasped behind his back. Suddenly, a purple circle spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire house, preventing anyone inside from escaping. Immediately afterward, he stepped into the nearest room. At this moment, only the mournful cries emanating from within could be heard. Pale yellow smoke drifted out of the room and was drawn into the black banner. The faces of the 7 Wang family servants, contorted in extreme pain, appeared on the banner. Deng Yichue Yuan continued into the servants' quarters. Countless cries rang out, causing Wang Hao and Wang Juo to tremble violently. They wanted to resist but couldn't utter a word. In a short time, all the servants in the house had become vengeful spirits. The ferocity on Deng Yichue Yuan's face became even more apparent. At this moment, everyone in the Wang family was startled by the heart-wrenching cries. Everyone wanted to leave the room to investigate, but they suddenly realized with horror that the entire room was enveloped in a purple light, making escape impossible. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries from outside, everyone in the Wang family froze. Deng Yichue Yuan muttered to himself, "Liar. He killed you, so I will kill his entire family to avenge you." With that, he entered another room. Wang Hao's whole body trembled, as if a surge of power welled up from deep within him. Ignoring everything, he screamed, "No!" Deng Yichue Yuan turned back with a cold smile. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, the entire room turned to dust, revealing the terrified faces of a man and a woman. These two were Wang Lin's third uncle and aunt, Wang Hao's parents. Deng Yichue Yuan lightly flicked his left hand. Wang Hao's father instantly flew up, clutching his neck with both hands, his face flushed red. His mouth gaped open, his expression one of extreme pain. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. Taking a deep breath, he wanted to rush out but was stopped by Wang Juo. With great difficulty, Wang Juo managed to restrain Wang Hao, whispering, "Wang Hao, don't be impulsive." The opponent is a nascent soul cultivator. Deng Yichue Yuan chuckled faintly and withdrew his hand. With a thud, a stream of blood gushed from Wang Hao's father's head. The moment his soul left his body, it was sucked into the black banner. No! Wang Hao's throat was hoarse. He felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. He stood there, stunned, staring at his father's corpse, muttering to himself, "Why? Why?" Deng Yichue Yuan reached out again, grabbing Wang Hao's mother. After crushing her head, he threw the corpse behind him, right in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao shuddered, blood gushed from his mouth again, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his mother's body, tears streaming down his face. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Deng Yichue Yuan, and screamed, "Why?" Deng Yichue Yuan's expression grew even colder. He flicked his sleeve, engulfing the entire Wang family mansion in flames. At this moment, only about 40 people remained on the ground. They were all members of the Wang family, all utterly terrified. The women were sobbing uncontrollably. Except for those who survived, the ground was covered with headless corpses. With a sinister grin, Deng Yichue Yuan grabbed one of them. That person was Wang Lin's father's third uncle, the oldest member of the Wang family. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, Deng Yichue Yuan coldly and ruthlessly took the lives of each person. Wang Hao stared blankly at everything unfolding before his eyes. He didn't even notice Wang Juo gripping his hand so tightly that it left a bloody mark. Wang Juo dared not look at his father's corpse among the bodies. He bowed his head, his body trembling, his eyes bloodshot. Wang Lin's fourth uncle let out a bitter laugh, seemingly having understood something. That's it. The old man was a man of extraordinary spirit, but he lived a solitary life. Last year, his wife died of illness, and his son went to a martial arts sect in the Jianghu martial arts world to cultivate. He opened his mouth and asked, "Senior Immortal, what has our Wang family done to offend you? We are just ordinary mortals. You must tell us the root cause of all this," the Taoist priest exclaimed in surprise, looking at the middle-aged man. Why? Deng Yichue Yuan swung his hands down a few more times, and immediately several more people died, blood and corpses everywhere. "Someone in your Wang family dared to kill my nephew. Therefore, I must take revenge." Saying this, he waved his right hand again. The ground shook, and more than a dozen people perished. Wang Hao broke free from Wang Juo's grasp and lunged forward. But once again, Wang Juo pinned him to the ground, whispering in his ear, "Wang Hao, I don't know what happened before, but now we must live. Only when we are alive will we have a chance for revenge." Wang Lin's fourth uncle smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Immortal, how could anyone in our Wang family kill your nephew? For hundreds of years, only 3 people in our Wang family have cultivated to become immortals." He suddenly stopped speaking, as if remembering something. Among the fortunate survivors, Wang Juo's father gasped for breath and fell to the ground, his voice trembling as he said, "Senior Immortal, is the one who killed your grandson named Wang Lin?" A glint flashed in Tang Yuan's eyes as he muttered to himself, "Wang Lin, so his name is Wang Lin." He looked at the man, then grabbed Wang Juo's father and pulled him in front of him. He stared intently into his eyes and snarled, word by word, "Tell me about Wang Lin quickly." Wang Juo's father hurriedly recounted Wang Lin's story in detail, even revealing the whereabouts of Wang Lin's parents. He thought to himself, "Die, all of you die. The Wang family is already gone anyway. Your parents must die too." Tang Yuan listened, laughed loudly, then clasped his hands together. When he opened them, a snowball appeared between his palms. He gently pushed it. A gentle, spherical wave spread in all directions. Wang Juo's father was closest to the wave, and upon lightly touching it, his entire body trembled, his clothes burning to ashes. As the circle expanded, all those it touched fell to the ground, their souls sucked away by the black banner. When the circle reached Wang Lin's fourth uncle, a soft light suddenly enveloped him, stopping the wave. Deng Yuan turned and stared at the Taoist priest. The priest sighed and said, "Taoist Deng, leave this man behind. I have a purpose for him." Deng Yuan sneered, pointing at Wang Hao and Wang Juo, and replied, "Then you two shouldn't interfere." The monk chuckled softly, looking at Tang Yuan and replying, "Taoist Tang, why pretend you don't know anything? If you killed those 2 in front of me, I would let it go. But when Park Namjae the Zhuan Dao sect asks, I must tell the truth." Tang Yuan looked at the monk, then after a moment, stepped forward. With a rumbling sound, the entire Wang family mansion was reduced to rubble. He didn't even glance at Wang Juo and his group, flying towards Wang Lin's house. Wang Juo trembled all over, staring in astonishment at the ruins, speechless for a moment, then kneeling on the ground and bowing. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, laughing angrily, his whole body shaking, and fell to the ground. Wang Juo got up, embraced Wang Hao, bowed to the monk, and then flew towards the Zhuan Dao sect. The Wang family was now completely gone. The monk sighed inwardly, thinking, "Karma, I can't even know if what I did was right or wrong. But if it's possible to save them, then let's save them." Thinking this, the Taoist priest brushed his sleeve dot together with Wang Lin's fourth uncle. They disappeared into the Wang family's ancestral home. Deng Yuan arrived at Wang Lin's family village. Behind him, the souls of over 100 members of the Wang family appeared on the black banner. The mournful sounds emanating from the black banner were terrifying. Upon arriving, Deng Yuan looked around and immediately recognized Wang Lin's house. He chuckled faintly and charged straight inside. A moment later, Deng Yuan emerged from the house, his right hand stroking the black banner. Immediately, the black banner grew many times larger. Then, Deng Yuan bit his tongue, spitting out a drop of blood, and the black banner began to wail mournfully. Slowly, an image of Wang Lin in a secluded spot in the forest emerged from the black banner. Deng Yuan let out a long laugh. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, still followed by 3 others, flew straight towards the gathering place of the Yin sect. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest, as if all the air had been sucked out. He let out a pained cry, collapsed to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. A wave of panic and fear surged through Wang Lin's heart. In his mind, the kind faces of his parents suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin witnessed a scene he would never forget. No, tears streamed down Wang Lin's face. He was overwhelmed with grief, his whole body trembling. An uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, causing the surrounding vegetation for dozens of meters to vanish into thin air. At this moment, Wang Lin's spiritual power reached its highest level. Its growth rate increased exponentially. In ancient times, the 3 realms of spiritual power were the extreme, Tao, and water. They were incredibly difficult to comprehend and understand. In terms of mystery, the extreme realm was not as mysterious as the Tao realm, and in terms of unpredictability, it was not as unpredictable as the water realm. However, in ancient times, if a cultivator could reach the extreme realm, they could dominate the world. The extreme realm wasn't as mysterious as the Tao realm, nor as unpredictable as the water realm. But in terms of sheer terror, the Tao and water realms couldn't compare. Cultivators who reached the extreme realm were far more ruthless and heartless than others. Therefore, in ancient times, once an extreme realm cultivator appeared, other cultivators would do everything in their power to eliminate them. Such a person was considered an irreconcilable enemy by the ancient cultivation world. If demonic cultivation is considered a flood or a ferocious beast, then in ancient times, cultivators at the extreme realm could be considered demonic. In fact, in ancient times, people constantly researched the extreme realm, but ultimately, the reasons for its terrifying nature remained only in the exploratory stage. To this day, most records related to the extreme realm have been lost in the river of history. No one knows where the extreme realm came from or how it was obtained. Only in the scripture libraries of some high-level cultivation nations are there still records related to the extreme realm. In ancient times, in the ancient Nirvana kingdom, the Linghua sect had a genius cultivator who reached the golden core stage within 10 years. Later, the Linghua sect was destroyed by another sect. 5 years later, a mysterious cultivator appeared and, within a month, killed over 10,000 cultivators, staining the sky red with blood. That person, whose cultivation level had only reached the early nascent soul stage, was able to kill many cultivators of the same stage. Even those in the transformation god stage couldn't withstand him. Later, even Antvin K couldn't stop him from killing. Finally, they had to set up an extremely powerful formation to eliminate him. Also in ancient times, in the Qing Shui kingdom, there was a prince who joined a cultivation sect. 30 years later, he wreaked havoc, slaughtering all cultivators, regardless of age or gender. Anyone who angered him was killed. Within 7 days, not a single cultivator remained in the Qing Shui kingdom. Even those belonging to his own sect could not escape this calamity. Blood flowed throughout the Qing Shui kingdom, forcing the higher-ranking cultivators to send experts to kill him. At that time, blood flowed like a river throughout the Qing Shui kingdom. Countless people perished. Finally, he mysteriously disappeared. Some say he underwent tribulation. Such stories all have one thing in common. Those cultivators all possessed the extreme realm. No one knew how those people attained the supreme realm. Some said they experienced great transformations. Others said it was because they all possessed a treasure. The inheritance of this treasure led to whoever possessed it attaining the supreme realm. Many speculations arose, and ultimately, it was impossible to know what was true. But after the ancient cultivation world disappeared, all these things faded away. No one knew that, at this time, in Zhao Kingdom, in a place called Zhuming Valley, a young man named Wang Lin was gradually transforming, slowly approaching the supreme realm. If Tang Hui Yuan knew about these things, he would not dare to touch the successor of the supreme realm. Wang Lin knelt on the ground, completely enveloped in a blue light within a 10-meter radius. On his chest, the heaven-defying pearl emitted a never-before-seen black radiance. Flying past his chest and then around his head, Tang Hui Yuan used Wang Lin's bloodline and a curse to imprint a sentence in his mind. I'll wait for you outside the Zhuming Valley. If you don't show up on the opening day, I'll destroy the soul banner and cause your relatives' souls to be scattered. At this moment, 2 men and 1 woman from the Heavenly Tao sect quickly arrived, stopping a few dozen meters in front of Wang Lin. The unusual blue light on the ground startled them, especially the young man sitting in the middle, from whose body emanated an aura of annihilation. That aura even frightened cultivators at the mid-stage foundation establishment level. After hesitating for a moment, the cultivator at the mid-stage foundation establishment level waved his hand and decisively said, "Retreat." Having said that, he was about to leave when the woman among the 3 suddenly focused her attention on the heaven-defying pearl above Wang Lin's head, hesitantly saying, "Senior brother, I find that pearl very familiar." The man beside her exclaimed, This is the pearl that the ancestor spoke of." After saying that, his eyes showed a look of delight. The cultivator at the mid-stage foundation establishment level looked closely, his expression changing rapidly. Greed surged within him, and the thought of seizing the reward gem flashed through his mind. Submitting it will earn you a set of transformation stage magic treasures. The sect that obtains it will be rewarded with 10 sets of magic treasures equivalent to the nascent soul stage cultivation level. The cultivation nation that acquires it will rise 1 level in the cultivation nation. The three exchanged glances, their faces beaming with delight. The woman immediately took out a sound transmission talisman, intending to send a message, but was stopped by a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator who whispered, "This person is a bit strange, but if the three of us join forces, we can kill him. If you inform others, won't all our efforts be in vain?" The woman was stunned, hesitated for a moment, then put away the sound transmission talisman. The three then took out their magic treasures and, without a word, charged forward. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze having lost its bloodlust and become as dark as water. A surge of killing intent erupted. Along with the surge of killing intent, the spiritual power within his body also immediately circulated. The effects of the extreme realm had been unleashed, making him unrivaled among cultivators in the extreme realm. Looking at the three people not far away, Wang Lin's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and a blue light appeared. Ice crystals beneath the ground flew up faster than the speed of sound, enveloping the three people. Their postures and movements remained unchanged from when they launched their attack. Wang Lin stood up, his right hand reaching out to retrieve the reverse goodness pearl. He carefully tucked it into his robe. Wang Lin slipped past the three people and walked away. Several cracks appeared in the ice covering them, and they shattered. All three fell to the ground, dead. Wang Lin was silently walking through the Juming Valley when suddenly a sword streak tore through the air. After the flying sword landed, a young man appeared. Without a word, the man swung his sword, aiming it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin stopped, and in the instant the sword's tip struck, a stream of blue ice crystals appeared on the flying sword, turning it into a shard of ice. The young man was astonished and immediately retreated. He clearly saw that Wang Lin was alone, his cultivation only at the early foundation establishment stage, and therefore he intended to kill him and steal his treasure. But unexpectedly, before the opponent even made a move, his flying sword had already been annihilated. In his panic, he could only think of one thing: to run. But before he could retreat, a blue sword pierced through his chest. His body quickly turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's legs remained motionless. A day later, in another part of the valley, 7 or 8 people from the righteous and evil sects were engaged in a battle, with many onlookers watching. At that moment, Wang Lin appeared effortlessly, walking forward as if no one was there. The onlookers belonged to the demonic sect. A middle-aged man frowned, and without a word, threw a lightning talisman towards Wang Lin. Instantly, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, but just before it reached Wang Lin, it transformed into a pillar of ice. This scene caused everyone to stop what they were doing, their faces blank as they watched Wang Lin approaching. Then, a blue light pierced the chest of the middle-aged man who had thrown the lightning talisman. A tragic scream rang out, and the middle-aged man's body turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground, dead. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, Wang Lin had arrived right beside them. 4 people stood up to block his way, intending to say something. But they only saw a flash of blue light, and all 4 turned into ice sculptures, following the middle-aged man. At this moment, everyone parted to reveal a path. A young man in white, belonging to the righteous sect, spoke loudly, "Fellow Taoist, which sect do you belong to?" "I am Chu Quan, a disciple of the Yuan sect." Wang Lin ignored him and continued slowly forward. No one dared to stop him. After walking about 100 meters, the young disciple of the demonic sect stared at Wang Lin's figure, secretly laughing to himself. "I remember you. You dared to kill my senior brother." Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He felt a chilling aura of killing intent coming from behind him. He turned around and glared at the demonic sect disciple. Under Wang Lin's cold gaze, the disciple felt as if he had been pushed into an ice pit. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Lin's eyes. The cultivators who saw this gaze all felt the icy coldness emanating from it. Those eyes were filled with a profound stillness, yet contained an unimaginable killing intent. After glancing at the monk for a moment, Wang Lin turned and continued forward. A flash of green light suddenly appeared in front of the man's chest. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Then his body instantly froze. Even the blood turned into ice and fell to the ground. Everyone there held their breath, waiting until Wang Lin had left. Both sides lost their will to fight and retreated. In this way, anyone Wang Lin encountered along the way who dared to offend him was turned into an ice sculpture. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator couldn't stop him. After many died, they tried to flee, not daring to fight again. After 3 days, the number of cultivators who died at Wang Lin's hands was countless. To advance the rank of a cultivation nation, except for certain special external events, there is only one method for nations below the 5th rank if a cultivator reaches the core formation. Nascent Soul Transformation God, or Soul Transformation stages, the nation's rank also increases by 1 level. If a nation has a cultivator at the core formation stage, the nation's rank becomes a 2nd level cultivation nation. If there is a nascent soul cultivator, it becomes a 3rd level cultivation nation. Following this rule, if there is a transformation god cultivator, it will reach the 4th level cultivation nation, and if there is a soul transformation cultivator, it will become a 5th level cultivation nation. Thus, to advance, besides time, one also needs great fortune. The higher the rank, the more difficult it becomes. It usually happens only once in 1,000 years. As for advancing from the 4th to the 5th level, success is not guaranteed even after 10,000 years. Although difficult, this is the only way. In any era, there will always be people who, through fortunate circumstances, possess exceptional talent, or have the support of others, rise to prominence. Generally speaking, there will always be a time when a cultivator's cultivation level increases, elevating the status of their nation. These individuals become pillars of their cultivation nation. Once a cultivation nation reaches the 4th level, it is eligible to participate in the outer battlefield. However, in terms of actual strength, a 4th level cultivation nation cannot compare to a 5th level cultivation nation. The difference in cultivation realm cannot be compensated for by numbers. For example, a peak expert of a 4th level cultivation nation might be a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but in a 5th level cultivation nation facing a nascent soul stage expert, he would be nothing more than an ordinary child. It's no exaggeration to say that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a powerful expert of the transformation realm could easily destroy a 4th level cultivation nation. Such events have occurred more than once in the history of the cultivation world. Therefore, it can be said that in the outer realm battlefield, a 4th level cultivation nation is merely a pawn in the game of 5th level cultivation nations. The true victors in the outer realm battlefield are the contests between 5th level cultivation nations. Once a 5th level cultivation nation reaches this level, the first crucial issue to address is resources and materials. With the immense power of a nation and its vast number of cultivators, this problem cannot be solved overnight. If this issue drags on for too long, it will inevitably lead to the disintegration of the nation and the scattering of its cultivators. Although they could rely on plundering lower-level nations, it couldn't replenish the depleted resources and spiritual energy. The only way to solve this problem was to upgrade to a 6th level cultivation nation. Upgrading from 5th to 6th level wasn't simply a matter of increasing a cultivator's cultivation level. The Alliance of High-Level Cultivation Nations stipulated that there was only one way, through the Outer Realm battlefield. The Outer Realm battlefield was an incredibly vast space. There were countless raging storms and spatial rifts that could easily annihilate cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Once caught in a storm, unless one reached the transformation stage, they would be instantly reduced to ashes. Besides the storms, there were also unpredictable spatial rifts. They appeared unexpectedly and without pattern. Even powerful cultivators at the transformation stage would find it difficult to escape if caught in one. Only the strongest cultivators from 6th level cultivation nations could guarantee a safe return from the outer realm battlefield. Every 100 years, a war breaks out in the outer battlefields, involving cultivation nations of the 4th level and above. These large-scale wars are permitted and promoted by the Cultivation Alliance. A nation that wins over 1,000 times is immediately promoted to the 6th level, acquiring vast amounts of resources and cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they are allowed to send a representative to receive the Alliance's cultivation transmission, directly advancing to the transformation stage with superior cultivation. Of course, the most crucial reward that drives 5th level cultivation nations to participate is the Alliance granting them a planet to use as a base. For cultivators, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and various rare treasures are extremely important, forming the foundation of immortal cultivation. Possessing a planet is the symbol of a 6th level cultivation nation. However, the Cultivation Alliance also imposes very strict tests on 6th-level cultivation nations. First, they can achieve victory over 1,000 times in the outer battlefield, acquiring a planet. Second, within the stipulated time, they must create a 5th-level cultivation nation on that planet to form a cycle. The outer battlefield is the only way to upgrade a 5th-level cultivation nation. Similarly, a 6th-level cultivation nation will not interfere in the battles of a 5th-level cultivation nation on its own planet. However, there may be exceptions. If suppressed by a 6th-level nation, it is basically impossible for a 6th-level cultivation nation to emerge. Nevertheless, this situation is extremely rare. Based on this sequence, it can be inferred that if a 6th-level nation wants to upgrade to a 7th-level nation, it is likely related to 6th-level cultivation nations originating from the same planet. Following this method, based on the objectives of the 5-tier cultivation nations behind the 4-tier cultivation nations, the battlefield would be divided into several areas. Regardless of the cultivation nation's rank, even the 3-tier cultivation nation of Zhao Kingdom would compete for the right to enter the outer battlefield to clean up the mess. This is why the Juming Valley exists. Outside the Juming Valley lies a massive ceiling formation. This was set up thousands of years ago by a nascent soul stage expert from a 4-tier cultivation nation under orders. Cultivators who have reached the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage cannot enter. This is also why Tang Hui Yuan, through his celestial divination skills, knew that Wang Lin was in the valley but couldn't enter to kill him. The Juming Valley is not only the place where the competition for the right to enter the outer battlefield takes place, but it is also the only way to enter the outer battlefield in Zhao Kingdom. The requirements of the 6th-tier cultivation nations for clearing the outer battlefield stipulated that only nations below the 3rd tier, and cultivators not exceeding the core formation stage, could enter. Thus, after obtaining the qualification, Foundation Establishment stage cultivators would be immediately teleported to the outer battlefield, only to return together 50 years later. It was for this reason that Tang Hui Yuan massacred the entire Wang family, seizing their souls and forcing Wang Lin out of Juming Valley. Otherwise, he would have had to wait 50 years to kill Wang Lin. At this point, almost everyone in Juming Valley knew that a murderous demon with unfathomable cultivation was residing there. Some even claimed he had reached the core formation stage, and that he had somehow managed to enter the valley. Within Juming Valley, Wang Lin continued heading north, his spiritual power surging even more violently. Over the past few days, the continuous killing did not diminish the murderous intent in his heart. On the contrary, it intensified. His mind was blank. He didn't know how many people he had killed in the past few days, nor did he know how terrified the lucky survivors were upon hearing his news, their faces instantly turning pale. Many days passed, and Wang Lin remained in a state of mental confusion, traveling to the northernmost part of the Juming Valley. This place was a mountain cliff. Leaving it would mean escaping the Juming Valley, but due to the effect of the formation, anyone attempting to leave was instantly teleported back into the valley. For days, just thinking of his parents caused his heart to ache, a pain so intense it felt like it was tearing his chest apart. Each time, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. As time went on, after several such incidents, his body weakened and his spiritual power continued to advance towards its peak. Standing on the rocky outcrop, Wang Lin looked up at the sky, then suddenly knelt down, bowing deeply several times, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He silently lamented, "Father, mother." Taiju's unfilial Alasa sigh echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin knelt for a long time, then suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with coldness, and asked in a low voice, "When did you wake up?" "5 days ago." I also heard Tang Hui Yuan's message. The soul banner is a type of magical artifact that only those with nascent soul cultivation can create. It can seal souls. As long as the souls don't dissipate, once I recover my cultivation, I will have a way to bring them back to life. Sichuan Nan comforted him. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically. The reason Tang Hui Yuan killed your relatives was because he feared you would escape. He did this to force you to appear. Wang Lin, I don't have much nascent soul essence left. I can only help you teleport 3 more times. You must use it carefully. I need to sleep more. I suggest you go to the outer battlefield. My recovery time will be faster there. Sichunan's voice grew weaker and weaker, finally fading away. 3 times his mind cleared, and he frowned, muttering, During the 3 months in Guanming Valley, the righteous and demonic factions engaged in numerous battles. However, if cultivators from either side saw Wang Lin, they would immediately cease fighting, clearing a path for him to pass before resuming. After paying respects to his parents, Wang Lin's mind cleared. He found a spot on the cliff, created a cave, sat down cross-legged, and fell into deep thought. First, he had to consider the spiritual power within his body. Previously, his spiritual power also possessed the ability to freeze, but it couldn't compare to the power displayed in the past few days. Wang Lin found it very difficult to understand, and even Sichu Nan couldn't find an answer. This shows that the 3 realms of extreme, Tao, and water have been lost in the 6th level cultivation nations. The sudden surge of spiritual power instilled greater confidence in Wang Lin. He suddenly felt a strange sensation. The spiritual power within his body had become significantly better. It seemed to contain something miraculous, and its presence caused its power to suddenly increase dramatically. He hadn't noticed it before because its quantity was extremely small, but now its concentration had suddenly increased greatly. A thought flashed through his mind. Wang Lin frowned, concentrating on sensing the changes in his spiritual power. The spiritual power originated in his dantian, circulated through his meridians, and then returned to the dantian, repeating this cycle. Looking closely, he gradually discerned some clues. Now, the spiritual power in his body was a deep blue color, but this wasn't its original color. It was formed by countless dark blue silkworm threads. Those countless thin silk threads were the cause of the mutated spiritual power. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a stream of spiritual power surged from his palm, forming a fist-sized blue sphere in the air. Inside this sphere were countless dark blue silk threads. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin reached out and grabbed one, a solemn expression on his face. The sphere gradually shrank, and with each inch it decreased, Wang Lin broke out in a cold sweat. When the sphere had shrunk by a third, some of the silk threads inside suddenly dissipated. Immediately afterward, many more silk threads, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure, also began to disintegrate. Wang Lin frowned and released another stream of spiritual power, infusing it into the sphere to replenish the silk threads, continuing the refining process. Over time, Wang Lin released several more streams of spiritual power, each time dissipating more than half, leaving only a small amount behind. But under the continuous release of spiritual power, the rate at which the threads inside the sphere dissipated gradually became slower than the frequency of the spiritual power being added. Finally, after several hours, he successfully refined it. Although Wang Lin looked exhausted, his eyes shone brightly. The sphere had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, and its color was no longer dark blue but had turned green. Inside this green grain of rice were only threads, emitting a dangerous aura. Wang Lin blinked, drawing the grain of rice towards himself, then flew out of the mountain cave. He paused in midair for a moment, then flew towards the nearest forest. Standing at the edge of the forest, he swung his right hand, and the grain of rice flew out, hitting a large tree trunk. At the same time, a flash of green light appeared, and the large tree instantly turned into snowflakes, and a dark blue ripple suddenly appeared. Wang Lin's expression changed, and without thinking, he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, an area within 300 yards had become deep blue. Within that 300 yard, regardless of trees, flowers, insects, or even some types of organisms living in the ground, everything perished. Even Wang Lin was slightly affected by the blue light, his body instantly stiffening, a chill rising from his feet. Fortunately, it was of the same origin as the spiritual power in his body, so it gradually merged with it. He regained his ability to move. His expression was grim as he looked at the scene before him. Wang Lin wondered if he could have survived if he had been directly swept over by the blue ripple. He knew that this green rice grain was formed from his own spiritual power, compressed and refined into threads. In terms of quality, his spiritual power was comparable. This green rice grain is truly a very good magical artifact, Wang Lin murmured. Standing silently for a moment, Wang Lin turned and left, returning to the mountain cave. After expending a considerable amount of time and spiritual power, he finally refined another green rice grain. Looking at the grain before him, he took a deep breath and carefully put it away. At this moment, his body felt weak. Refining one grain was already exhausting. Refining another one had clearly depleted his spiritual power. The power of this rice grain was immense, but refining it also consumed a great deal of spiritual power. Wang Lin smiled wryly, took a sip of the icy dew, and sat down to replenish his depleted spiritual power. It wasn't until midnight that Wang Lin opened his eyes, his spiritual power having recovered 7 or 8 parts. His eyes flickered, and he once again released his spiritual power, concentrating on refining. 3 days later, 3 green rice grains floated before Wang Lin. His expression was very serious. These 3 grains of rice were his limit. He wanted to refine more, but he couldn't understand why. Every time he refined a 4th grain, one would automatically dissipate. After several attempts, Wang Lin had to give up. After observing for 3 days, he realized that although the power of these grains of rice was great, it wasn't as effective as he hoped for a nascent soul stage expert. If he could throw a dozen or so grains at once, he could certainly secure victory. Unfortunately, Wang Lin couldn't refine a 4th grain no matter what he did. After a long period of contemplation, an idea popped into Wang Lin's head. He could fuse several grains of rice into one, thus multiplying its power. More importantly, if he could fuse 3 grains into one, he could create 3 more such grains. Thinking of this, Wang Lin hesitated for a moment. He used rubble to set up a simple defensive formation, then took out a defensive jade talisman from his storage bag. Once everything was ready, he gritted his teeth, concentrated his mind, and controlled the 2 grains of rice to slowly press against each other. At this moment, Wang Lin was prepared. If things went wrong, he would immediately flee. Slowly, the 2 grains of rice stuck together. In an instant, Wang Lin felt as if time had stopped. At the moment the 2 grains of rice collided, everything seemed to freeze. Immediately afterward, the 2 grains of rice silently merged together. Nothing special. Except for appearing slightly darker, the surface remained unchanged. Wang Lin was stunned, pondered for a moment, then controlled the remaining grain of rice, directing it towards the newly merged grain. Just as they collided, a flash of green light appeared. Wang Lin's expression changed, and without hesitation, he used a teleportation technique, disappearing from the spot. In an instant, a burst of blue light erupted, turning an area of about a mile into a blanket of ice and snow. Wang Lin's figure appeared about a mile away. Although he had completely escaped the range of the light, standing there, Wang Lin could still feel the chill seeping into his body from his feet. After careful consideration, even though he lost one teleportation ability, Wang Lin considered it worthwhile. It seemed he could only fuse 2 grains of rice. Fusing a 3rd would immediately cause him to self-destruct. Obviously, he couldn't return to the mountain cave. Wang Lin smiled wryly, found another cliff, created a large cave, and entered. After several days, Wang Lin refined 3 more grains of rice. After fusing 2 grains together, Wang Lin successfully refined another one. Successfully refining a 4th grain also proved his initial conjecture. If the fusion was successful, it could be considered just a grain of rice. Wang Lin then fused the 3rd and 4th grains together. Finally, he had 3 grains of rice in his storage bag. 2 of them were slightly darker in color. More than a month had passed since he finished, and the time until he could open the seal of the Jiming Valley was approaching. Wang Lin sat down to meditate and breathe, and after a while, he exhaled a green light. A green flying sword hovered before him, its light radiating in all directions, showing a hint of sentience. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the flying sword fell into his palm. At this moment, the flying sword emitted a bone-chilling cold. This green little sword was something he had refined with his blood. So when the spiritual power in Wang Lin's body underwent a transformation, it also gave the flying sword the attribute of extreme cold. Just as he was about to use the transformed spiritual power to further refine the flying sword, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. He immediately released his divine sense and detected over 100 streaks of sword light flying towards him from outside the cave, as if chasing someone. Wang Lin's face turned icy cold as he muttered, "Is it him?" Wang Lin walked out of the cave entrance and looked around. He saw over 100 people divided into 5 factions surrounding a young man. Among those surrounding him, a middle-aged man stepped forward, clasped his hands together, and said, "Brother Li Shan, 1 token representing qualification is enough for your Xuan Dao sect. Why are you keeping so many? Just hand them over, and we won't make things difficult for you." A cold snort rang out from among the disciples of Wufeng Valley. "Li Shan, hand over the token." or you're dead for sure. The person surrounded was indeed Li Shan. Wang Lin had interacted with him a little while at Hengyu sect. This time, he represented Zhuandao sect. He was the only one in the group with a Cha condensation stage cultivation. There was a rule in Juming Valley that only one Cha condensation stage cultivator from each sect was allowed to enter. However, most sects didn't allow Cha condensation stage disciples to enter. The reason Li Shan was able to enter was that, besides his ability to create medicinal pills and magical artifacts, he also possessed a special talent, stealth. Because of this talent, Park Namyo made an exception and allowed him to enter, also giving him a magical artifact that could conceal himself, preventing others from detecting him. However, this artifact would gradually lose its effectiveness if used for a long time. Li Shan also had some skill. Under the protection of his fellow disciples, he repeatedly seized valuable items during battles, including two tokens representing his qualifications. In total, the Zhuandao sect now possessed 3 tokens. The sects that lost their tokens naturally went berserk, frequently attacking others in hopes of reclaiming them. Therefore, countless battles took place in the past. However, it could also be said that Li Shan was too greedy. After entering the Juming Valley, he used his invisibility artifact to steal from anyone he encountered, rendering the artifact ineffective. Finally, while he was stealing the 4th token, the artifact completely lost its power, leading to his discovery. Fortunately, the Zhuandao sect rescued him just in time, but his identity was still revealed. This incident spread, and the sects that had lost their tokens understood the reason and immediately attacked the Zhuandao sect's gathering place in Juming Valley. When the Zhuandao sect disciples were trapped, Li Shan, seeing that things were going badly, used a plausible excuse to escape. Unexpectedly, he was discovered as soon as he ran out, and he frantically fled. After running for a while, Li Shan looked back and was surprised to find more than 100 people chasing him on flying swords, all of them at the Foundation establishment stage. This is why the current scene unfolded. Li Shan knelt on the ground, placing the 2 tokens down. Silence immediately fell. The 2 sects that had lost their tokens immediately rushed forward, trying to seize them. But the other 2 sects wouldn't let them succeed, and immediately tried to stop them. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he stared at the 2 tokens on the ground. His body moved, and he sped forward with incredible speed. Someone on the other side immediately tried to stop him, but before their magic weapon could reach him, Wang Lin swung his right hand, using his gravitational pull to grab the opponent and throw them backward. In just a few seconds, Wang Lin was close to the 2 tokens. At that moment, several factions engaged in battle noticed Wang Lin. Many of them recognized him from Guangbing Valley and were immediately shocked, inwardly lamenting their misfortune. They stopped, not advancing any further. But many cultivators, having only heard stories about Wang Lin and not knowing his appearance, rushed forward without hesitation. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and a green flying sword suddenly appeared and shot out. Every cultivator struck by this flying sword instantly died on the spot. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. A few days ago, he felt there was a problem with the flying sword. After his spiritual power mutated, his control over the flying sword was not as good as before. Fortunately, this feeling wasn't too severe. Wang Lin increased his control a little, and everything was no longer a significant problem. Below the extreme realm spiritual power, no foundation establishment cultivator could stop Wang Lin. Even though they also possessed magical artifacts given to them by their elders, under the power of extreme realm spiritual power, they were all frozen. The spiritual power of an extreme realm cultivator was their greatest magical artifact. Wang Lin took 5 steps, and with each step, several people died under his flying sword. There were now very few people left around him. Most had quickly retreated, watching from a distance, not daring to advance further. Easily, Wang Lin approached Li Shan. Li Shan bowed his head, not daring to look up. Wang Lin lightly waved his right hand, and 2 tokens flew up and landed in his hand. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before putting them into his storage bag, his gaze sweeping over them, and coldly said, "Bring out all the tokens you have, or you will die, Li Shan." Kneeling on the ground, heard a somewhat familiar voice and boldly looked up. He was immediately stunned, exclaiming, "You Wang Lin." Wang Lin glanced at him briefly and Li Shan shuddered, quickly shutting his mouth, a storm brewing in his heart. This name, Wang Lin, was extremely famous in the Zhuan Dao sect. During the battle with the Hengyu sect, Wang Lin's sudden appearance had made him a target for several important disciples of the Zhuan Dao sect. And he was precisely the target that Li Shan wanted to surpass the most. He had cursed this man, Wang Lin, countless times. Nevertheless, he still believed he could surpass his opponent, especially after reaching the 14th level of the Qia condensation stage, which further strengthened his confidence. But now, he realized the gap between himself and Wang Lin was immense. In just a few years, Wang Lin's cultivation had reached such a level, effortlessly slaying foundation establishment cultivators. In Li Shan's eyes, Wang Lin's progress was truly astonishing. Hearing Wang Lin's words, everyone recalled Wang Lin's recent slaughter and the rumors surrounding him, their hearts growing cold. After a moment, a young man in white took a deep breath and asked Wang Lin, "Taoist friend, can you tell me your current cultivation level?" Wang Lin calmly replied, "Foundation establishment." The man was stunned, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Clearly, he thought Wang Lin wasn't telling the truth. He potted his storage bag, drew out a token, and turned around, saying loudly, "The Misty sect withdraws. We will leave on the day the valley opens." Having said that, he led his group of cultivators and quickly flew southwest, gradually disappearing from sight. With someone leading the way, the other sects that had lost their tokens also stepped forward, explaining clearly. They even had their disciples open their storage bags to prove they didn't have any extra tokens. Then all three sects left. The Joyful Union sect was the last sect with a token. The leading female disciple hesitated for a moment, not handing it over, but instead looked at another sect, the Windless Valley. The leader of the Windless Valley was an ancient old man. His eyes flashed with brilliance. His cultivation had reached the pseudo-core realm. With a few more years of secluded cultivation, he might be able to form a core. He stared at Wang Lin, sneering. "Little one, I want to thank you for helping me prepare the token. Leave the token here, and you may leave." The leading female disciple of the Hewan sect turned to the person next to her and whispered a few words. Then, more than 10 people slowly retreated. Wang Lin glanced at them, then turned to look at the arrogant old man. He didn't say a word, patted his storage bag, and instantly a tiny green grain of rice appeared, floating in the air. The old man's eyes showed contempt. He thought that since Wang Lin had killed several people like that, he could do the same. In his eyes, Wang Lin was definitely hiding his strength, but at most he was only at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. He thought his cultivation was about the same as his opponent's. Moreover, he had the precious treasure of Wufeng Valley, the Heavenly Thunder Wine Fire Umbrella, in his hand, so he was sure he could win. Seeing the opponent emit a tiny speck of light, the old man sneered contemptuously, then turned and shouted at those behind him, "Step back! Watch me eliminate this arrogant brat." With that, he subtly flipped his right hand, producing a small umbrella about 3 inches long. The umbrella spun in his hand. A fiery painting was drawn on it, quite beautiful at first glance. The disciples of Wufeng Valley, upon hearing the old man's words and seeing the umbrella, changed color and involuntarily retreated several steps. Some even retreated more than 10 steps before breathing a sigh of relief. Wang Lin's body moved swiftly, grabbing Li Shan, who was standing beside him with his mouth agape, and quickly retreated. At the same time, he used the gravity manipulation technique with his right hand to control the blue light point and strike it towards the old man. The old man's face showed disdain as he patted the small umbrella. Immediately, a resounding sound emanated from the umbrella, and it opened. A golden light shot out from within. A strange wind suddenly appeared, enveloping the umbrella. Then, the painting on the umbrella came to life, radiating a wave of heat. At this moment, around the green point that touched the wine surrounding the umbrella, a yellow flame appeared, encircling the light point. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He silently chanted in his heart, "Explode!" With the light point, surrounded by the strange wine and the yellow flame, instantly emitted a dazzling light. A loud explosion resounded, and countless dark blue waves, like a tidal wave, spread wildly in all directions. The scene was like 10,000 horses charging forward. In an instant, the wave's range had expanded to over 300 meters. Wind is inherently invisible, but at this moment, under the power of the extreme realm, it suddenly transformed into a blue fragment falling from the sky. Immediately afterward, the remaining yellow flame, which hadn't yet extinguished, was frozen solid. From the outside, it looked as if the flame was still burning within the blue ice. As for the Heavenly Thunder Wine Fire Umbrella, it remained in its original form, covered in a layer of blue ice. The old man with the pseudo-core cultivation of Wufang Valley didn't have time to react. His face still held an expression of smugness and contempt. His entire body was covered in a layer of blue ice, turning him into an ice statue. Behind him, 17 disciples of Wufang Valley, even those who retreated furthest, could not escape. They were all turned into ice sculptures. Within a radius of 300 meters, not a single living person remained. Anything with life was annihilated. Li Shan's mind was completely blank, staring blankly at the scene before him. He was terrified, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. However, his gaze towards Wang Lin held a sense of reverence. The disciples of the Hewan sect retreated in time, thus avoiding the attack. However, at this moment, they stood 500 meters away, their eyes wide and mouths agape, not daring to move. Wang Lin's cold gaze was fixed upon them. All the disciples of Wufang Valley were eerily transformed into ice sculptures. Looking at the pile of ice sculptures in various poses before her, the leading female disciple of the Hewan sect, her face pale and devoid of color, took out her token and threw it on the ground. Wang Lin suddenly said in a low voice, "How many of these tokens are there?" The female disciple trembled, trying to control her fear, and stammered, "There are 7 in total." Wang Lin's expression remained calm, secretly calculating in his mind. At this moment, he had 4 tokens in his possession, including the Hewan sect. He was still short 3. Before he arrived at Kuitmin Valley, DTT had said that the competition there involved seizing the opponent's tokens. Furthermore, when TG Nom awakened, he had briefly explained how to enter the outer battlefield. Wang Lin vaguely understood the answer. He glanced at the female disciple and asked, "How many slots are there to enter the outer battlefield?" The woman was stunned, hesitated for a moment, but when she saw Wang Lin's cold gaze, she shuddered and quickly said, 3. Only 3 slots. After saying that, she worried that she hadn't explained clearly and might provoke his murderous intent, so she quickly added, "There are a total of 7 tokens. But when the passage to the outer battlefield opens, if more than 3 tokens are not destroyed, the Zhao Kingdom will lose the right to enter the battlefield." Wang Lin glanced at her. The female disciple, frightened, quickly said, "Fellow Taoist, I know where one of the remaining 3 tokens is. If you forgive me, I will explain." "Speak," Wang Lin said calmly and coldly. The woman gritted her teeth and quickly said, "It's at the gathering place of the Zhuan Dao sect. There are definitely some people attacking there. Just now, we were in a hurry to chase after Li Shan, so we didn't pay much attention. However, I'm certain they had the token." Li Shan's face turned pale, but then he burst into laughter as Wang Lin looked at him. "It's in the hands of Elder Liu Mi." Li Shan had intended to lie, but for some reason, looking into Wang Lin's eyes, a chilling feeling arose. That feeling, even when he met the ancestor Pu Nanzi, he had never experienced. Elder Liu Mi, Wang Lin pondered slightly. The beautiful face of a woman gradually appeared in his mind. Looking at Li Shan, Wang Lin opened his mouth and said, "Has she reached the foundation establishment stage?" Li Shan said admiringly, nodding. She was helped to achieve foundation establishment by the ancestor of the non-clan's magic. Wang Lin thought for a moment, inevitably recalling the scene at the Hengyu sect. The kind and gentle faces of his parents reappeared, causing a pang of pain in his heart. He grabbed the woman and Li Shan, lifting them into the air. The woman was frightened, her clothes becoming slightly damp. Immediately, her face flushed. "Tell me the location of the Zhuan Dao sect." Wang Lin frowned, moving the woman a little further away. The woman nodded and pointed in a direction. Li Shan didn't resist, standing beside her and giving further details. Wang Lin said nothing, quickly flying away. After a while, under the guidance of the two, he arrived at the Zhuan Dao sect's gathering place. The ground was in utter chaos, clearly indicating a fierce battle had just taken place. As soon as Wang Lin arrived, he waved his hand, and the woman and Li Shan fell to the ground. "You may leave." Wang Lin glanced at the woman before turning his head towards the Zhuan Dao sect's gathering point. The woman slowly retreated over 200 meters before summoning her flying sword. Then she swiftly stepped on the sword light and fled at top speed. "Li Shan, call the Zhuan Dao sect here." I only want the token, not to kill anyone, Wang Lin said coldly. Li Shan's forehead was covered in sweat. He gave a wry smile, took a jade slip from his storage bag, and placed it on his forehead. After a moment, he threw it forward. The jade slip transformed into a beam of light and instantly disappeared. A moment later, a white halo suddenly appeared on the ground. Slowly, the halo grew brighter and brighter, finally forming a pillar of light reaching to the sky. Around the pillar of light sat about 10 people cross-legged, each performing a hand gesture. Among them was a woman with a solemn expression, holding a vase in her hands. A whisk rested on her head, its white, jade-like strands encircling them. Wang Lin blinked, glancing at the faces of the 10 people. In an instant, the woman opened her eyes, seeing Li Shan, but paid no attention. However, upon unexpectedly seeing Wang Lin standing beside him, she was stunned. After scrutinizing him several times, her eyes revealed an unusual expression. She stared intently at Wang Lin, raising her right hand, and the whisk descended, held in her hand. Immediately afterward, the 4 pillars of light slowly disappeared. Among the 10 was a young man, around 30 years old. His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Wang Lin, then stood up, clasped his hands together, and said, "Brother Wang." Long time no see, this man was Liu Feng, Liu Mi's elder brother. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over them, and he discovered that he had reached the early stage of foundation establishment. However, the spiritual power in his body was still unstable, indicating that he had only recently broken through. Wang Lin looked at them, sighed softly, and said, "Xuan Dao sect. Fine. Give me the token, and I won't make things difficult for you." What kind of junior has such a big mouth? Daring to ask for the Xuan Dao sect's token. Liu Feng. Do you know him? One of the 10 Xuan Dao sect members suddenly stood up. His face was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin, coldly asking. Liu Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Ma. He is Wang Lin." The old man surnamed Ma was stunned, then coldly laughed. "So it's you. However, even if you've reached the foundation establishment stage, you don't have the right to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Get out." After saying that, he waved his hand and a whirlwind suddenly appeared on the flat ground. In an instant, the wind rushed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't bother to dodge. When the whirlwind was 5 meters in front of Wang Lin, it turned into a pile of ice and fell to the ground. At the same time, a flash of green light appeared. The old man surnamed Ma's body trembled slightly, and a wound the size of a bowl appeared on his chest. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture, and he died without a trace. Wang Lin felt that since the spiritual power in his body had mutated, a surge of killing intent had been building up inside him. Several times he almost lost control. The green light flashed again, and the flying sword emitted a chilling aura. The tip of the sword was still pointed towards the Xuan Dao sect. But if you looked closely, you could see that during its flight, the flying sword occasionally paused. However, each time Wang Lin managed to control it. The disciples of the Xuan Dao sect all changed color. Liu Feng stood still, his heart turning cold. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He had silently set Wang Lin as his target to surpass. More than a year ago, with the help of Park Nanzi, he had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, and he thought he had surpassed Wang Lin. But now, the other party had not only reached the foundation establishment stage, but his cultivation was even more unpredictable. Although senior brother Ma had a mid-foundation establishment cultivation, he was still killed by Wang Lin with a single move. He wondered what level Wang Lin's cultivation had reached now. Thinking about this, Liu Feng felt even more terrified. Liu Mi showed no outward expression. After giving Wang Lin a deep glance, she took a token from her storage bag and threw it to him. From beginning to end, she didn't say a word, but her eyes remained fixed on his face. After retrieving the token, Wang Lin glanced at Liu Mi, then turned and flew into the sky. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. After a while, Liu Mi withdrew her gaze and sighed. Although her demeanor was extremely attractive, it was of no use to Wang Lin. After returning to his cave dwelling, Wang Lin took out 5 tokens. After thinking for a moment, he didn't hesitate and crushed 4 of them. He only kept 1, storing it in his storage bag. Having done that, he used the gravity technique to control the surrounding rocks, sealing the cave entrance. After setting up some backup formations, Wang Lin began his seclusion. The great battle was still 2 months away. It was best to prepare now. There were a total of 7 tokens. He had already obtained 2 from Li Shan, 1 from the Zhuan Dao sect, 1 from the Piao Miao sect, and 1 from the He Huan sect. That made 5 tokens in total. Not counting the 1 from the Xiaoyan sect, only 1 remained out of 7. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He had searched all the sects in the Juming Valley, but still couldn't find the last one. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had hidden it somewhere. But Wang Lin had no intention of trying to find it. Having obtained 5 of the 7 tokens was enough. That alone was sufficient to ensure his entry into the outer battlefield. Putting the token matter aside, Wang Lin began to prepare for the battle 2 months later. First, there was that tiny, rice grain-sized magic treasure. After replenishing the lost ones, he now had 3. Of those 3, only 1 hadn't yet fused. The other 2 had fused into super powerful magic treasures. After taking out the 3 magic treasures, Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then opened his storage bag and rearranged them. He had killed quite a few people these past few days, so his storage bag was a bit fuller. Now he had to check which ones to keep and which ones to discard. After checking for a while, Wang Lin suddenly took out a bead. It was much smaller than the heaven-defying bead, only about 1/10 the size of his fist. However, its surface was smooth and polished, without any patterns, only a few cracks. Holding the bead, Wang Lin couldn't help but remember the eccentric Ingok. This bead was given to him by Ingok, and it became his first magic treasure. Wang Lin sighed softly, no longer thinking about it, and looked at the bead. Holding the pearl in his hand, his eyes blinked. After a moment, he slightly curled his lips into a smile. He dropped the pearl into his storage bag, then took a deep breath and spat out a green light. The azure flying sword floated before him, motionless. Over the past few days, Wang Lin had felt the mutated spiritual power within his body, making his control of the flying sword somewhat less effortless than before. Although, thanks to the mutated spiritual power, the flying sword was countless times more powerful than before. The difficulty in controlling it was unacceptable to Wang Lin. Therefore, Wang Lin decided to use this time to refine the flying sword a little more. He formed hand seals and unleashed several streams of spiritual power, enveloping the flying sword. Then, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and a gourd appeared in his hand. He now had some experience in blood-refining magical artifacts. He gritted his teeth, then opened the gourd and poured out 1/3 of its liquid. Wang Lin flicked his hand, and the liquid, overflowing with yin-cold spiritual energy, flew into the air and merged into a fist-sized mass of water. A wave of yin-cold air emanated from it, spreading to the wall and forming a thin layer of mist. Wang Lin pointed his finger, and the mass of water flew over, covering the small sword. Then, the azure color on the sword quickly became transparent and sparkling. Wang Lin took a deep breath, cut his tongue, and spat out a trickle of blood. As soon as the fresh blood left his mouth, he waved his right hand, transforming it into a cloud of blood mist that flew towards the liquid clinging to the small sword. The blood mist slowly permeated the liquid. In an instant, the spiritual energy-filled liquid enveloping the flying sword turned a pale red. Wang Lin gasped for breath a few times, then bit his tongue again, spitting out more blood. His fingers quickly used the fresh blood to draw countless talismans on the flying sword. Gradually, the number of talismans increased. In a flash, all the fresh blood was gone. Wang Lin looked at the flying sword, said nothing, and patted his chest. Instantly, spiritual power surged within his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Wang Lin's face turned pale. He quickly used the blood essence to draw countless more talismans. Under the effect of the blood essence and the talismans, the liquid enveloping the flying sword completely turned a deep red, vaguely tinged with purple. When the last drop of blood was used, Wang Lin concentrated and softly shouted, "Combine." The flying sword immediately trembled, its frequency increasing. Wang Lin's gaze remained unchanged, his expression serious, his hands continuously forming countless hand seals. Soon after, the liquid enveloping the flying sword, as if heated by a flame, emitted a sizzling sound and a puff of white smoke. The white smoke grew thicker and thicker, and the liquid gradually diminished. Finally, all the liquid disappeared. Although the color of the flying sword was still a vibrant green, several streaks of blood red appeared on its surface. Aside from that, its size had also shrunk considerably to only half of its original size. What surprised Wang Lin even more was that its hilt had almost completely disappeared. Previously, the ratio between the hilt and the blade of the flying sword was 1/5, but now it was 1/15, almost none at all. Wang Lin didn't know that his blood-refining sword had been strengthened by the extreme realm and was slowly undergoing a transformation. After reaching the extreme realm, this transformation meant that, besides the flying sword's attributes, all other aspects reached their limits. As it was now, Wang Lin only checked it briefly, and its speed was much faster than before. Even with his full strength, Wang Lin's eyesight couldn't see any trace of the flying sword. Moreover, its instantaneous movement was incredibly terrifying. At the very least, a nascent soul cultivator, without defensive artifacts or armor, would be in mortal danger if struck by a single sword blow. This is the power of a magical artifact enhanced by the effects of the extreme realm. It has broken through its inherent limitations, maximizing its inherent attributes. However, it still doesn't have much effect on a nascent soul cultivator. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation is still only at the foundation establishment stage. Even the extreme realm is still too weak. The extreme realm can only unleash its terrifying power when one's cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the small green sword became even more exquisite. A faint blue light occasionally appeared on the sword's body, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. Swallowing the flying sword, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to calculate. This time, he would be in seclusion for a total of 1 month. For the remaining month, Wang Lin planned to use the heaven-defying pearl to cultivate. He was confident that by the day he emerged from seclusion, he could break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment and reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Once he reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he would have access to several more spells. In particular, the Jade Flip of the Yinsect described a type of ghost soul technique. Using this spell, he could summon vengeful spirits to fight. To confront Tang Ichue Yuan and seize the soul banner, Wang Lin racked his brains, using every trick in the book. After making his decision, he took out his spiritual power gourd, rubbed it on the heaven-defying pearl, and entered the dream realm space. It had been a while since Wang Lin had entered the dream realm space to cultivate. The light in the space was dim, and a layer of gray matter hung above. Looking around, a sense of pressure immediately arose. Long streaks of light emanated from all sides. Previously, when entering the dream realm space, these streaks of light remained still. But ever since his water attribute reached perfection, those streaks of light seemed to possess a soul, beginning to move without any discernible pattern. Wang Lin stood in space, reaching out to touch one of the streaks of light. His hand gently passed through it. The streak of light seemed to be outside Wang Lin's space, untouchable no matter how hard he tried. However, he could still control it with his thoughts. A thought flashed through his mind, and the surrounding light moved accordingly. They could converge into a pattern or disperse outwards. Whatever Wang Lin desired, they reacted. Wang Lin had once asked Sichu Nan about this, but the old man didn't know either. According to him, the inside of the heaven-defying pearl was now very strange. The dream realm space was just one of its effects. As for the changes in time within it, Sichu Nan couldn't figure it out. He only knew that with his status as a 6th-level cultivation expert from a powerful cultivation nation, once he seized the heaven-defying pearl, no one in the cultivation world would dare to touch him. Unexpectedly, several incredibly powerful cultivators suddenly appeared. These cultivators relentlessly pursued Sichu Nan, forcing him to abandon his physical body and flee into the heaven-defying pearl to escape. Sichu Nan had told Wang Lin that the cultivators chasing him were definitely not from this planet. Sichu Nan was certain of one thing: at his level, he knew all the powerful cultivators on the planet. Moreover, Sichu Nan was hailed as the #1 expert, so his cultivation must be very strong. The opponent's cultivation was basically only on par with his own. But there was one person Sichu Nan could confidently say surpassed him. If it weren't for that person's intervention, he wouldn't have had to abandon his physical body. It's worth noting that Sichu Nan had many friends. Although the opponent's cultivation was comparable to his, Sichu Nan, being a powerful cultivator on the planet, had the advantage of both location and manpower. But after that person made their move, Sichu Nan realized that even if he sought help from others, it would be the same. Each person who came would die. That person's cultivation level was not just one level higher than his own. Sichunan secretly guessed that person must be from a 7th level cultivation nation. Thinking of that, the heaven-defying pearl became even more mysterious in his eyes. Something that could cause a 7th level cultivation nation to fight over it must be a rare treasure. Sichunan told Wang Lin everything. Moreover, he constantly warned Wang Lin to be extremely careful. Once the heaven-defying pearl was revealed, both of them would surely face the same fate. Their bodies would be reduced to ashes and their souls scattered. Sichunan analyzed that if the opponent was from a 7th level cultivation nation, issuing a search warrant for the item in a 6th level cultivation nation would be extremely simple. Therefore, they had to be cautious. Wang Lin remembered this and silently agreed. It's unknown what other effects the heaven-defying pearl has, but the mere act of altering time is already defying the heavens. Every cultivator is constantly racing against time. To put it bluntly, cultivation level is equivalent to lifespan. Each time when strength increases, their lifespan also increases. Besides that, increased cultivation level also means increased status. It's important to know that rank is crucial in the cultivation world. In the eyes of a foundation establishment cultivator, what is a check condensation cultivator? To use the words dogs and pigs might sound harsh, but it's the truth. Similarly, in the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator, foundation establishment and golden core cultivators are completely insignificant. Likewise, in the eyes of a nascent soul stage old monster, cultivators below the transformation god stage are nothing more than dogs and pigs, easily killed at will. Wang Lin's eyes showed unwavering determination. By now, he truly felt that survival in the cultivation world was far more brutal than in the human world. The strong prevail, the weak perish. To survive, one must possess immense power, so powerful that everyone fears them. Only then will they not be bullied. If my cultivation reached the nascent soul or spirit transformation stage, I could kill Teng Li, and even Teng Hui Yuan wouldn't dare say a word, let alone go looking for my parents. Power. Everything depends on power. Only by becoming a strong person can one decide the life and death of others. Wang Lin's heart ached, his eyes flashing with cold light. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spread his divine consciousness throughout the dream realm space. He formed a hand seal, his right hand extended forward. The surrounding light immediately converged, forming a gateway. This was the function that Sichunan had discovered after the water attribute of the heaven-defying pearl reached perfection. It was to utilize the light within to create a formation. Using this formation, Wang Lin could naturally enter and exit the dream realm space. Wang Lin stepped through the door. Upon appearing, he was still in the dream realm space. However, the surrounding scenery was slightly different. In front of Wang Lin stood a giant, about 3 jang tall, sitting cross-legged in midair. Countless rays of light emanated from his body. Looking closely, the giant's appearance was completely ordinary, yet there was a hint of gloom. His body wasn't truly solidified, but rather somewhat translucent, especially his chest, which was almost transparent from front to back. From the outside, one could see the dense spiritual energy fluctuating. At this moment, the giant's eyes were tightly closed. His body flickered between light and darkness, seemingly ignoring Wang Lin. This wasn't the first time he had seen Sichunan's nascent soul, but each time he saw it, he was deeply moved. He kept thinking that if the nascent soul was this large, then Sichunan's body before must have been nothing short of a giant. Sichunan had told him that the nascent soul transformation was a change in the nascent soul. After a long time, the nascent soul grew larger and larger, but the human body could not change. Therefore, only by causing the nascent soul to leave the body could there be a change. Wang Lin sat down cross-legged, took out the gourd containing spiritual energy, and took a sip. Then, he began to breathe deeply, breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The reason he cultivated here was because Sichunan had said that doing so could help him recover. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the time to enter the outer battlefield arrived. In the past month, countless cultivators had flocked to outside the Juming Valley. They were all searching for the best vantage points to observe Juming Valley. The number of cultivators arriving increased, causing the area outside the Juming Valley to become increasingly bustling. Naturally, some who had grudges among themselves were settling their differences. Within a 1,000-mile radius of Juming Valley, a large town had sprung up due to the annual commotion. It's worth noting that this was the outer region of the outer battlefield. So many cultivators from Zhao Kingdom gathered here. Every 100 years, this town essentially became the largest trading hub in Zhao Kingdom. Every street was filled with cultivators, creating a bustling atmosphere. Many rare materials and magical artifacts also appeared. One day, a large number of cultivators gathered outside Juming Valley. They came from all the major and minor cultivation sects in Zhao Kingdom. Except for the major sects that monopolized the area, the rest were gathered together. Among them were a few small sects, minor families, and even rogue cultivators. They only come here to observe. The Outer Realm battlefield only opens once every 100 years. It is said that when it opens, a massive amount of spiritual energy emanates from the passage. Even absorbing a small amount is equivalent to many days of cultivation. Seeing that the time for the opening of the Juming Valley was approaching, everyone from the town came outside to wait. One day, at noon, the sky was a clear blue with not a single cloud. The sun shone directly overhead, radiating intense heat. The surrounding temperature was extremely hot, but the cultivators outside the Juming Valley paid no attention. They all stared intently at the valley entrance. Any experienced cultivator knew that noon today was the time when the Juming Valley would open. Viewed from above, Kuaitmin Valley looks exactly like a gourd. The mouth of the gourd is the valley's opening. Inside, there were two towering mountains. Between the two mountains was a small path leading to an octagonal formation. At this moment, the formation suddenly shone brightly. Not far away, a group of nascent soul stage experts of the demonic sect gathered together. As the formation lit up, their eyes were all focused on this place. The thin figure of Tang Hui Yuan was also among them. His eyes showed excitement as he stared at the passage within the formation. The formation shone brighter and brighter. 8 people slowly emerged from within. Tang Hui Yuan's eyes showed disappointment. He lightly waved his hand, taking out a black flag. He gently stroked it, and instantly a soul sealed within it vanished. Seeing the 8 people come out, the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom standing outside Juming Valley whispered and pointed. "They've come out. Look." Normally, the first person from a sect to come out would almost certainly lose their qualification. This time, it's different. Do you know which sect it is? I didn't expect so many people this time. According to tradition, the sect that sends out the first person is always the one with the fewest members. That's Zhou. He's a disciple of the Misty sect. Last time, the Misty sect participated in the qualification competition but failed. This time, it's the same. It seems that the major sects in the righteous path are only this strong. If our Fukuda sect gets in, we might be even stronger than them, Brother Zhang. The highest-ranking cultivator in your sect is only at the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. The Misty sect could easily send a grandmother to wipe you all out. This time, the Misty sect's failure is due to the demonic disciples being too strong. At this moment, the 8 major sects of the righteous and demonic paths, except for the Annihilation sect, whose nascent soul stage master had passed away and therefore couldn't obtain the token, had all arrived. At this time, the grandmother Dinhai of the Misty sect was staring intently. Staring intently at the Kuaitmin Valley, they remained silent. From the valley entrance, 8 members of the Fumiu sect emerged with strange expressions. Seeing the bustling crowd and the murmuring whispers, the 8 men's faces flushed crimson, and they bowed their heads dejectedly as they walked to Tanhai's side. Tanhai suppressed his anger. This time, he had invested a great deal of resources, 25 disciples. 3 of them had reached the late foundation establishment stage, 8 the middle stage, and the rest were at the early foundation establishment stage. He had also brought out countless magical artifacts, intending to obtain the qualification at all costs. But now, only 8 of the 25 remained. Tanhai glanced at the 8 men. One of the elders standing beside him, Dong Quanvin, smiled and said, "Brother Tan, it doesn't matter if you don't qualify. This matter is extremely dangerous. In the past, out of 10 people, 1 returning was considered very good. So, Brother Tan, you don't need to worry. Just wait another 100 years." Tanhai said with a cold laugh, "Brother Shangguan, you don't need to mock me. Losing is losing. I will naturally abide by the previous agreement." After saying this, he stared at the 8 disciples and said in a low voice, "Your senior brother is dead." One of them knelt on the ground and whispered, "Ancestor." "Everyone is dead." Except for us. All the other disciples are dead. The remaining 7 also knelt down, their faces showing fear. Shang Guanyan chuckled coldly inwardly, but his face showed pity, shaking his head without speaking. Tenhai's face darkened, and he said with a cold laugh, I didn't expect so many people to die. Very well. Which sect is it? One disciple was kneeling on the ground, hesitating slightly. Seeing this, Tenhai waved his hand, emitting a circle of light that enveloped the disciples of the Misty Sect. Shang Guanyan glanced at him, a cold smile inwardly forming on his face. After preventing others from probing with their divine senses, Tenhai opened his mouth and instructed the disciples to speak. The disciple opened his mouth and uttered some sounds. After hearing them, Tenhai's eyes flashed with cold light, and he snorted coldly, saying, Step back. I want to see who this person really is. With that, he waved his hand, and the circle of light disappeared. Shang Guanyan suddenly said, Brother Din, I wonder why Dao Asumi hasn't come.